doing, all right?
How are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Oh, good. Good job I brought my squeegee with me. The water gathers here. I mean,
It does.
it's
yeah.
dreadful. It's been like it ever since it was built as well.
Yeah. Always wet down there. A bit like whenever there's a pipe spilt as well. Nice little puddle at the bottom.
Yes. T20 special.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be over verse number 3. Yeah. Having a little bit more. Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir, they're reserved. Those 3 seats are reserved.
All right. And you're doing soon then?
Yeah, me.
All right.
And my wife, but we run the books for them.
That's fine.
Okay?
Yeah. other people work for you. Work for you. No, but the council, I've got one that came with me. Oh no, the domestic one like that, one like that, Well, of course, I thought it was going to be quiet though. Oh, this is the right. Well, that's small. they want to know, they want to find out 1250 and only 10 over. Or over.
I'm worried about hitting wickets.
Oh, we've got to take 4 wickets.
I'm more worried about our bowling.
We've got to take 4 wickets in the first out, basically. I've seen it. You can't see whether he's out or not. It's a bit side on. But we can sort of go to wicket ball with him, holding his bat out, attacking him. He won't wait in the zone. He's not going anywhere. Anyway, he's on his own. He's debating that one. He can't really, he can't, but the commentator, he's an English commentator. He's saying, oh, you're out there, you need to go. He's just allowed to go home. And he's saying, he's going home. He's going home.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Day 2 of the West County Championship match between Somerset and Essex. While we get ready for the game to start at 11, can I just skip a few hours and tell you about something happening close to the day tonight? We're having the August Member Forum. In order to keep members up to date with everything that's happening here in the club throughout the year, we do hold a number of these member forums, and the latest one will be beginning 20 minutes after play in the county room, and there to answer your questions tonight will be interim chairman Somerset Rice, and Somerset County Club member directors will also be in attendance. Absolutely free to attend, just need to show your membership card to gain entry to the forum. So that's 20 minutes or so after close of play, the August Member Forum.
We paid 162 nights for that, it's pretty great.
We're just going to go along the end now, right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Only for one there. They're very good actually.
Go stop! Keep working! He's on the goal line, he can't be high!
Well, it's only a bit tight. Well, it's just like a load of football first. Otherwise, it's probably closed. I was thinking about coming back on Sunday, but I think we work it. £57. I'm closing.
What's the shot?
I'm not paid the penny. So I only paid the same thing.
Whoa, he's here! There's so much room and time. Reenact
Oh, you won the live quiz? You don't do the live quiz? No, well, no, this is a silly thing. I was watching the live quiz.
Right in front of him, bro!
Yes, Pep.
Pep, go!
Pepe!
Live!
Yes, Pep. Line.
Goes now.
Oh, right.
Hey! Back there! What are you doing?
You want to borrow a charger, mate? I've got a charger.
It's a phone.
It's gone, is it?
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
it's
a phone.
faulty. No.
It must be because I say it's been on charge all
Charge
the
all
time.
the time and nothing's happened.
And nothing's happened. And I've been on charge all the way up from Devon. And I've got 2% charge.
Bloody things. They're more trouble than they're worth, aren't they, after time?
No, because it's different.
Oh well.
The
Good
one
luck
thing
with
is I went into EE only about 3 or 4 weeks ago because they keep sending you in.
Yeah,
and
that's
find
it.
out things.
Yeah.
And he said you did it. He said it's perfectly okay. Thanks. Thank you. That's your sister?
I wondered hopefully coming off of the...
Oh, is he?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll give him a signal.
Because it breaks me on Friday morning. There's a hospice cafe, isn't there?
Oh, right. beyond that one now. But I mean, even in fairness, he's just doing it. Anyway, I think I'm going to go and get a cup of coffee.
No, I'll go back.
I'll see you in a minute.
Yeah, no worries. After lunch. Go on.
Where you book online, you can't. And if you don't book online within the 2 weeks, then it's gone.
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning. All right.
That's the way it's catching up on.
match Somerset a Taunton dental practice. Because of course we'll have some at 6 p.m. this evening. And a reminder as always, yes, Somerset Cricket Museum, back March Pavilion will be open during lunch and tea intervals. And the Somerset bookstall, say high quality second-hand cricket books, is currently open, up and running, and in business. And so too is the south side of March Pavilion. can I just mention some officials working tirelessly behind the scenes today. Our match referee is Mike Smith. Particularly scoring every ball there today. Scorers from Somerset, Kevin Mitchell, and Essex, Paul Parkinson. And now on the field of play, match umpires Martin Saggers, Ian Blackwell. Please welcome our visitors led by the captain of the Essex. And the student referees for Somerset.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship match between Somerset and Essex. The overnight situation is pretty good for the home side, particularly considering they were put in yesterday. They're 348 for 5. James Rue is 21 not out, and we have a night watchman with him, Jake Ball. And interesting to see, particularly having watched Jake Ball batting a couple of days ago, swinging sixes into the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Interesting to see how he goes. I'm Stephen Lamb. Vic Marks is with me. And Vic, a good day to watch yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of runs. Josh Thomas continues to impress. Something right in the centre made it look very uncomplicated. Very good debut from Henry Nichols. Tom Abel, nice to see him again. He batted very fluently, just out before the close, sadly, but nonetheless looked in good nick. And I'm sure the Essex men were thinking, well, hang on, putting him in wasn't such a good idea after all. However, we know here that the pitch, well, we never quite know what the pitch is going to do, but we know that there is a tendency for it not to get any worse and sometimes to get better. The odd ball turned yesterday, but nothing too frightening. Like you, I'm intrigued to see how Jake Ball goes about his business, and probably like you, I hope he takes the aggressive route.
Absolutely.
I'm not sure his defence is that solid, so this will be intriguing. I'm sure he's got a certain amount of freedom from the team.
Licence to thrill.
I think he's got that licence on the basis that his defensive technique probably won't allow him to last very long anyway, so watch the ball and try and hit it.
Here's the first ball of the day from Sam Cook. Defended.
Well, he's looking good, isn't it? Perhaps he's going to play properly. I don't know. Sam Cook swapped ends. He bowled mostly from this end yesterday. Got a couple wickets.
Yeah,
Came down from the Test match, of course.
2 for 77 from 20 yesterday. So he did go for a few as well as those.
Yeah, there was one over. He went for about 20, actually, just before he got Lammonby out. Well, not quite 20, but several boundaries. And when I say he got Lammonby out was out quite freakishly. And he was whipping a ball behind square on the leg side, which sort of got tangled up top of his pad, just below his thigh pad. The ball was going down leg side probably, and it dribbled onto his stumps. So it was he looked in princely form, but he had to go for 20. And after that, Cook bowled better. He'd been unusually wayward before that.
Full and straight and well played.
Yeah. He's just getting his eye in before he eyes up the Botham stand, maybe.
Yeah. The River Tone.
Well, I think the Botham stand would do. The River Tone looks a long way away just today.
He's a big chap though, Jake Ball.
Yeah, well, he's got a new contract or an extended contract for next year. He's had a good summer.
Oh, little nibble.
More with the ball than the bat, though. Although, here's the thing about Jake Ball that I remember that is quite unusual. The first ball he received as a Somerset player, he hit for 6.
Wow.
I remember watching it. Probably the first game that he was available for. He came in, I don't know, obviously at the end of the innings, and he smacked the first ball he ever had as a Somerset player for 6.
Terrific. Gimlet style.
Yeah. No, he's taking it all rather seriously there.
Yeah, it looks like he's close to playing out a maiden here. He's
Okay.
5 deliveries for no run.
They're actually
Another memorable thing, actually, Jake Ball did when he was still with Nottinghamshire was bowl the ball that broke James Hildreth's foot.
Oh, right.
Do you remember that
game?
game?
Yeah, down here.
Yeah, he had to limp off and received the ministrations of a certain Peter Trigo.
Oh, did he?
Which was boot off, have a look, back out there, mate.
Right. Oh, that's a nice shot. He could have got one there. He could have got 2 almost, and he might still. In fact, if they hurry up, he'll get a second. Yeah, batting good, running between the wickets, not quite perfect, but he's got 2. He's off the mark with a nice little clip off his legs. So Somerset have another bonus ball. 3 batting points, which doesn't always happen by any stretch of the imagination. They'll have an eye on that. Getting to the end of the season. I mean, the priority 1 is try and win the game. But priority 2 clearly is to get as many points along the way. You'd think 400 was within their compass. It would take some going to get to 450 before 110 overs a bowl. That's only 13 overs away. So I think they would settle for 4. And then just to get a few more. Because I think they'll want to get a big score first innings. James Rue, very strange experience for James Rue coming in with the score, I can't remember exactly, but around about 290. He usually comes in a crisis.
Yeah, he's been batting 4 for much of the season, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, I think the England thing is on hold, and also he's got to keep wicket in this match, of course. Recently he's been batting 4, and Thomas Rue was keeping wicket. I mean, it was a slight surprise. We didn't quite know what order they would come in, but Goldsworthy, who's been in very good nick, came in at 3, which meant you've got what seems quite reassuring, the notion of Abel at 5 and James Rue at 6. I'm sure he'd like to get some more runs tucked away. It's been a strange old summer for him in a way.
Jamie Porter, that one's too far outside the off stump to require to be played. James Rue bowled a little bit on Wednesday.
So I gather we had a quick look at his left arm spin. Didn't look too bad.
It wasn't too bad. It wasn't. He pitched it pretty.
Yeah. Well, he can do
well.
everything. Well, of course, as we were saying, when the 2 Rues were playing together before the break for the 100, it was Thomas who had the gloves.
Yep.
I think that was partly because James was still in this kind of shake-up. Here he is, bowling his left arm spin. That's spun too. There we go. What's wrong with that? It's like Bish and Betty.
Perfect pitch.
A bit slower than Jack. Look at that loop. Beat the bat and the keeper. He's an all-rounder, but we'll see him bowl this game perhaps. Well, no, he won't. He's got to keep wicket. We're running out of keepers. Well, we are. Tom Rue, sadly, is injured.
Is Ben Church? He might be a possibility.
Well, I don't know if he's on.
Suppose,
Well, he played in the
50 over.
50 over, but I don't think he's technically on the staff. He's not a full member of the staff. Tom Banton is injured, becoming more of a white ball player anyway, but he's had a lot of hand problems, as has Kola Cadmore, who's also been able to do the job now and again. Suddenly there's a shortage.
Here's Porter, a big shout.
He gave up on it, whether there's a little nick or whether he just thought it's going down anyway. I'm not sure. We'll have a glimpse. I think he probably recognised it was just going down, but maybe there was just an inside edge, I'm not sure.
it started enthusiastically, the appeal.
That would suggest, Nick, that it was difficult for us to spot. Bringing a man up to try and keep Roux off strike. And that's worked rather well. So James Roux having a good look before taking the attack to what is a very good, of course, long-standing opening pair of bowlers. I was going to say fast bowlers, but Jamie Porter's not that fast, but got a terrific record in county cricket. As has Sam Cook, who is back in the England setup. He was up at Headingley before that match. Who knows, he might play a test match before this summer's out. To shuffle, rest, recuperate.
I saw a very good spell from an Essex-born player yesterday up at Cheltenham. The festival in full swing up there. Ben Allison bowled a spell of 8 overs and took 3 for 5 with the new ball. So that's promising. He's on loan to Worcestershire, who are the visitors. Not too far for them to travel to Cheltenham. It's a local derby, really, up there.
I suppose do they stay overnight? I don't know. It'd be nice to stay in Cheltenham, but it might not have to. So it must have been moving around a little bit at Cheltenham.
Although it was a bit hard to tell from where I was standing.
Well, I can imagine. I was there last year, and you were in one of those marquees at deep mid-wicket, I expect. I mean, it's one of my great regrets, because I played for Somerset. We never played at Cheltenham because we played at Bristol for logical reasons, in that it was not very far for our supporters to go to come and support us, I guess. But you talk to the Gloucester players of that era, and maybe this one too, but they say, oh, we can't wait to get to Cheltenham. It's such, it's a good track, and it's a lovely atmosphere, etc., etc. But it was an experience that Somerset players never had.
There aren't too many festival grounds left in operation, really, are there? Scarborough's another.
Well, Scarborough is... They get terrific players at Scarborough, don't they?
Did you play there?
Yeah, I played in a variety of games. I played in a championship match there, I think. But I also played in some very strange Brian Close 11 versus whoever. Hampshire, I remember once, and I certainly played one-day cricket there for Somerset. Had the odd one-day match there. So Scarborough is a lovely venue, but
I've never been there. I'd love to go.
Oh, you should. I mean, partly because they get such good crowds. I mean, for the championship, they'll get 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, I think. And it's a lovely sort of. You can see the sea if you're up in the stands. You're near the sea. When we played in the sort of Scarborough Festival for these slight, I remember we played. Closey was captain, and he was desperate that we should all perform reasonably. And he tried to persuade us this was a first-class match, so the runs counted. But I don't think it was, and I think that's how we treated it.
Oh, 2 little fishes outside the off-stump in a row from Jake Ball.
And they'd have the brass band playing at lunchtime. It was good. It's a great venue.
Well, I was actually talking to my wife about Cheltenham yesterday evening, and Scarborough cropped up, and we've agreed in principle that we might go up there for a sort of visit while the festival is in progress.
Well, I think that's a very good idea, Steve.
Oh, he's bowled in. First wicket of the morning, so we aren't going to see Jake Ball swinging the bat.
No, well, maybe he should have swung more, but anyway, it's another wicket for Cook. He's got 3. I don't think it's an insult to Jake Ball, but he barely celebrated. But it does count as 1 wicket. It could have been. It counts the same as as if he got Virat Kohli out in the records. So Ball, one can say, had done his job last night briefly, and the game moves on. It's the second point for Essex.
Yeah, they'll be glad to have that in the bag.
As I said, Somerset, 11 overs to go before the 110 to get 48 to get another bonus point, which is not automatic. From Essex's point of view, just talking bonus points, they've got to get 3 wickets in 11 overs to get their third bonus point. But even though the bonus points matter clearly,
especially with the table so tight.
Yeah, but getting into position to win the game is even more important, or not lose it.
The 16 points, more important. Archie Vaughan is the new batsman.
Yeah, he's coming in at number 8. And look, there's a bat check. Just checking the width of the bat. I presume that becomes quite routine now, but that didn't used to happen. Perhaps Viv did have a wider bat than everyone else, I don't know. I don't think so.
So new over for Jamie Porter. That's a defensive stroke out of the coaching book.
Yeah. Well, Porter and Cook were just a little bit wayward yesterday, early on, as if, well, they hadn't been playing much red ball cricket, and almost like they were searching, and they overpitched quite a bit. And Thomas and initially Lammonby, there was a flurry of boundaries right at the start. Very unlike Porter and Cook, who were rock solid metronomes in many ways. And
single here for James Rue. It's nudged down to third man. Well, they've been carrying the Essex attack for a while, haven't they now? A few years.
Yeah, they have reached stalwart status, I think. A bit like, well, actually, I don't think they're as old as Overton and Gregory, but they are seasoned cricketers now, and well, Cook has still obviously got his international ambitions.
Not like John Lewis, I remember, who was with Gloucestershire for so long. I think George Dobell it was who said that he'd been bowling for Gloucestershire since the dawn of time. It's going to take a while for them to qualify for that. He was a splendid bowler, John Lewis.
Yeah.
Now director of cricket at Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
So back in harness with Mark Alleyne, whom he played alongside.
That's right, Mark. Mark would have captained him essentially, I think, in that time period.
Yeah.
And the roles are not exactly reversed, but he's director of cricket and Mark is head coach or something. Whatever.
Yep.
First team coach.
Head coach, I think.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say that, because John Lewis, in Mark Alleyne's book, which was being publicised at Cheltenham yesterday.
Which I've read and is very, very good, by the way. Go on.
John Lewis said that as a bowler, Mark made him feel he could do anything. And that's a great tribute to a captain.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Give your players confidence somehow. Sometimes it requires almost an element of deception. No, I'm not saying it did in this. Oh, that's a good ball.
He's bowling.
It's absolute. I didn't realise it hit the stumps, but that's it. It was a terrific delivery, and it's just clipped his off bail. Doesn't get. He never gets very far forward. He's come on. He has gone very quickly. Just have a look at this. It's almost a perfect ball. The only way you can hope to defend that is by actually getting a bit further down the pitch. But have a look at this. It's just left him a fraction off the pitch, but just look where his front foot is. It's barely out of the popping crease. I just think if you get a bit further down, you're more likely to get something in the way. Anyway, it's a good ball. And again, well, we talked about potential bonus points, etc. But 2 wickets have gone. Ball, lots of surprise, but Vaughan, that's a setback for him, who's struggled for runs a bit. think in many ways he's now become, at the moment, it can change, a bowling all-rounder. He has bowled well this year. In also, I think he bowled pretty well on the Metro Bank, and he's bowled some useful spells with a red ball. However,
brings in the skipper.
It does, and the game can twist and turn. 10 minutes ago, we were noting Somerset's strong position. Well, it's still a good position, but it's not quite as strong as it was. Gregory is not a bad man to have coming in at what is now number 9. But there's a fear of Rue getting a bit stranded, especially once Gregory gets out. If it is that way round. Anyway, good delivery though from Porter. Classic. Ball that just left the new batsman.
It did just what it needed to do, didn't it? A little bit of movement. It's played solidly enough by Lewis Gregory. Gregory at number 9 is a bit of a rarity.
Well, it's partly
the night watchman.
Night watchman induced.
But he's another all-rounder. Talking about Archie Vaughan being, at the moment, more of a bowling all-rounder. I remember asking Lewis quite a few years ago, he got 100 at Hove, the game I was covering, and I asked him how he saw himself as a bowler who bats or a batter who bowls.
And what did he say?
He was very clear, batsman who bowls, at the time.
How long ago was that?
10 years.
Yeah. Well, he played, I think he captained England under 19s, Lewis Gregory, and at that time he was, I think, regarded as a batsman who bowled. He was batting in the top 6.
He was ready to go for a single there, but Rue sent him back. I think it would have been a bit risky.
Well, Gregory's reached a stage too that too many quick singles are not necessarily good for him, and he's just doing a few stretches as we speak. And he's had as ever a busy time. He's been almost a regular in the 100 team.
To the 400 figure, you feel they need a contribution from this partnership.
Oh yeah, definitely. But also, I don't think that's their highest priority. The way, I mean, it's early days in this day, but I think their goal A is to try and win the game. So even if Somerset with 395 for 7 at 110 overs, with power to add, that would be their preference. Well, they'd be reasonably happy with that. I know we've got to squeak out every point, but get in the strongest possible position to win this game. And just at the moment, it's a very good start by the Essex stalwarts. Cook, Porter, given absolutely nothing free.
At that.
In one sense, it's quite encouraging. There's still a bit of movement there of some sort.
When they get to bowl.
Yeah, but they're right on the money at the moment, Cook and Porter.
Yeah. Searching examination.
Yeah.
Got a bit of cloud cover at the moment. It's a pleasant day here at Taunton. Some sunshine around. Oh, again, a play and a miss. This is good stuff from Essex.
Yeah. Well, round the wicket, just a flicker of movement away from the left-hander there. Is there? Yeah, I think just a bit. He wasn't quite there to drive, especially if it moved. So Rue has yet to impose himself.
Again. And is that dropped?
I'm not sure it carried, but we'll check it out. But
it was close to carrying.
It was close, but just partly through player reaction. There's not that much pace in this pitch. We'll have a look now.
Simon Harmer, I think, is the man at second slip.
Let's see. I don't think it's going to carry. I still don't think it's going to carry, and it doesn't carry.
Watching from this end, it's hard to
yeah,
tell
it is,
immediately.
Yeah. In fact, the biggest clue was player reaction, in that they were all pretty laid back about it.
Yeah, Simon Harmer did remain on his knees for a while.
Yeah.
But not in imprecation.
No. But so there isn't that much pace in this pitch, but there is just a little bit of movement. Ball still relatively new, and we're seeing some high-class bowling. No freebies. Conservative field, just the two slips. They're just keeping the pressure on.
Quarter again then. That's more solid from Gregory. Yeah, Taunton is in shade at the moment, but parts of the Quantocks are bathed in sunshine, which rather emphasises the lack of rain that there's been up there.
Brown fields. Green trees, just about brown fields. A little bit of rain up there yesterday when we were playing, actually. We were lucky to get away without any rain at all. We could see it raining up under Quantocks.
It was an absolute deluge at Cheltenham just after lunch.
So it's quite a slope at Cheltenham too. It's sort of cascading down the ground,
pouring off the marquee.
Yeah.
It was tough on the ground staff actually, because they you can only get the covers on in so much amount of time, and it was already hosing down on them as they wheeled them out. Then you've got to get the hose pipes out and all that, and there was no further play after that yesterday.
He was come up to Gregory, because I'm sure prior to that Gregory was batting outside his crease. We've had 5 runs in almost 25 minutes and 2 wickets.
Essex have a bit of a stranglehold on the session at the moment.
They do, and it's one of the beauties of the game, of course, that the balance can switch really quite quickly. Yesterday, run scoring seemed very straightforward for most of the time. Just at the moment, it seems practically impossible. It's not doing that much, but they're bang on target, Porter and Cook. I bet, I mean, he won't be saying this, but I bet Tom Wesley is wondering, well, why didn't he bowl like this yesterday morning?
After he'd won the toss.
Yes. Yeah. But as I say, there's an element of deception in captaincy. I mean, you talk about Mark Allay making John Lewis feel he could bowl, do anything. Sometimes, even in your heart, I've had this my brief experience, I can remember it now, even if in your heart of hearts you do have some reservations about the quality of your bowler, you somehow got to disguise those. Yes, you can do this, you're the man. That's beautiful. I do remember sitting with Kevin Shine when he was either the head coach here or bowling coach, and he was purring about one of our recent recruits, the fast bowler. Look at that, see that shape, see that pace off the wicket. That's fantastic. He said, someone give me the bowling figures. And it was something like sort of 11 overs, no maidens, 0 for 57. Well, it may look lovely, but look at that. So there is a balance to be struck somewhere along the line. Still, that felt like another maiden. In fact, he's bowled 8 maidens, Porter. It's not unprecedented, but once he gets in a rhythm, you've got to take the initiative against him and take a few risks if you want to score runs quickly. And Cook's in rhythm too.
Good firm defence to the first ball of the over. James Rue has scored 2 of this morning's 4 runs. Jake Ball got the other 2, and that's it. That's all we've had.
Oh, yeah, that's 5. We've got to get to 5. It was 3:48 overnight.
Oh, a single then.
Yeah.
Beg his pardon.
Yeah, I think Ball got 3, to be fair to him. There was an inside edge tickle.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But it's not very many.
No. Just used his feet a little bit there, but to no avail. Just shuffled down the pitch.
The umpire is...
What's he looking at there?
He's got his foot on the bopping crease at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just... I suppose he's just in discussion with Gregory about something, but I think it's just a conversation rather than a problem, I presume. No one's bowled over the wicket much from that end yet.
That's a nicely timed stroke, which will give Rue a bit of confidence. Just a single in it. Went sweetly off the bat, but there was protection out at deep mid-wicket.
So the wicketkeeper, who was standing up to Porter when Gregory was on strike, is now going to do the same for Cook, who is 4 or 5 miles an hour quicker, I'd say, but Gregory likes to bat out the crease against this type of bowling, which makes absolute sense. So Pepper has come up to the stumps, put his helmet on, and Gregory's got to retreat a bit. A few adjustments to the field. Oh, another one. Another run. Not off the middle of the bat.
They're all welcome.
Well, yeah. I don't think Somerset are going to be too bothered about that 4th batting point. I think they're more concerned of trying to get through this opening spell and the expectation that it might be a bit easier if ever the bowling's changed.
Just Miguel Pretorius and Jack Leach to come.
Yeah, Pretorius not in vintage form in 2026, I think it's fair to say.
Appeal, but not unanimous.
No, hopeful rather than expectant.
Jack Leach got runs in the Lewis Gregory testimonial a couple of days ago.
Well, I don't know who comes in next. I would have thought
I would
it's
say
not.
Jack
It's
Leach.
not Leach. I would have thought at the moment it's Leach. Pretorius, he seems to have just lost it a bit with the bat. He's still.
Yes, he didn't contribute.
Well, he hasn't contributed
on Wednesday.
He hadn't contributed, as far as I can recall, since about April the 10th. I mean, we love him dearly, but his batting was always entertaining. I mean, in his first year, he's got a stack of runs by just watching the ball and smashing it, really. Great eye, but that's deserted him a bit. Specsavers, that's what he needs, I think. They're both padded up. I don't think it's going to be so subtle as they want to keep the left-hand, right-hand combination going. So, but I may be wrong. I don't know. There was a bit of a flurry, 2 wickets falling quickly, and not much happening since.
Pete Trigo has appeared behind us, so I think we should bring him in. Half an hour's play gone. I'm happy to make way.
Okay, well, I know we've got Dong coming at 12. And I think Trigo and Topley is a
absolutely
formidable combination. I mean, there's a lot of gentle away swing going on there.
Yeah, you know.
Oh no, not gentle. I mean, cunning. Cunning.
Keep mentioning the testimonial. You know, we had a Court Trigo bowled Farrell on Wednesday.
Well, I expect Farrell was terrified. Oh no, a Court Trigo bowled Farrell.
Yeah.
Oh right, what's he bowled? Well, I mean, that's notable. I imagine, though, I don't know much about Owen Farrell, but I imagine he's not the sort of bowler you want to drop a catch off, really. You see quite. Yeah, but on the field, he looks quite a fierce character. So, anyway,
Well,
Trigo doesn't drop catches anyway.
He doesn't, and we had every confidence that it would be held, unlike earlier when there were 3 rugby players converging under a ball. It was a skier that hung in the air for ages.
Well, you think someone would have got up and marked it, wouldn't you?
Nobody called for it, as far as I could tell, and it just fell between the 3 of them. Anyway, Triggs is going to come in and join you, Vic.
Yeah, well,
I think that's the sensible.
Okay, well, there's a
way
natural
forward.
pause because they needed a cobbler. There was something wrong with Porter's boot. Something stuck amid his stumps. Oh, hang on. False alarm. You've got a new vehicle over here, we do there. Thunderbirds have gone, is it?
Yeah, Thunderbirds are go, Vic. I've decided to get myself something a little bit more sensible.
Right.
I can fit the cricket and golf kit in at the same time. So
Right.
happy days.
Jolly good.
Happy days. Well, what a
Turn around, really.
scrap back. Yeah, I mean,
They bowl beautifully, haven't they?
yeah, the reason why everyone always talks about the Essex bowling attack, really. I mean, it's renowned for being incredibly miserly in terms of runs, Harmer's quality as well, and I think there was quite clearly a bit of a blip in that first session, certainly the first hour where Somerset sort of got away.
I know.
I don't think anyone would have bet on 80 runs in that first hour, but quality bowlers, they always come back, and the figures now, look at Porter's runs per over, you're 2 for 48 off just touching 24 overs, and Sam Cook, every chance that even not at his best is going to pick up a 5 for, but he can't bowl those long half volleys to James Rew, and what a beautiful shot that is through the covers.
Well, I think amid very, very little competition, that's the shot of the morning. And it's also the first time.
Did Master Ball not deliver any expertise?
No,
any
he
excellence?
didn't. He didn't. We were disappointed, really, because we thought he might come out swinging, but he came out trying to bat like Jeff Boycott, really.
Well, I think there's...
And he got a nice 2 wide mid-on once he established there was a run or 2 there. And then he was bowled on the defensive by Cook.
Well, I think there's a nice segue there to the batting woes of Miggy Pretorius. I think it looks, because he came in so, a bit of long handle, stand and deliver, very effective down the back end, number of 50s and very good contributions. And I think almost like what I felt with Steve Kirby when he was batting towards the tail. He was always at his most susceptible after he peeled off a couple of nice shots and he started to think of himself as a batter. Well, and then all of a sudden things used to go astray. It's almost like, Miguel's obviously had a lean run of runs. Just stand and deliver. Go back to...
Well, I don't know, but my impression is that's what he's trying to do, but he can't. I don't know. I mean, the one person I remember expressing that very nicely was Mark Wood, who's got a great eye, and he got a lovely 25-30 in a test match. And he candidly said, trouble is, I can't believe that, trouble is, he said, once I've hit a couple in the middle, I think I'm Don Bradman. Which, anyway.
Well, Porter's just strayed offline there and very much Bradman-esque. Nice little bit of touch there from James Rew, working that down fine of that fine leg fielder, picks up the second boundary of the over. And a little bit more reminiscent of yesterday morning's bowling. A little bit two sides of the wicket and just not quite finding that right length, but I'm sure the quality of Porter and Cook, even though Cook's off now and Shane Snater's coming into the attack, who actually bowled superbly patches yesterday, in particular just 3 or 4 overs before he bowled that beauty to Tom Abel, beat the bat a number of times, gets a nice little natural away movement from the right-hander. And good to see the keeper up trapping Lewis Gregory in his crease, who we know likes to use his feet. Yeah, I think with I think on top of the you know, those positive players, you know, those batters down the order that can give it a bit of long handle. When they start to bat, it's not necessarily that they look massively different. I think it's more of an upstairs mental thing where they're not committed to the aggressive shots like they were previously.
Yeah. Well, it's got to the stage now where, I mean, he has had a bit of a horror run with the bat, that you can sense he's not actually, his self-belief has evaporated a bit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Alongside those watching as well, actually. He doesn't really think he can do it. He's caught betwixt and between a bit.
It's definitely an upstairs thing. He's a big lad. He delivers a nice full face to the bat. I just think it's that upstairs commitment to have the confidence just to whack the ball back over the bowler's head. That suits him. He's a brilliant cricketer. He's a fantastic bowler. He's wholehearted, which is why the Somerset fans love him so much. Just needs to find that mojo with the bat again. Lewis Gregory just picked up a few runs through the offside there.
But sort of a slap, wouldn't it, really?
A false shot. I think it was just looks like it maybe just held in the pitch a little bit. He threw the shot a little bit early. But Lewis Gregory, we know how good he can be when he gets his eye in. It's a very good tactic, I think, from Essex to take the option of him walking down the wicket, which I know he would do quite often against bowlers of this pace. Good fight back from Essex. Somerset really were probably turning up and preparing themselves to pitch something north of 450, I would imagine.
Well, they would obviously have thought too that a fourth batting point is well within our compass, but as it happens, they've been so miserly and they bowled very well that I don't think they're bothered about that fourth batting point, and I understand that. Harry would be going berserk, I think, because he likes his batting points.
Playing the longer game is definitely you'd think would be the sensible plan. Lewis gets a little bit deceived there by a bit of away movement, but adjusts his hands very nicely. Yeah, very sort of one-day cricket-esque, that, isn't it? Just to run it off the face. Very intentional and well played in the end.
Just thinking about that equation, it's 30 before 400, and there are 2 overs to go. I mean, if it was a T20, it wouldn't be a problem, but it's not.
Well, it's on. I think you've probably got to see how the next 3 overs go, just batting as you are. If you pick up a couple of boundaries and maybe it's 1 over of 10-12, you might have a little go for it. But I think Somerset have got to be thinking the long game here.
Yeah, they're better to get. It's better to be 450 all out and 120 overs than 400 all out in 109.9 overs, I think. Do you see what I mean? That extra 50 runs could be critical in the match.
Absolutely, but I think Somerset bowlers across the board, whether you bowl seam or spin, will be quite buoyed by certainly the second new ball period, where the ball
just
noticeably moved around against very, very set batsmen. I think Henry Nichols' delivery that nipped back sharply and bowled him, you know, a very, very fine player on 96, had to be a good ball. Abel's delivery, I think, was absolutely superb from Snater and Archie Vaughan as well. That ball just nipped away, so there's definitely enough there to keep the Somerset bowlers very interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think all those three can think, well, you know, it was a good dismissal in the sense that it was a good delivery that they couldn't quite defend. I always think with Archie, he doesn't get anywhere forward when he's defending, or he doesn't actually move forward much at all.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether if you're further down the pitch trying to defend that, you might get something in the way and might not be LBW. I don't know.
Well, I think I'd be amazed if it isn't in the development plan with Archie's batting, but in a lot of ways it doesn't look like it is. He doesn't really command his space and he gets stuck on the crease, and that dismissal, whether it be a nick off or a bowled, all one, you're kind of susceptible to LBW bowled and nick off when you get stuck on the crease like he does. And I think it's happened too many times that makes me think that is it being worked on, because it's clearly something that he needs to work on. You know, when the ball is rising at him, he's a very natural puller, puncher off the back foot. But that area that most English bowlers bowl, he seems to not quite work out how to get his feet moving. And I know, obviously, when you're on naught, I mean, your feet are never working brilliantly.
No.
But that's when you really need to work some sort of getting in process. Little inside edge there from James Rew and Jamie Porter, another injury towards fine leg. Not a bad delivery, maybe a fraction too straight, but again, nicely played there with a little deft touch. Yeah, I was just talking about it next door, and you think that the hyper example of someone that early on in innings really commanded his space in terms of his footwork was Nick Compton. I think he's probably one player that I think he probably had one of the best forward defences that I've ever seen, actually. I mean, he was that period where he scored boatloads of runs and got into the England team. I'd use the word smother. He used to smother the ball, and I don't expect someone to go from a short step to that enormous step, but somewhere in the middle, I think, is where he needs to find himself. As quickly as possible.
He got a good stride in, and there's a different. It's not just getting a good stride in, because you've got to get your legs in the right place, otherwise you're getting all tangled up, aren't you?
Well, it's like Robbo would always describe it as if you don't move your feet or you don't come forward, you're giving the ball chance to do something, to move more. And Compo, you know, he was phenomenal early on in his innings. He would almost lunge at the ball, and I certainly wouldn't recommend that. But you know, he was brilliant at sort of negating any little seam movement that could get you LBW or nick off, and yes.
And the great players manage it too. I mean, Compton was a great player, but he was hard to get out. But I remember watching. Well, you'd have probably played with him, but Ponting had a big stride when he was defending. I mean, and to go even Tendulkar, who's a little man, he's just exploring those fine boundaries rather well.
Yeah, it's a dozen runs that the bowler will feel a little bit aggrieved to have let slip, but James Rew's very happy there. He's moving on nicely. He's on 40 now.
It's fascinating. Sometimes, obviously, we're in the absolute pole position to watch here, but just occasionally I've been in press boxes that are dead square. And the one thing you do pick up in a way that you don't necessarily do from behind the bowler's arm is that footwork and how far someone is defending, how far forward they're getting to defend the odd ball.
Well, I think the conversation that I would hope is happening with Archie, who's a seriously talented player. We know that. We've seen when he gets himself going, he's a brilliant player. Obviously, he's done brilliantly with his bowling. A great foil for Leachy up the other end. Is the question, and often when you find, you know, what should be top order batters getting stuck on the crease, the question is also, are you, and you'll understand this phrase, sweating on the short ball? Are you either nervous about it, or are you looking for it to score too often? And I think the better players, they always opt for the forward position early on in the innings, and I always describe it as if someone bowls a short one to you, you just deal with it, you know, tuck it off your hip, duck it, whatever you need to do to sort of get through it. Because the important thing, as Boyks would say, anyone can get me out until I've got 20, but then I'm in, and just feel like him having an understanding of why he's so trapped on the crease would be
well, he is another good example. He would defend positively, differing Boycott. I remember playing against him, not a big man, but he would have a significant stride in when he was defending. I think it's harder for the modern player, because I think the instinctively attacking player will move his feet more positively when he's looking to hit the ball. But if he thinks, I'm here, I've got to stay in, because of the way he's sort of conditioned, the footwork is never as positive in defence, whereas Boycott would be positive in defence, in the sense that he would smell the ball. You know.
But Boycott was, you know, with his hunger for runs, I would imagine, probably spent a lot of time cherishing his defensive play. And I think in the modern game there's probably a high chance with the amount of one-day cricket played that a lot of practice is done on the sixes and fours, and not so much around your technique. But it's somewhat frustrating as a Somerset fan, and obviously see Archie around.
We want him to do
top
well.
man. Obviously, we all want him to do well, and it just seems like it gets frustrating when you see just a consistency of a position that gets you into trouble. And I think not only does it need to be fixed, I think it could be moved. And what you say about positivity as well, when you are looking to be positive, even hitting your defensive shot, it's a positive message that just goes through your body. It gets everything moving, and I always slightly fear for young batters who look like they're just trying to survive. But you'll get it.
Well, having said all that, it was a very fine delivery, but you've got to find you can't be bowled by that delivery every time. You've got to find a way. You're going to get some good deliveries at this level. Anyway, 380 for 7. There's just been a little flurry, so that we're now in that sort of do we, don't we?
And we have a milestone. I think James Rue has just ticked past a career milestone. I saw a graphic up there. 4,000 first-class runs
already.
In a very short space of time.
Oh, goodness, already 4,000.
13, 14 first-class hundreds already. And no doubt he's had recognition at the highest level, and hopefully that will
Well, I hope
continue. He'll get his chances, no doubt.
I would hope so. I mean, we were mentioning yesterday that they're currently, as Cook and Rue, both technically, I suppose, could be members of the One Test Wonder Club, which there is, a little one-day wonder club, but they won't want to stay there very long, and hopefully both of them, I think, will play more Test cricket. Hello, that shows a bit of quite like we still haven't quite forsaken the notion of getting 400. He's not usually that keen on the old quick single. I don't fancy Gregory nowadays, but he's zipped down there.
Well, it's going to take an obvious upshift in gears. I think we'll get a good indication in the next over with Sam Cook replacing Jamie Porter. That little flurry of edges that found the boundary has certainly put it inside. 19 runs off 18 balls. If this was a one-day game, you would be very, very confident.
Yeah.
It's just the risk of, like you say.
Yeah, they're having a chat. Gregory and Rue are having a chat, and we'll see what they do. I think it depends. I mean,
just that risk of blowing out the ultimate goal, which is to win the game sometime on day 4. I think that's probably what's going through the mind. But it's great, actually, that the captain's out there, and he'll no doubt make that decision. I think it's slightly curtailed what Lewis would naturally do with the keeper being up.
He can't run at the. He would normally consider running at someone like Cook. Depends a bit how Cook bowls, really. I think. Yeah. They see that's bang on target.
Yeah, not much he can do with deliveries like that without taking a huge risk. That's fresh back from the 100, so I'm sure he's been doing plenty of range hitting. Maybe he backs himself just to need 18 off the last over.
Well, he is an amazing striker. I've seen him. Well, we've all seen him against a white ball do some astonishing things towards the end of an innings. However, hit that for 6 if you can. It's well taken too. Did he take that cleanly?
He did, and had the bails off in a flash. That's a serious delivery. Great bit of
when it must have gone over the stumps, I think. I don't quite know how it didn't hit him. Just missed off stump. It's a good ball though.
Well, Somerset seamers
What's
take
it doing?
There's definitely a bit there.
There is. I'm surprised. They're good bowlers, man.
Yeah, I think on pitches like this where there's that little bit of hold and nip in the wicket, the man that's missing out due to the birth of his first child, Craig Overton, would be obviously pretty handy on this surface. Ball, Pretorius.
Ball, Pretorius, Gregory. They're the main men with seam. Lammonby, I would always give Lammonby a go if there's movement, especially if there's movement in the air. Just to have a little look at that.
Well, you look through the lineup, and it's only really James Root that doesn't bowl, but that's because he's got the keeping gloves. But he does actually bowl really nice left arm.
Well, we've
spin,
established that. Yeah,
there are lots of options for Lewis Gregory if someone doesn't quite.
We don't know about Henry Nicholls, really, do we? We've got not much form on Henry Nicholls, what his bowling capacity is, but we don't mind too much. He's done a good job already.
For the narrative, let's assume he's a gun bowler. He has bowled a grand total in his relatively long career of 41 deliveries, and he's wicketless. So,
okay, well,
he can take the gloves when Rumi bowls.
Yeah. Yeah. I think this over has kind of put the kibosh on the 400, but I'm not worried. Oh, he just keeps beating the bat. What a very fine over.
He's certainly
for no reward.
Got it talking. What's that? A 28 overall ball as well. So again, all the signs are this is going to be a very good cricket pitch, as well as the game that we might have. Two very well balanced sides on paper. They look like quality teams, quality throughout the batting and bowling lineups. Well, it looks like they've got a surface appropriate for it.
Well, let's hope so. I mean, on the evidence of this morning, the ball has beaten the bat really quite frequently. Good players too have been beaten in a way that surprises me, because usually it kind of gets better on day two, doesn't it? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously associate seam movement with live grass, don't you? But maybe the fact that the wicket's undoubtedly going to be drier than normal, there's just a little bit of a holdy nip to it. It does look like a lot of the balls that have beat the bat. If you think back across the 108 overs we've seen, a lot of LBW shouts bounced too high, but that one hasn't.
He walked for that, you know. He just about walked. Let's have a look. We'll see why in a second. That must have kept a bit low and jagged back, I reckon. And he was slightly stuck on the crease, but let's have another look.
I think I've commentated curse myself. I was just saying that most of the LBW... Oh, that's absolutely...
you got to walk for that.
Stone dead. Yeah, I was just about to say, and it's still right, but there have been a lot of LBW decisions turned down because of height. The ball sort of nipped and bounced at the same time, and right on cue, Lewis gets the old sharp shooter. If you're a player in Somerset and have played at Cheddar Cricket Club.
Well, I haven't played at Cheddar Cricket Club, but I'm quite pleased I haven't by the looks of it.
It's one of my fond memories of Joss Butler coming into the Somerset team, being local to each other. You know, my team would have played against Cheddar, Yatton, Nailsy, Congsbury, all those teams, and we used to always laugh if he ever got a decent ball in first class cricket when he started playing. It was like he'd come into the dressing room, sharp shooter, Treeks.
Sharp shooter. Well,
Leachy is out there, and there is a relieved man in the commentary box. Jack Leach is fit to bat and bowl after the near miss of yesterday.
Well, it's
the day before.
I'm sure he's been in vintage form this year, but we'll see. Comes in at 10. His job, just for the moment, forget about 400, is to...
Oh no, PTSD.
Here he goes again. Oh dear. Ow. He's trying not to show pain. It's clearly hurting.
I turned round to the rugby players at some point and did a bit of a Mario Balotelli. I said, why always me? Something always goes wrong.
It's like Kevin Peters. It's very hard being me.
Woe is me.
Anyway, yeah, Jack's out there.
You mentioned it yesterday, Vic, and it was something that I had a little bit of a bee in the bonnet about. I think I'm right in saying 100% of balls to left-handers from around the wicket.
I know.
By right-arm bowlers. Not as even in that long, chunky partnerships throughout the innings. Not one bowler thought to just try the angle to bring the slips.
It's
into play.
amazing, isn't it?
I found it really strange.
Yeah. I mean, I can't. I mean, obviously this is the trend. My only thought was that, and I base this a bit on my own bowling towards the end of my career for some reason. You've got to be able to do it properly. You've got to be able to bowl from either side of the wicket. But just towards the end of my career, I found it really quite, for some reason, quite difficult to bowl round the wicket to a right-hander, which an off-spinner needs to do, especially if it's spinning.
That right hip
I don't
losing
know.
a bit of energy to get round.
Well, it might have been that, but I never analysed it sufficiently. But so all I'm thinking is that they've lost confidence about bowling a good line and length from over the wicket to a left-hander. But I mean, it was so basic.
Most right-hand bowlers would have had their whole upbringing in cricket
Yeah,
bowling.
I know.
Over to a
I
left.
know.
It's just an angle that naturally, you know, if the wicket or ball isn't doing too much, you've got a natural angle to bring your slips into play.
Well, you've got that, and if it does swing, you've got that LBW prospect. Someone like you would have got quite a few LBWs, wouldn't you, to left-handers, when you just got a little bit of swing. They played around that front pad, up you go.
Well, it's the same angle as
the left armour.
Lefties are dangerous. You know that your shin is the most vulnerable part. I know because left-handed batters face so many right-hand bowlers, and obviously the other way round you don't get as much of it. So there's an unfamiliarity, I guess, about it. But it just seems strange to go through so much cricket in such a long period without taking one that not one of them just tried it.
Yeah. I absolutely agree. That's going to be one. I mean, there has been some sort of analysis, I know, and you probably do as well, that establishes that it is advantageous to be left-handed as an opening batsman. Mainly, I guess, because the bulk of opening bowlers are right-handed rather than left-handed, and in particular, the LBW becomes a less obvious means of dismissal, I suppose. But people somehow have established that left-handedness is an asset for
I think
an opening batsman.
There are. I think I've read that paper, or I don't know how scientific you can possibly be about that, but does seem to be someone who's probably of the Michael Monday mind, way smarter than us, Vic.
Yeah.
There is an angle. I think it's the amount of deviation the ball has to do to bring stumps into play and various other things. Yeah, it's definitely a thing. Or maybe left-handers just top draw. And if you're bored of all this round the wicket stuff, we've got other things going on at Taunton, like Shakespeare. Old Bill Shakespeare, bringing one of his plays down to Taunton, Sunday the 13th of September at 3 p.m. Tickets on sale now, so a bit of bit of open air theatre, which I know would probably be more up Stephen Lamb's avenue than mine, I would suggest. But what do you think, Lammy? Are you familiar with As You Like It? All the world is a stage.
He's going to quote from it. He already has, and so have you.
That rings true for me.
All the men and women really players. This is Stephen
I think
feeding us some key lines. So it's a lot of players involved at County Ground. We've got some thespians.
Well, I think what threw me.
I think you should come.
I probably should broaden my horizons. I think what threw me, and maybe confused me somewhat, was the advert with the lady with the
moustache,
Poirot-like moustache.
Yeah, I mean that would get you here, wouldn't it? Possibly. Well, as you probably know, I mean Stephen will be our expert here, but there is plenty of scope for women dressed up as men in Shakespeare and so forth. Confusion of that ilk in his so-called comedies. I'm not going to dwell on that, though.
I'm going to plead the fifth on this one, I think.
And Stephen will probably give us 10 minutes on it later
We
on
will-
today
we will look-
if we go into a dull passage of play.
We will no doubt revisit that.
Yeah. Good shot for nothing there from Leach. He's due, Leach, I think, for a few runs in red ball cricket.
Leach, he shapes up really nicely. He's got that sort of grit, determination. I think a number of knocks for England, not just the famous one not out.
Well, the 90
The
one.
90,
Yeah.
narrowly missing out on his name up on the Lord's batting board. That would have been quite something. But I think he's done enough. He's starting to really, grow in confidence as a batter. And like I said, he shapes up nicely. He's got a nice technique, and he's also very nuggety as well. He will get stuck in, as we saw at Headingley.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. But it is weird that here he is. He's one of England's, well, he's certainly one of top spinners. He's got 130 odd Test wickets, for heaven's sake, which is up there with a lot of top spinners. And actually, when people who sort of skim through his career, he'll be remembered for his batsmanship for England, certainly at Headingley, and also, as you say, Lords.
Well, I like to think his days in an England shirt aren't over, because he's a superb performer.
But I haven't seen much of the Test matches going on, but I just saw the fact that the Pakistan left-arm spinner Usman has taken 5 wickets, and I've just glimpsed some of the dismissals, and it actually he got a spin, and I'm thinking, well, these are Leach-style balls, but we haven't got that option at the moment.
Well, I think they've missed him over his.
Don't quite know why he's been sort of
very strange,
put aside.
Very strange. I think it was.
Oh, crumbs! I don't know if he's running between the wickets much there, but it was all right. There's a bit of misfield, but he's stolen the bowling.
From what I understand, with some conversations with a golfing partner that I occasionally play golf with, it all stemmed from the preparation to tour Australia, and there was a preconceived idea that a spinner, to have success, must get bounced. Hence, obviously, Shoaib Bashir, because he's a very tall bowler, but then didn't play at all. But I hope his England days aren't over, because he's still got all the quality. And you think with spin bowling, batting, feel at his age as well as a spinner, those mid-30s, I think are great years. He's got all the experience, the skills. He's not charging in 30 metres to bowl, so physically not a problem.
Well,
let's hope.
There is still plenty of scope for hope. Curiously, we've got a new regime in charge. B, there are 6 championship matches going on, and
it hasn't
all
rained
the
for 2 months.
Well, it probably will during the championship matches, I expect. But there's a touring side to pick to South Africa, 3 tests in South Africa. It's not a great spin place to go and bowl spin, but nonetheless, I remember seeing Don Best get 4 or 5 at Port Elizabeth in an England victory. So there is scope there. And you would think that they might want to take, if you like, one out-and-out specialist spinner. And I suppose it's been Shoaib, actually, up to now. But they might go the other way. You need to look at the lineup too, the South African lineup. What have they got? Have they got a whole host of left-handers, or are they mostly right-handers? All those sort of issues about who's going to be.
I think the obvious way back in is a subcontinent tour, where really a head scratcher if he wasn't.
Yes. Yeah. When you need
in those squads, would they? I suppose he has retired now from multi-day cricket. Liam Dawson, would they potentially lean that way for batting? But that ship may have sailed.
Well, I mean, he's given up playing red ball cricket for Hampshire, and he had a bad Test match. Actually, he's a bit unlucky when he came. They brought him back, and Dawson's great strength is his absolute dependability, rock solid, sort of low risk spin.
Oh, Leachy. Leachy, bit of whip. Those hands fizzing through the ball, beating that backward point fielder before he moves on to 5.
And sadly for Dawson, it was the one game where England had a whole stash of runs spare, where you needed someone who was prepared to offer a bit more variety, experiment, and he just boom, 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 and no wickets came.
Well, it seems inconceivable that if you go to a venue that spins, Leachy,
Yeah.
Leachy's still, I think head and shoulders the best spinner.
I think,
in the country. So let's hope.
Well, let's hope. I don't think. I mean, they go to South Africa this winter, so I'm not sure there's much subcontinental stuff or any Red Bull continental stuff this winter. Which I know the main test series is just around after Christmas, and there are 3 tests in South Africa. Here's Don.
Well, while we hope Somerset are sneaking up to 400, it's going to be a few overs too late if and when they get there for that extra batting point. But as me and Vic guessed, really, that the long game was very much in the captain's mind, even though he got that nip back low scudder from Shane Snater to dismiss him for 11. We've still got James Rue there on 47.
I shall leave you in the hands of canny away swing bowlers.
Well, I'm looking forward to it because yourself and Lammy feel like the combination of me and Don was something that had to happen. Let's see, another beauty of a delivery there from Snater. Looks like that really did hold and bounce, nip away from Leach, something that I think will keep, as I keep saying, the Somerset bowl is very interesting for when it's their turn to bat. What a great comeback from the Essex bowling lineup in terms of the miserliness that you expect from the seamers, and obviously picking up those wickets as well. Probably staring down the barrel of 450 plus, and now they've got themselves into a really strong position where they'll fancy their chances.
Very disappointing day yesterday. Good morning. Trigo and Topley, it could be a set of seam bowlers or a very posh set of solicitors. Trigo and Topley.
Or a fashion show. I think it's got a ring to it.
I don't think anyone associates me with fashion. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Essex boys have fought back hard this morning after, and it was pleasing to see Rue. Rue, for me, has fought and battled. He hasn't looked particularly comfortable throughout his. He's got a couple of shots away this morning. Looked quite good, but he's battled hard, and I think that's really important in a young player's education.
Yeah, I mean, watching James Rue in his career from year dot, really, he instantly came into first-class cricket with a temperament you'd expect from someone in their mid-30s. He's always had a brilliant brain for the situation. He's scrapping, and I think there was one shot through extra cover, but the majority of runs have been somewhat false shots off the outside. There's a nice bit of touchdown to fine leg for a few boundaries, but it's very much been Essex bowlers on top, and you always expect quality bowlers to come back. And I think Porter, in terms of he's got a couple of wickets, his runs per over. Cook has just been progressively dragging those figures back to respectable. Wouldn't surprise me if he ends up with 5. He's certainly bowled enough decent deliveries, and Snater I think is almost copy and paste those two. It's been outstanding. I think the one surprise was 80 runs in the first hour of day one. I don't think that was on anyone's bingo card. And Harmer racking up 25 overs on day one. That was a bit of a surprise. But Somerset played well. Essex were just slightly off it that first session.
Won the toss. Sam Cook was my chap to interview last night. There wasn't too many forthcoming, really, as Cook comes round the wicket, and this is pulled by Rue down to fine leg for just the single. You've got a lot of left-handers in your lineup, and I thought it was quite sensible with Goldworthy coming in at 3 to break up those left-handers, and I felt that the left-hand right-hand combination, which I didn't enjoy as a bowler, that messed Essex up a little bit. What Somerset was so good at in that first hour, they jumped on any run-scoring opportunity, in particular anything that was full, and I think Essex conceded a few too many boundaries from very pitched up deliveries, and they truly were pitched up deliveries. So I thought Somerset jumped all over Essex, anything Essex offered, and we weren't particularly good. The left-hand right-hand combination also upset us a little bit, but I thought your debutant Harvey Nichols, Henry Nichols, Harvey to his mates. And
Good old Harv.
I thought his innings was really calm throughout the whole day.
Yeah, he was very well measured, what you expect with someone coming from the very highest level of the game, and a brilliant foil. I think, reflecting on what you said there, only got 20, but I thought Lammonby really set the tone.
Yeah.
He was brutal on anything. It was quite an unlucky dismissal, that one that hooked under the thigh pad back onto the stumps. Josh Thomas, no doubt the star of the show, but I think as a young opening batter, to have someone like Nichols is a great combination. And I think, again, you're right. There was a natural dovetailing of right hand, left hand, which can be something of a head scratcher for the bowlers. But one of the things we have spoken about a number of times is not one right-handed bowler, even in a period where there were no wickets looking like happening, not one of the right-handed bowlers bowled over the wickets with left-hander at any stage, which I found really quite.
I had this conversation on radio back in our day. You know, you're an experienced. Yeah, listen, I would look at a left-hander. And I didn't enjoy left-handers. I didn't. There was a chap called David Turner at Hampshire, a little short fella that I found quite difficult to bowl at, John Wright. But what I found is that I would only come round the wicket, not as a last resort, but as a late resort, because I was looking, and I would expect you to be similar.
I think we're in the same mental mould.
We've got an idea that if I'm swinging it into the left-hander, which is my natural arc, if I'm swinging it, I've got a chance of an LB. Or if I'm bowling relatively straight, I've got a chance of a bowled if he misses it. So coming round the wicket for me, it was just a little bit of a, well, not a defeatist, but it was a harder way to get a dismissal.
Yeah, it's certainly the modern way, as Harmer is into the attack now, replacing Shane Snater, who got the valuable wicket of Lewis Gregory there, the dependable Simon Harmer. He's got absolutely truckloads of wickets for Essex, 25 overs under his belt already, and very unusual to be a wicketless end column, as we say. 0 for 89 at the moment, but no doubt he'll be dangerous throughout the game. But I always think I'm very much in the same mould as you in terms of how I would look to get at a left-hander, shape the ball back in, and if it doesn't swing, the natural angle brings the slips into play, the outside edge. And I think we can blame Stuart Broad and David Warner.
Yeah.
Because I think that very famous amount of time, I think is he the what do they call him, in the pocket, the bunny sort of thing? I think Stuart Broad dismissed Warner more than any other.
That's right.
Batter versus bowler combination.
Yeah.
And I think it got into the psyche of a lot of the coaches, but it seems remarkable that you can go through a period of so many runs scored, so few wickets taken, and not at least give it a try. It was just a bit strange, but we are where we are.
Well, you wanted fashion, and it seems to be fashion and in vogue to bowl around the wicket to the left-handers. Josh Thomas, did you enjoy his knock? Because I believe last night at interview he thought that when he played Harmer, he was a little lucky at times. But you do have to be lucky against some of the greats if you're going to go and get 100. I thought he looked quite good yesterday.
Well, I think it is one of having a couple of sons, one of them playing in pathway cricket. I think it's one of the modern trappings, certainly for young batters, that you think everything needs to be perfect. And, many a run has scored, an extra cover drive, thick edge through mid-wicket for 4. And I think there's that, search for perfection and shots that get posted on Instagram. That's what a lot of young players seem to be quite motivated on. And I think he showed in that time where he felt like Harmer was on top of him, he was getting the ball to sharply spin away. He showed great temperament just to stick in the battle, and you obviously mentioned Rue. He's done the same today. This is the least fluent I've seen James Rue for a long time, but he's still out there. He's on 49. He's doing a great job for his team. So
absolutely, and it's something to do with kids as Cook continues from Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. There's an LBW shout, but going down for me.
There have been a number of close ones. My old roommate Ian Blackwell hasn't stretched the finger up too many times. Let's have a look on that replay. It did have a hint of swinging down on the line. It's certainly close.
Would you have been moaning?
Well, I think I was always going to moan if the umpire didn't give the decision that I wanted, but it's close. That's close.
You used to have many conversations with the umpire as a bowler. You know, you'd get to know many umpires standing with him as Cook bowls and played into the offside. Sensible cricket, quick single, and Leach responds to his partner's call. That's good cricket on Somerset's part there. But the umpires, not only do I wish I were happy to offer to carry their bags to their umpire's room in the morning.
Sensible.
I taught my son that one as well. But the important thing is you would have a chat with them. You don't want to upset them because it's human nature. You don't want to upset the umpire, but you'd say to him, where was that going? And they would just reply, missing.
Oh, the leading edge
out.
Should be out, will be out. Leach has played across that ball that looks like it just held its line. Sam Cook picks up his fourth. And almost as predicted, didn't bowl his best day one, but he's got a chance picking up a Taunton fifer. Leach will be disappointed with that. Somerset now 397 for 9, and that is massively under par considering the day one score.
We were chatting next door about that bonus point, and I remember a game between Essex and Lancashire years ago, actually at Lytham St Anne's, and Hussain and Stevenson. We didn't go for a bonus point, but we knew that we thought we needed a bigger total, and it wasn't worth the risk, and it was a bit of cat and mouse, and I thought that was interesting this morning. We were split in our commentary box about whether you should go for the bonus point, and I said I would rather get 440 and miss out on the bonus point. You're not going to get 440, but you know the key was, do you take the risk for that bonus point? What did you think at the time?
Myself and Vic were both in the long game camp, but then I think that was 5 overs out, and then I think 4 overs out. There were a couple off the outside edge that went for 4.
Yeah.
And then it was, I think, 19 off 18 balls.
And Cook came back from this end. He changed ends.
Now it looks like Somerset are going to get neither.
Yeah.
But hindsight's a great thing. But one thing that I think has somewhat played into the hands is, I think it's been brilliant. The keeper up to the stumps has really trapped, in particular Lewis Gregory, who loves using his feet to those sort of 80, 82 mile an hour sort of bowlers, negated that attacking option from him. But this, for me, is just a sign of Cook, Porter, Snater as a batter, young batters watching, and I'm sure the statisticians and coaches around the country, it's just the hyper example. If you allow these two to bowl at you and you don't challenge them, they're going to get you because they're very good at what they do. And I think that period that we're talking about, they were trapped in the crease. There weren't any aggressive shots being played. It all became quite defensive. They've made the decision to go for the long game and almost played into Cook, Porter and Snater's hands a little bit. But they've been exceptional, and what a turnaround for Sam Cook coming back from the Test squad, which is brilliant. Great from the ECB to release the players not playing to
all of them. Tass, Pope, Fisher, Cook. That's how it should be.
Yeah, especially with the long period, you know, during the Vitality Blast and the 100, not much first-class cricket played, and Sam Cook certainly looks like a bowler that thrives off plenty of overs.
I interviewed Cook last night. The Essex lads were really tired and jaded last night, though, and they were desperately disappointed. As Cook comes in, open face back, goes out to square cover where there's a scout, and they take the single. But Cook was saying he was surprised that the wicket didn't do a little bit more. It is a used wicket. There's certainly one end is a little bare as well, and it's got no pace. It surprised Essex that the wicket has not got much pace. They thought it would just do a little bit more off the tinginess of green, but he was obviously very blunt as well. We didn't get it right. We didn't bowl so well, and he was quite quick to not blame the schedule or the fact that they were playing all this white ball cricket. So listen, I give credit to Sam Cook. He fronted up and he was prepared to say we didn't get it quite right.
Yeah, I think within the two comments it sounds like he made, I think is the truth. And I think we've seen when you bowl the ball in the right area, there is plenty. There's been lots of player misses, and I think it was more mis-execution rather than the pitch not offering enough for the bowler. That's my assessment from up here, because we've seen a number of balls actually quite sharply nipped, so it is there, but you still got to bowl the ball in the right area.
The new ball will be crucial for Somerset, but there's a word of caution for the Essex batsmen here. As you've highlighted, it's still doing it a bit this morning. And this second new ball, which Essex have bowled very well with, they bowled better last night with that second new ball. Today they bowled well. But most importantly for me, the Essex batsmen, and in particular the top order, and I don't think you would have watched it because there was the Somerset corresponding fixture at Chelmsford where you demolished us, bowled well in the first morning. I was on comms, and it was Ball and Overton who bowled a fantastic spell, seriously high quality. Okay, and then Essex fought hard, and it got to 20 minutes before lunch. No disrespect, Lammonby came on. And look, he's a good third, fourth change, but your top order will be disappointed if you get out to him. And Lammonby picked up one down at fine leg, third man. He picked up 2 wickets, which were terrible dismissals, and so suddenly Essex were in the quagmire before lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a shame actually due to sort of injuries. If you have a look at the records, Abel and Lammonby were almost balanced the side brilliantly when they offered with the ball. I think Lammonby has had lower back issues throughout his young career, and it just has that knack. I mean, the phrase that you'll recognise, a bit of a golden arm, as we see Miguel Pretorius go for both versions of sweep. He's got the broom out. He's gone 1 to the leg side and 2 reverses. And finally, Miguel Pretorius, who's been returning binary numbers, has got himself to double figures.
He's averaging 5.
Remarkable, because he's such a clean striker. But I think me and Vic were talking about it. When he first came to Somerset, there was a complete commitment to aggressive batting, a bit of long handle. It's almost like this season he's tried to bat, and the brain and the technique hasn't synced.
Yeah.
But this is the Pretorius we want to see. Proactive, looking to score.
Well, Harmer would be very cheesed off by this, and he's blunted him there. But the typical South African normally is go big, go home.
Well, he's gone big in the wrong way, Harmer. He's brought up every bowler's nightmare, the Gallon, the no-wicket Gallon. Vic have had a couple of those in his time. Not many, though.
Yeah. It's interesting, Simon Harmer. He's got an extremely busy winter. Simon Harmer will be finishing the English season, jetting off to Australia. South Africa are in Australia, I think, for 3 tests. Then he goes to Bangladesh, which he naturally will play, November, December. And then South Africa host England in the Highveld for the test before Christmas and the test after, Pretoria and Joburg. And then there's Cape Town, and then the SA20 in January. So Simon Harmer's got a very, very busy winter.
What a life, though.
Oh,
what
absolutely,
a life.
Absolutely.
Well, the rest of us will be getting the old cagoules out. Raining, freezing cold here in the UK. All those top quality bowlers, cricketers travelling the world. Lots of cricket, whether you play in international cricket or the franchise stuff there. Yes. It's very much a 12-month-a-year game, no matter where you're from in the country now. Just a reminder that John Bishop, the comedian, is coming to Taunton as we watch this delivery from Sam Cook, hunting a Taunton fifer. It's definitely a thing that bowlers that don't play Taunton as their home ground aspire to pick up. They are rare as hen's teeth for the seamers.
Yes.
And Sam Cook, after having an indifferent, let's say, first day, he's got 4 for 90. He's bowled really well.
Yeah, he certainly has today. Yeah. As I said, he was on interview and he was desperately disappointed. They were all quite tired last night. Even the fielders in this Essex side, they were tired. But he was blunt and honest on interview, which was good to hear. You know, you don't, as a fella that commentates on the team, you want to be honest. And, you know, I wanted him to tell the story rather than me direct it at him and him saying yes, no. Sam was very, very good.
Well, Anthony next door normally goes a different route. He likes to tell the players that they've been terrible and they have to own up to it. Is that right?
Yeah. A very analytical mind, Anthony.
No,
but
it's fantastic. Love listening to Anthony Gibson. He's next door with the BBC at the moment. I'm sure he's enjoying the cricket as ebbing and flowing as it always does here at Taunton.
I had a great mate who's a Somerset fan. You've actually met him over the years. A chap called David Franks, from my school days. And because Essex were here and I was down here, he hired a box. And he was over in the...
Is that the Ondarchie Pavilion?
Ondarchie Pavilion yesterday, and they enjoyed themselves very much, especially with Somerset's performance and the batting. And they had an absolute ball of a day, the 15 of them. And I've just had a message from them this morning, and of course they're not here, so they said the Somerset
is he recovered?
favourite fan. Yeah, they had a late night curry in Taunton. And it was a very authentic, very special curry, I must say. It was lovely. One of the best curries I've ever had. So they had a great day, and he's contacted me this morning, of which he said, clearly you're missing the Somerset favourite sons to come and support. And I said, thank goodness the Essex boys have turned up.
Well, it's certainly been pulled back to something like a... par situation. I'd say Somerset would probably be pretty happy with 413 on the board. You never really know until both sides are batted, but Essex have fought really hard. They were staring down the barrel of a massive score and have got the chance of dismissing Somerset before lunch, which I don't think they would have expected. Just another reminder that John Bishop is coming to Taunton Friday the 11th of September at 6 p.m. You can access the tickets through our social media channels, and I believe they're over 80% sold, so don't leave it too much later as you see a bit of sharp spin. Yeah, if you pop on to the Somerset social media pages, not only could you purchase tickets, but there is a chance to win a couple as well, which would be absolutely fantastic. So please take a look at that. Win a night out at the Cooper Associates County Ground, open air comedy, John Bishop and a few of his colleagues. I'm sure that'll be a great night here.
Armour's extracting a little bit of turn here. We've seen one turn and bounce yesterday. That's a little bit quicker, stopped by Walters at slip. But the interesting thing, you know, as much as we're pleased to see Essex perform and bowl better this morning, word of caution, they're going to have to battle hard because the new ball is still doing it, and we've seen this Essex second ball, it's continued to do it, and it'll probably only increase in turn, and a few more deliveries may keep a little bit lower in due course. So there's a word of caution. They can't go out there and just bat. They've got to apply themselves, be resilient, diligent, patient, and make sure they have a strong, decent defensive technique as well in this opportunity where they're going to have an opportunity to bat probably after lunch.
Yeah, well, Somerset are going to be feeling pretty good about themselves, and I suppose in the Somerset camp, a couple of wickets from the seamers and then unleash Jack Leach, because one of those old phrases, you only need one to spin, especially as a left-arm spinner, and Leachy, as soon as he turns one, has an incredible knack of honing in on that front shin. Pretorius is pulled the long handle out. That's what the Somerset fans want to see. Didn't quite get hold of that one, but the size and strength of him, when he does, normally ends up in the River Tone.
Yes, I've Mr. Botham's hit me there a few times.
Yeah, he could strike a cricket ball.
Cool. And Arthur Wellard in 1985, single there for Pretorius, smartly taken actually into the offside, off the back foot, waited for the off-spinning ball. 85, he beat Arthur Wellard's sixes. Vic played in the game, and he hit his 99th and 106th of the season off me. One went into the River Tone, and the other one went over the River Tone.
There are a few nice solid chunks of leather in the Tone, absolutely.
Yep.
We always used to say when the one-day games were on, when the world went mad with health and safety, we should alert the Taunton Canoe Club to make sure they put the tin hats on.
Yes. Oh, that's it. Lovely. Thank you for having me.
Been a pleasure.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to watch the Essex boys fight back this morning. So pleasingly, Somerset shouldn't get a few more, but they've batted well so far in their first innings with a Centurion and the debutant, and even Tom Abel looked good.
Yeah, he did look very good. Took a decent ball to get him out, but it's been an absolute pleasure, Don. I believe you're busy, I don't know, catching up. Well, your mates have gone, haven't they? But
they're not here today.
I'm sure Anthony will need your assistance at some stage. But thanks
Thank
for
you.
joining us. Been an absolute pleasure. Look forward to doing it again sometime.
Thanks very much.
Somerset 4-19. This last wicket partnership. How many can they eke out? Somerset opting with 4 overs of the 110 for the bonus points to go for the long game. Looked like it was going to be a little bit of a mistake. Somerset neither getting the big score or the extra bonus point, but a nice little partnership here will make Somerset feel pretty happy. And there's plenty of lateral movement available to the seamers. Very nice to see Miguel Pretorius get some runs on the board. It's been an unusually lean season for him batting wise. Obviously always very consistent with the ball, but he's been super valuable down the end of the innings, doing what he's doing today. James Ruse played beautifully, and as Don rightly said, has scrapped hard for his 53 runs. As I welcome Stephen Lamb back into the chair.
Yeah, it's a nice little partnership, this, isn't it? 22 so far, and what a lovely cameo of sweeps from Miguel Pretorius. We're talking about him not having been in the best of batting form so far this season.
Yeah, it's been straight. I think there's a I'm going to go out there with an intent to score shift in mentality.
Yeah.
There's only so many times you can sort of prod at the ball and nick one that someone of his stature as well gets a bit annoyed, and I think we're seeing the Miguel Pretorius that we love to watch is again forcefully brings that back down in that swinging arc, not completely perfectly timed, but he's such a brute of a man, raced through backward point for 4.
Perhaps he was piqued by being demoted to number 11.
Well, I think it was the little cameo he played in the rugby cricket match. You know, he came out to the wicket and I sort of pointed at him. I said, "You're due some runs, mate." And I think that's just inspired him a little bit.
Absolutely. Couldn't put it any better than that.
Even though he did nearly run me out. Still, I think I might have tweaked both my hamstrings doing that. Yeah, that's another beauty there from Snater, who's got 3 for, but the amount of times he's beat the bat, especially late on yesterday against Tom Abel before dismissing him, really got the ball nipping. Good signs.
They bowled really well this morning, Essex, to push Somerset back, but this partnership will be frustrating them. Having started below 400, now 423. That's a good use of the feet from Pretorius. Again, positive approach. Looking for runs and getting 2 of them. Well played. He's on 25, Miguel Pretorius. And that'll be heartening for his teammates with this championship run-in underway. 4:25 for 9 at the end of the over. Have to say, Pete, it was a joy to watch you a couple of days ago. Running in from the river end, as always you did, and then peppering the Somerset stand.
Well, when I got home, Mrs. T did say it's more of a shuffle than a run, but thanks to our match day sponsors, Taunton Dental Practice. Outstanding. Hope you're having a great day and not too many ciders. It's quite sweet. You might end up with a fill-in or two, but you're in the right business if you do get one. Harmer from the river end. Yeah, it's it sneaks up on you, age, Lammy. I absolutely had a ball.
I wouldn't know, Trees.
Walking out there, you know, it's been a long, it feels like a lifetime ago. Walking out, nice little cheer. Obviously, it wasn't the highest competitive sort of match in terms of the bowlers and stuff, but it was great to walk out there and, bat on that beautiful surface. You just feel like you can throw your hand through the ball, and it was absolutely outstanding. A great day, and obviously raising money for a great charity, the M&D Association, as well as Lewis's testimonial. So it was absolutely superb. But yeah, you felt the effects of following day, I've got to be honest. A little bit sore.
It was a pleasure to commentate on for Charlie Taylor and me, and we also had the chance to interview Lewis Moody up here, which was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
he was great company.
He's a great lad. I did get alerted to the fact that Lewis was getting stuck into me, but we've known Lewis for a while now. Our sons have both played a lot of football together over the last sort of decade or so, so got to know the Moody's really well, and he's obviously going through a tough time with M&D. Very much hope that all the money raised can find some sort of treatment, ideally a cure, but something that can slow down the effects of what is a terrible illness.
What I would say, though, is if I hadn't known about it, just seeing him as he was, I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, no, he's still a mountain of a man, isn't he?
Absolutely. And I had to deal with other men mountains in the opposition when he was playing. We talked about when he came in, it was just that Jonah Lomu was still playing for New Zealand.
Well, I don't think you get the nickname Mad Dog without being quite keen in the tackle. But yeah, I always stand by one of, I think it might be a friend of mine, never mess with anyone with cauliflower ears.
Absolutely.
I think that's a sensible thing. Because this day and age, they're either a rugby player or an MMA scrapper.
Yeah, well, so. I used to think, I love watching rugby, and when Lomu came in, I tried to imagine myself out there with him bearing down on me. I think I'd have scarpered.
Well, he was one of the first wingers that were massively oversized and obviously rapid as well. I do remember watching a number of test matches where he literally used to run over people, and then he'd have 3 wrapped round his waist and he'd still be going towards the try line. He was an absolute phenomenal athlete, wasn't he?
Yeah, terrific.
Yeah, I've watched a couple of live rugby matches at the Rec, and just the sound of the collisions and the tackles that they go into. It's no wonder they have a long period in between the games. They certainly need the recovery.
Yeah, injuries rife, and yeah, actually Lewis did very well because he had a succession of injuries. It still managed 71 caps. Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't it?
Absolutely outstanding career, and a great person as well. Get to know him. Right, what have we got here? We've got a little bit of a de-padding of the short leg, which should suggest that potentially Simon Harmer's coming off, or is he putting pads on? I can't tell. I think he's removing the pads, so it might be the end of Simon Harmer's spell. He's bowled 29 overs, and I suppose the rare thing about that is he hasn't got a wicket. He's absolutely relentless wicket taker for Essex and wherever he plays in the world. Just testament to how well Somerset have played, because there's definitely been spin available, so Somerset have done well.
Yeah, missing out on the 2 final batting points, but they did manage to deny Essex a bowling one. That 9th wicket fell after the 110 over mark. So Somerset lead Essex 3-2 on that front.
Yeah, this partnership now 29. Rue hasn't offered, I think he might have offered 1 run to the partnership, something like that. Pretorius has been certainly the dominant force. He's on 25.
Yeah, he's played second fiddle, James Rue.
I think also from a timings perspective, where are we in terms of lunch?
Well, if these two are still together at 1 o'clock by any chance, you wouldn't necessarily bank on that, but they would carry on, wouldn't they?
And if a wicket fell now, would Essex? Yeah, it would be.
I think it would be lunch anyway. Yeah.
I always like, when you've played well, having the option to give the opposition a really awkward 4 to 6 over period out there. But obviously that ship has sailed. It's a really awkward time where you go out there as an opening batter and you can't really achieve anything in a short space of time. The only thing you can achieve is getting out.
Pretorius has a strike rate of exactly 100. A run a ball.
Well, in the early days of Pretorius coming to Somerset, that would have been him blocking out. He used to score at quite a rate, didn't he? He does hit the ball miles. And nice to see that he's found a bit of rhythm here. James Rue, 54 off 100 deliveries, as Don mentioned, quite clearly has fought very, very hard for his runs and his team. Slater, a good old kick at the footholes. Obviously, being so dry in the UK, I'm sure they're breaking up a little bit quicker than normal. But a good side thing for the Somerset bowlers is hardly anyone's bowled over the wicket, so they'll be nice and fresh. The footholes on that side of the pitch. But,
it was a good-looking stroke, but no contact with the ball that time.
Not that I will chase an answer, but I would be intrigued to know why there has been a complete reluctance to bowl over the wicket to a left-hander.
Merits further inquiries.
Well, I think it'd just be interesting to get an understanding of, because it's quite clearly a doesn't work attitude to it. Otherwise, you would try it.
The off stump. I have to confess, Triggs, that come the penultimate over on Wednesday, I was speculating you were out there with Ollie Hartley. And I was thinking, well, the answer is Triggs, just give me the strike and I'll finish it off. And the opposite happened.
That was a 5 over grand plan between myself and Lewis Gregory, but just between the two of us to make sure that I didn't do too much of the work. We wanted the rugby players to see what they've got come crunch time. But I did, it was quite funny. I think I did mention it yesterday, so forgive me, listeners that were listening yesterday. It was really funny out there with Ollie. It was just insight into that hyper-competitive nature of most sports people in particular, I'm sure rugby players. He actually started having a go at me because I turned down some runs and wasn't really going for it. He said, what are you doing? We need to win the game. Can you whack some sixes? Go on, get on with it. He started sort of getting stuck into me. I said, the done thing is that Lewis's team, as the testimonial celebrator, wins the game. So it'd be nice if Lewis's team wins, really. And he was like, well, okay, this seems a bit strange. But I said, what I'll do, and I spoke to Lewis, I said, if we leave about a dozen for the last over, make sure it's rugby player on rugby player, happy old days. So we met again a couple of overs later. I said, right, there you go, there's your 12 that must, we'd worked out you were going to chase. But remember, Lewis's testimonial celebration, not the worst thing if he wins the game. And he looked at me square in the eyes, absolutely not, I'm going for it. Zero interest. And I think
so he did.
He hit a 4 and a 6, job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with deliveries to spare in the end.
Yeah,
but it was a terrific game, wasn't it? As testimonial games go, you couldn't do much better than that.
No, it was brilliant. And is it Malins, if that's the right pronunciation?
I think it's Malins.
Malins?
I think so.
What a cricketer.
Yeah, terrific.
Absolutely, not just the fact that he got 80 odd, but some of the shots he played. Classic cover drives, pull shots into the stand. Looked a proper player. I tried to sign him for Burbage and Eastern Royal, but he said he's busy in the next few weeks, which is a shame.
Yeah, He grew in confidence, didn't he, as he progressed?
Yeah, looked a proper player. I think he was pretty disappointed. He was on for 100, which would have been incredible. So Wesley, I think it was, that took the pads off, has moved out of that position, but Harmer's continuing, goes a little bit too full. Pretorius, with that great big lump of wood in his hand, belts it through extra cover. Another boundary. He's got a...
That was beautifully timed.
He's probably got his season's worth in one go here.
This is terrific stuff from Pretorius. 29 not out.
This is what we like to see, and watchful in that follow-up delivery. Partnership now on to 33. Somerset, I think, will be very happy with their first innings work whenever the first innings does come to an end.
That's a bit outside edgy, but it doesn't matter. All along the ground, comfortable single. Stand is worth, what is it now?
34 now.
Yeah.
I think there's
useful,
that other
useful stuff.
There's that other element to think about. It's not just the runs, it's the mental, the physical as well. You know, the Essex lads being out there for 120 overs, the opening batters, you know, tired legs, heavy legs, sore feet, whatever it might be. I think it all is a big part to play in multi-day cricket. Really test the will of the opposition.
Yep, 397 for 9. Essex would have bitten your hand off first thing this morning, but now it's not quite gone all their way overall.
Yeah, I think it's been a really valuable partnership here. There's a little bit of scrapping from Leach, which took a bit of time out of the game, and this is brilliant from Pretorius and Rue. Every cricketer, Lammy, knows their longest session in the dirt, and they normally happen with failed follow-ons, especially here at Taunton. I think Vic smiling. I think he's probably seen a few of those.
Comfortable single for James Rue here. Passing that 4,000 runs in first-class cricket milestone earlier this morning.
It's happened in a rush as well, hasn't it? Been a very consistent performer. I said to Don, it's not just the stroke play, the technique, the quality of his play. He was just instantly looked like whatever the challenge was out there, he played the right way. When he needed to go up a gear, he did. When he needs to grind and get through a spell, he does. He's got very, very good cricket IQ. Completely natural.
Yep, and well, assuming he stays fit, he's going to go beyond the 10k mark, isn't he? Potentially. Well beyond.
Certainly hope so.
Nice to see Toppers.
Yeah.
This morning.
Yeah, I've met him a number of times round the traps, but nice to have a chat with him.
I remember sitting him down along with his son, Reese, for a double interview, which I thoroughly enjoyed. It's a few years ago now.
Yeah, well, I need to actually speak to Reese, because he's done a little collaboration with Miller Champion Hall, which are the bat maker just on the premises here, called Hollywood Cricket. And the bats and the pads and gloves, they look nice, but what he has made is a clothing line, and some of it is right up my street, Lammy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit of a discount code. What do you reckon? I think you two would it's very very boaty, so right up your bit linen vibe, very stylish. Oh, what a shot that is from James Rue. I was expecting to see that towards the dugouts, actually. Must have just got a little bit of a thick edge on it.
Yeah, he found the man at deep backward point, but still a comfortable single. So the 10th wicket partnership continues to flourish. Certainly the partnership of the day so far.
Yeah, really good. Just taking that little bit of momentum back that Essex had wrestled back this morning.
So it's the right-handed Pretorius on strike. And there'll be another single here. Sharp this time, I think he'd have been home. Potentially, maybe it's asking a lot, but these two could bat for another 40 minutes. It being the 10th wicket.
Well, I was gonna battle on and finish the session, but if that happens, I think we're gonna have to bring Vic Marks in.
That would be entirely reasonable.
I think there's going to be the next 10 minutes. That's my gut feeling. I feel like Harmer. I think maybe Pretorius is going to go for the big one. Caught long on. That's my prediction. Part of me hopes I'm wrong. As long as he puts a couple in the river first, that'd be excellent. But it feels like time. I think it's going to lunch. I'm sure all the Somerset bowlers have already had a bit of food, so they don't have to bowl with a full tummy. And I think that break and set the tone after lunch with ball in hand.
Just going back to the testimonial, it was very good to see all the players involved out there at the end of the game, chatting and generally chilled. Did it go on into the evening?
We all stood out there. We had no idea what we were supposed to do. I think there are lots of youngsters around, lots of rugby and cricket fans. Most of the players were signing autographs and photos and various other things like that. Some media here interviewing Lewis and Jamie, as in Lewis Moody, Lewis Gregory, Jamie George, some of the rugby players. I mean, it looked like they had a great time, the rugby players, which was brilliant. Yeah. Bringing them, hosting them at our ground, our sport, and I think they had a ball. I noticed a lot of the rugby players have posted photos of themselves on their social media, so I think they really did have a great day. And the catering staff put on some beef burgers afterwards, so we stayed around for an hour or two and just had a chat before they were on their way down to Cornwall for some pre-season preparations, and keep an eye on how they go.
Well, it was a great deal of fun. It had its challenges actually for Charlie and me up here, because there were numbers on the team sheet which we thought that's probably going to be a good means of identification, but they were all different. we recognised Jamie George without any difficulty at all. That would have been poor not to, really.
Well, I think one of the real man mountains was Hugh Tizard. Enormous.
Yeah.
I said, I mentioned to one of the other players when he came on to bowl, I said, he's surely going to bowl rockets, isn't he? I said, is he like Icelandic or something? He was about 6'6" and was almost as wide. I was like, surely he's going to bowl rapid at that size and strength. And then he sort of waddled in and bowled this little floater at me. I was a bit surprised. Yeah, lovely shot there from James Rue. Bit of risk associated with that. Harmer throwing it out into that rough area. It spun, but brilliantly smothered by Rui there.
And you must give me your take on the Barbieri over.
The catalyst for the entertainment. I thought the first 4 overs of the game were a little bit dry. Not much going on.
The drop catch.
I think a lot of
the missed chance was funny.
A lot of the teammates didn't want to get out to each other, but that over was hilarious. For those who haven't heard, you should definitely check that out. Another boundary, and that's a poor delivery there from Harmer. A rare loose one, short wide. Cut away from Ruse, picked up his scoring rate, and that moves the partnership 2 runs shy of 50, which would be outstanding. Yeah, I mean, if you haven't seen, he bowled a delivery where he completely got it wrong, bowled the ball into pretty much his feet, the ball bounced up and then he caught it and tripped over. It was outstanding.
It was amazing. Yeah, and a couple of deliveries that weren't at all because they went behind him. Doesn't qualify as a no ball, that, does it? It's just dead.
Yeah, some of the lads said that he might have been a little bit worse for wear. I think they did some sort of team bonding session And then the following day they had a really hard training session, and I
Okay.
think I'm right in saying that he was one that had to find the bin halfway through. But yeah, everyone had a great day. It was good.
So we're coming up to the scheduled lunch interval, another 4 minutes to be precise, but we may well go beyond it. It's a mid-pitch chat between these two stylish batsmen.
Well, it's all going well. 1 run shy of a 50 partnership.
And yeah, the Essex shoulders have gone down just a little bit.
It's the worst case scenario. I think no matter what the score, when you get a 10th wicket partnership, 9th, 10th, it always feels like it's hurting you. You know, there's that expectance that the 9th wicket will bring the 10th quite quickly. And when you have a partnership at the back end, it really does take the air out of the lungs as Jamie Porter is getting loose. Matt Critchley, the leg spinner, is coming on to bowl from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. And again, for the long game, all of the Essex bowlers have bowled an awful amount of overs, which will definitely affect their energy levels for the second innings whenever the time comes. So Somerset certainly winning the long game at the moment. Not only the runs, but the amount of time that Essex have been out there in the field. Don did mention that they seemed pretty tired and a little bit dejected after day one. You can only think that this full session out there is compounding it.
Here's Critchley's first ball of the day. Silken.
There's the 50 partnership.
Lovely way to bring it up as well.
What a bat! He's got a very, it was Gower-esque, isn't it? The batsman. Just a lovely flow to his bat.
Yes, the left-handedness gives a certain extra something. Somehow I can't put my finger on it, but that was a classic case. Silken touch. Another single here for Miggy. This is his best score of the season by a country mile. 15, Vic tells me. So he's got more than double. A miscued sweep. Half an appeal from Critchley. And a shake of the head.
Yeah, there have been a number of very close decisions. That wasn't one of them. James Rue played a couple of quite wild shots early on in this partnership, and I feel like he's just gained a nice bit of faith in his partner up the other end. He's just starting to play within himself again. What's Pretorius going to do here? Back and punch that through the offside like a number 4.
Oh, both timing it beautiful.
Yeah, that's the 450 up for Somerset. Yeah, both playing very well.
Metronomic singles at the moment in this over. And that is the end of it. 0 for 42 now. Critchley.
Yeah, this is starting to hurt the Essex enjoyment levels at the moment. Been probably quite a long time since breakfast as well. Some grumbling tummies out there. Porter is replacing Simon Harmer at the River End.
It's 1 o'clock. It's potentially time to bring Vic in. Except that he's having his lunch.
Well,
so that would be cruel.
He's trolling us with his tuna and cheese jacket potato. It's just wafting up my nose at the moment. Just. Yeah,
I wonder whether there'll be any lunch left when we finish this session.
Well, it was nearly a different conversation between me and Don on day one, because I think he missed out the lunch request and stole mine.
Oh, that's outrageous.
Oh.
That's not cricket.
It absolutely isn't, but as he's a guest, I let that one slide down the leg side and ordered myself another one.
Rue was interested in a second, but not there. Wisely concluded that. As Porter starts a new over from River End. Great big sheet behind him that serves as a sight screen, giving us a little bit of an idea that there's some breeze out there, billowing a tad. That's a big sheet, Treeks. That's more than a king-size one.
Yeah, that's a super king, but there are some quite questionable-looking stains on it, so I wouldn't recommend putting it on the bed. Thank you, Spencer Bishop, who's just brought me my tuna jacket, just in case it gets stolen, just to make me feel even more hungry. No. There's no way I'm stopping you mid-flow going through your lunch, Victor.
Oh, that's painful. Struck amidships.
Nip back and into the bread basket. Yes, that will smart a little bit. A number of deliveries have nipped, held in the surface and jumped at the batter. I think Lewis Gregory, off memory, was the only one that kept low. He was absolutely plumb LBW, that delivery from Snater. Coming back, hitting low on the back shin.
That's going to need a little bit of time here.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as the sort of chap that would feign injury or pain, so that's pretty much confirmed that's hurt. Not sure where it got him. I have a sneaking suspicion I know where, which can be uncomfortable.
Visit from the physio.
He's rubbing his lower abdomen. Physio's come out. Probably the one time you might want a male physio to come out.
You know, I was wondering how to put that.
Yeah, it was. The cogs were turning here as well, Lammy. I think the best advice she can give him is self-medicate and can you count to 2?
I think he's just about in recovery mode now.
Yeah.
Oh no, another drops to his knees again.
Yeah, as soon as you start rubbing the lower stomach, you can pretty much confirm where Pretorius was struck.
This could take us all the way through till 1:30.
I hope they don't have sausage and mash for lunch. Sorry, guys. Childish mind. What are we thinking on the live chat while we're having this extended period of play? Are Somerset fans happy? Essex fans, if you're on the stream watching your team, how do you feel about things at the moment? How's it gone? Feel free to make your comments. We'll always keep an eye on it.
Well, I've no doubt that the Essex mood will be darker than it was, say, 3/4 of an hour ago. They would have been very happy then at the way the morning session had gone. This has turned a bit sour for them, this last wicket stand.
Yeah, it was quite complimentary throughout the day. Essex kept their body language really, really well. I know Dom interviewed the players after the game and said they were a bit, sort of tired and a bit not necessarily happy about the performance, certainly in the first part of the day. But this is the first time, and I think you can understand why. It's nothing worse. What is it? 55-run partnership for the last wicket. I think they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and
you think when
it's
number
just
11 comes in, don't you, that you're nearly through, and to have this,
it's just faded away. And they probably had a check-up on Miggy's last 10 knocks as well, and probably quite confident that they'd be over their lunch now. But yeah, this is a bit of a hammer blow, this for Essex. Somerset now 452. Also means that Somerset's first innings has to be relatively sizable to avoid the follow-on as well, which is another factor.
there is a third man to cut that one off, so just be a single for Pretorius to enable him to keep the strike. 453 for 9. Still pretty much a runner ball for Miggy Pretorius, 35 from 37. And James Rue going along nicely at the other end. Good things to talk about for the two of them. See the sun on some of the Quantocks in the distance there. You haven't seen too much of it over the Cooper Associates County Ground today.
Well, it's almost like the weather gods knew that championship cricket was back, and they wanted to torment the batters as much as possible, make it a little bit overcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a beautiful summer, haven't we, in terms of sunshine.
Yeah, it's a bit like it at Headingley on day one as well. Test cricket returns, and soon there's a deluge. And we had one at Cheltenham yesterday as well. An absolute downpour just after lunch.
Lovely stroke there from Pretorius, pushing that through extra cover. Very happy to say, I'm sad to leave you, Lammy, but Vic has demolished his jacket potato, and now it's my turn. Are you going to be able to hang on for an extra?
I'm going to have to. That pasty's going to have to wait.
You got your pasty.
But Spencer's very kindly ensured that it's there for me whenever this partnership comes to an end, or at 1:30, whichever is the sooner. That's what we're looking at now. See you later, Treeks. Critchley then. Good looking on drive. Firmly struck by James Rue. The classy stroke. Class all round the wicket from the left-hander. Afternoon, Vic. You've managed to consume.
What I'm thinking is that I sort of promised not to ask you a question if you take a bite of your pasty. I'll hold the fort, but I've just consumed my jacket potato.
Yeah, you could do a Johners on me. That was something he did to Alan McGilvray.
Oh, did he?
he had that sort of sense of humour, Brian Johnson.
Yeah. I'm not sure Alan McGilvray would have enjoyed that too much.
Well, it was on his birthday.
Oh, right.
It was on Johnner's birthday
right.
at Lord's, and he was in the Test match special commentary box, and well bowled and well played. A chocolate cake inevitably arrived, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Alan McGilvray take a large chunk into his mouth. So he described the delivery. And now we'll ask Alan McGilvray what he thought of that delivery.
Yeah. Well, I can well imagine.
Crumbs everywhere.
Yeah. Well, I've worked with Alan Brian Johnson right at the start. Yeah. It was a slightly weird feeling to be alongside someone I'd listened to when I was in shorts.
I'm sure.
And I tell everyone now, actually, with great pride, that my broadcasting sort of experience began with Brian Johnson, and it's like to end with Pete Trigo. What more can a man ask for, I say? Trigo's got him covered for tattoos, I'll tell you that much. Anyway, well, this is good fun if you're in the Somerset dressing room. I'm not sure Essex will be enjoying it.
Great frustration for the visitors. That's a very relaxed defensive stroke. That's not the kind of thing we've been seeing from Pretorius this season. It's just he's got himself in now, hasn't he? And he can
Well, he's trying to make up for what has been a terrible run drought And I mean, it's been a fascinating partnership because Roux, quite sensibly, as it transpires, has been happy to give him the strike whenever, as it happens. Pretorius, he's gone through a drought, like the rest of us, but a run drought.
Rolled the wrist.
Rolled the wrist beautifully, perfect. And now it's all coming back. Goodness knows what number he'll come in the. Well, if he has to bat in the second innings. It was a one for the over. He's tapped it round beautifully.
Push him up the other end.
Yeah. Well. So yes, they missed out on the bonus points, but Somerset will like the notion of these runs. 457. You can see Essex a bit grumpy. They thought they'd just about done the business, and they got the 9th wicket on 397. And you can tell that Roux's got absolute faith in Pretorius because he's just playing everything on its merit. He's not going for any big extravagant shots because he trusts Pretorius. He's not the one who's going to get out. And Pretorius, well, he's failed so often this summer that he's got to make the most of it, hasn't he? Now he's in.
Yeah, payback time. Porter then.
Picks that off easily. It's only a single, but it's...
Batting looks pretty comfortable at the moment, doesn't
Well,
it?
Yeah.
Old ball, of course. What is it?
Yeah, 46 overs old. No, yeah, 46 overs old, I'd say.
And what's especially disappointing from Essex point of view is that they bowled so well this morning.
Yeah, in the early stages, they gave nothing away.
This man and Sam Cook.
Yeah.
Really applied the pressure first up. And now it's a struggle to make this final breakthrough. Porter's into his 27th over of the innings.
I suppose the most notable bowling figures in some ways is the fact that Harmer, who is a terrific bowler and has had great success for Essex, has not got a wicket, and he's yielded 100 runs and more. He hasn't bowled particularly badly. That's probably gonna go for 4, is it? It's a big run chase. He might just get there. In fact, he does. So they're just going to pick up a couple of good pieces of fielding there.
Yeah, I was reading there's some doubt about whether Harmer's going to be available for Essex all the way through to the end of the season.
Because he's being called up to prepare.
He might be called up to prepare for the next series.
I think South Africa have got a... Well, they're obviously playing England just after Christmas, but I think they've got a test match somewhere else. Maybe a one-off one in Africa. I can't quite remember. Is it Namibia? Namibia take place next week now?
I'm off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I can probably find out.
Well, I don't.
But
anyway,
but
I think
that's what would be the possibility, and that would be a loss.
Yes, absolutely.
Great loss.
Of course it would. Yeah.
We were talking about Cook and Porter being stalwarts. Simon Harmer is another one, isn't he?
Yeah.
So important to Essex's fortunes in the last decade or so.
They've always liked quality spin. And if they couldn't find it in their own ranks, they signed it. So they signed Peter Such, John Childs, Jeff Miller went there for a while. They've had it from their own stable, if you like, in the past. They've had
Ray East
and David Ackfield. But they've always recognised that a top quality spinner can help you towards the championship. Sort of an educated edge there, went fine, but
he's only 6 off his half century.
I know. This wouldn't have surprised us so much in years gone by, but it is a source of some consternation in 2026. He thought he'd lost it. 44 he's got.
It does tend to come back sooner or later, doesn't it?
Well, I hope so. Hang on, where's that gone? It's gone high, and it's safe, and it's 4. I think just landed just about 3 inches inside the rope. That was agricultural, but they brought the field up to tempt him, and he was tempted.
And he's on 48.
Yeah, he's now on 48. Can't resist that. They've brought the field up again. I think they've had enough. They're going to keep the field up. So try and do it again. And I think he probably will. If you give him... Not to that one, though. What could be out? He's out. It's a googly. And he's given out. It's a good piece of bowling, that. And he's angry, actually. He just thumped his back. Still, you can eat your pasty very shortly.
So that is the end of the Somerset. It is 469 all out. So the partnership eventually revising 73. So well batted, particularly well batted Miguel Pretorius, who has provided the bulk of those runs, but also extremely well batted James Roux, finishing on 74 not out.
Yeah, well, he took a good view, which was I'm going to let Pretorius go his own way because he's just suddenly looking as if he's in control. Pretorius would have scored most of the runs in that partnership. But Roux, however, was there throughout the morning. I think he was on about 21 when we started. Well, he's ended up with an unbeaten 74. That's very handy. And so is a total of 469.
So
you can have some lunch.
Absolutely.
I don't know what I'm going to do because I've already eaten mine. Anyway, we'll be back in about 35 minutes or so.
5 to 2, I think we'll be back. Well, I'm looking at the analog clock, which is always a little bit slow, but yeah, something like 5 to 2. And we'll be back and hope you can join us for the middle session.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Shall I start? Okay, well, someone else will join me shortly. Here we go. Welcome back. Hope you've had a good lunch. We've scrambled ours. And we've got the next phase of the game. Essex openers are out there. Two left-handers, very contrasting. The nuggety little Elgar and the massive Walter, fresh from 100 success. And also Lewis Gregory, who's got that new ball in his hand, and he's about to start. Dean Elgar, of course, once of Somerset briefly, much loved while he was here. Taking guard, and here we go. And here's Stephen too, even better. Bang on target.
Just about in time.
If you're at all breathless, I'll give you another 10 seconds.
I'm not breathless at all. Pete Trigo has been introducing me to some of Johnny Cash's greatest hits.
Well, what a wonderful way to spend lunch. Which ones were you marvelling at?
You've done A Boy Named Sue.
Of course, yeah.
Ring of Fire we didn't quite get to.
Ring of Fire.
That was
cricketing connotations. That's got to be close, and he's gone. It's another one that sort of kept low as an ugly shot. He was kind of playing it on the leg side. He got in a bit of a tangle there. No hesitation from the umpire. It certainly wasn't going over the top. He got into a very strange position, Elgar. He was playing it on the leg side. We'll have a look at that replay. It's the perfect start for Somerset because he is a craggy competitor who can bat for hours and hours, but not today.
And he knows the Somerset attack pretty well because he's played here.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is a big wicket.
Well, here, I mean, he's in an extraordinary position. I mean, we'll get a better view possibly from this angle too. Look. There he is, he's covering all his stumps already, and he's kind of ended up playing French cricket, face down. He's playing it on the leg side. He just got into a terrible position. The ball might have kept a little bit low, but essentially it's a skidding straight delivery, and he just hadn't got going and found himself all over the shop.
That is the perfect start, isn't it?
Well, it is. It's a
Somerset.
real bonus. I mean, he's right on the money. The first delivery was bang on. The second, he's kind of looking for some reason to sort of work it on the leg side, but it's not the delivery to do that. And he got in a terrible tangle, and off he goes before he settled.
Yeah. I was going to say...
he was around the wicket, which upsets Pete Trigo, just walked in. He was around the wicket, but you can get LBWs around the wicket if the batsman's stuck inside the popping crease playing across what is essentially a very devious straight ball. New batsman, Wesley, captain.
That's left alone safely, but I was going to say it seemed like a bit of a lapse in concentration, but he didn't really have time to build the concentration up.
Well, I think that's more the point, yeah, that he hadn't quite got in the groove. He just played the first one just about okay, and the second one, he's just almost like he's had a brain fade, and he hasn't reacted, and ends up trying to play French cricket to a straight ball that skids onto his pads, and Blackwell sent him on his way. Ooh, he's got another one. He's got another one. That's Wesley gone. 0 for 2.
Wow. And we're only, 4 deliveries into the innings.
Well,
that is extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. I mean, we talked about the value of that last wicket partnership in sort of psychological terms. I think Pete was talking about this. And you've got two sort of completely inappropriate strokes played in the first over. That's a little waft outside the off stump from Wesley. It's not an exceptional delivery, a little bit of extra bounce with the new ball. but it's a non-foot moving waft. Nicked.
Rue moving well.
Yeah, Rue actually ended up taking it, as he should do, though, in front of first slip. It was such a wide delivery. It wasn't a great delivery. It's a wicket-taking delivery. It's 0 for 2. Allison is coming out. Well, he's just about had time to get all his kit together because it's all happened rather quickly. That's 2 huge wickets. And Gregory's still got a couple balls left in his first over.
And Paul Walter hasn't faced a ball yet.
No, he's been flawless.
Just watching carnage at the other end.
Yeah.
Well.
Indeed. But going back, I wonder, there's a sort of sign of that sort of jaded, slightly disappointed, not focused approach from Essex, unwittingly, of course, which might have been brought about by that very frustrating 70-run final 10th wicket partnership. Anyway, how's Allison going to get on?
5th ball of the over. The beauty again. What an over.
Yeah. Again, we saw the so-called forward defensive from Allison there. We were talking about it earlier. With the front foot about 2 inches in front of the popping crease.
So this is Charlie Allison, the new batter, who is the brother of the bowler I saw take 3 for 5 in his opening spell yesterday.
Well, I thought he couldn't be the same man. Well, that's the best shot of the Essex innings so far. So, anyway, there's Gregory, 0 for 2. Goodness sake. What a start. He's getting a little tap on the back from Jack Leach and everyone else. Who's going to...
It's that testimonial, you know. It's pepped him up.
Well, I think most of the money was going for charity, I thought. And I think it probably was. And at the other end, well, it's going to be another man who's feeling a little happier with himself. He's had a good season, actually, with the ball. Oh, hang on. I'm just establishing it. Oh, it's Jake Ball, isn't it?
It is Jake Ball.
I thought it was Pretorius for a minute. No, it's Jake Ball, who is, of course, going to start off to the left-hander around the wicket. So, Walter. Well, he's had a good few weeks, hasn't he?
And this is
in the 100.
This will be his first ball.
Yeah. But he hasn't done anything wrong. But it adds a bit of pressure. Let's look at the scoreboard. Don't look at the scoreboard, is the answer.
First ball, then to Walter.
It's on target.
Defended comfortably enough, maybe a little tentative, which would be understandable in the circumstances.
Well, he's having to change formats fairly significantly, of course. From the old 16.4 overs per innings to, well, red ball cricket, which can be quite dramatic too.
That's firmly defended this time. Yeah, Charlie Allison, who has just come in, is the younger brother of Ben Allison, the bowler, who was, at the moment, is on loan to Worcestershire.
Okay.
Charlie is 21, the non-striker's end at the moment.
Well, he's been tossed into the deep end. No question about that.
Runs, yeah. Just a single.
I'll tell you what, he's got to, he's run out if he hits there, but he didn't hit.
Yeah, it was tight, wasn't it?
It was tight. He hit it so swift. He hit it very firmly to the left of Gregory, mid-on. Gregory collected it, hurled it stumps, and he wasn't in the frame. Wasn't nowhere near the frame.
If he timed it less well, then it would have been a comfortable single.
Yeah, no, but he was way out. If that had hit, it was 0 for 3. So there's signs of nerves there, clearly, even from Walter, who's a seasoned campaigner now, and he's just gingerly stretching his knee there after that. He had to sprint, but he was nowhere near being in. Oh, what a start, eh? 0 for 2.
And that new ball shining in the sunlight. We've not seen much sun until now. Players casting a shadow or two.
Yeah, it's lovely. It's actually, it's quite breezy out there, isn't it? But in our commentary box, it's absolutely sublime looking out at a very pretty sky. A few clouds, woolly clouds, blue sky, Jake Ball. Gregory's kept him busy in mid-off.
Yeah, got a bowl as well.
Yeah. Well, he's happy though at the moment. He'll have to have another over, I think.
Yeah, you can't really really take yourself off after taking.
Well, he can do anything he likes, actually. But no, he won't do that.
Two for naught.
Yeah. Well, he has been taking a new ball. The pattern recently in the championship has actually been that Gregory takes a new ball and Overton, I think, has come on at first change in the last couple of championship games. It's worked really well because Gregory is, well, he's got this knack of making stuff happen. You know, he's just having a little bit of treatment or something. Physio's run on. He's taking his left boot off. He's a bowler. I think he bowls in sort of shoes rather than boots. He's quite nimble-footed, but he's just having something applied to his left foot, but I can't quite see what it is.
Elastoplast?
I don't know. Anyway, he's going to bowl the next over. No real change in the field, despite the weird-looking scoreboard. 3 slips he's got, which is an indication that, you know, this is a quite a good surface. We've seen 469 runs scored by Somerset. But he's got 3 slips there. Slip cordon keeps changing nowadays. There's no Overtons there. That's a bit of a... We've got 3rd slip Vaughan, 2nd slip Abel, 1st slip, well, I'm not sure.
Given the smart new-looking cap,
it could be Nichols.
I suggest it would be Nichols.
I think it's Nichols too. At the moment, because we're not used to him, we're kind of doing it by elimination. And he looks like, yeah, it's the new cap is a good observation.
Presented to
it's
him.
very, very contrasting to the man at 2nd slip, which is Tom Abel, who probably has his original county cap, which is now brown.
And it was Tom Abel yesterday who presented Nichols with his brand new cap.
Okay. That's out.
Magnificent delivery again. Lewis Gregory is on fire.
It's gone through the gate. It's come back. It's a beautiful length. It's a flawed forward defensive because there's a gap between bat and pad, and it's come back and it's clipped the off stump. I mean, it's a fine delivery, but once again we were talking about it during the Somerset innings that if you don't get a stride in against these sort of 80-mile-an-hour seamers, you're in trouble. But that is a good delivery, no question. It's moved off the seam, or I don't know. We'll find out. Wobbled. It's moved back into the right-hander, and that is again. It's not the worst dismissal. It's a good delivery, but you don't want that gap there. Bales. I don't think he even touches it. I think it misses the inside edge. Out comes Critchley already. We're in the 3rd over, and Critchley's. He hadn't had much of a break. He was bowling a bit towards the end. Well, this is surreal stuff, really, at the moment.
I was talking about Charlie Allison's brothers 3 for 5 in 8. Lewis Gregory has 3 for 0.
Yes,
in his second.
He's trumped that.
Sensational. Absolutely sensational. 2 for 3.
2 for 3. He's no frills from Lewis Gregory. He's still just having his 3 slips, and we'll just carry on bowling a length. What a start.
And
that's the best ball he's got a wicket with so far.
Yeah, 2 really good deliveries. The other one, a bit of confusion from Dean Elgar.
Well, I'm not sure that the delivery that got Wesley was a great delivery, but he turned it into a good delivery, the batsman.
Here comes another. I said that in the vague hope it might be another wicket, but can't be greedy.
Right. Yes. Well, I suppose it would be a weird piece of cricket commentary to say, well, here comes another ball now. And it's played to extra cover. So what sort of happens in cricket, isn't it?
Yeah,
another one is bowled.
And in this situation, it's just the theatrics are amazing. Yeah. Bright sunshine as well now. Sun's won the battle.
And, well, it's nicely played, actually. He knew that's going to be a couple. Gregory's getting rather expensive.
Ruining Gregory's figures. So runs outpace wickets now, just. What a start for Lewis Gregory. Just amazing. Good shot.
Good shot, yeah, but
that's going to go all the way for 4, just.
Not fault. It's a good fault. It's just over pitch, but he did it well. It's quite hard to remain totally focused when I think it hasn't happened to me very often in my life. When you've just taken 3 for 0, it's hard not to get a bit overexcited and perhaps just got to try and keep your icy focus on the next ball. But I think Gregory, if anyone can do it, he can do it. The burden of getting 3 wickets for no runs.
More runs here. At least 2. I think it'll be pulled in.
No, just the one. So there's some big wickets. They've gone. Well, Allison is a bit of a novice. Wesley is a vastly experienced. Elgar, likewise. They know how to play long innings. Allison is making his way in the game, and he got a good delivery. But a bit like Vaughan, you think, well, does that left leg need to be in your defending, a bit more decisive in your movement? But anyway, he's gone. It was a good ball, though. It did nip back significantly. No. Well, can Jake Ball join the party? Identical field, 3 slips. Yeah, I think you're right about Nichols. He's got a brand new sweater too. It looks very, very white, that sweater.
That kept a bit low, in fact, that delivery. Yeah, he did well yesterday. Good start, Henry Nichols. Didn't quite make 3 figures, but very close.
Well, he was a very sort of reassuring sight there. I mean, he knew exactly what he was doing. I like the way he played Harmer. Left-hander, Harmer could pose a threat, but he knew exactly how he's a very good sweeper, and he bided his time. He swept him with success. No elaborate drives through the covers, but back cut him. Knew exactly how he was going to score his runs. I mean, he's been around the houses. He's experienced international cricketer. He doesn't sort of have you gasping, but he scores runs.
Yeah, he got a century at the Oval, didn't he, earlier in the summer against England, Nichols.
Ah, I'd forgotten that. Did he come into the side after Williamson retired, or was he already in it? I can't remember now. Because Williamson, of course, suddenly retired, didn't he, after the first test?
Yes.
That 2 straight is a very sweet shot. I mean, he's Critchley. Well, you wouldn't expect to be batting at this stage in proceedings, but is an elegant, free-flowing player in 6v, an aggressive one. And he's come out and is actually his ball's found the middle of his bat since he's arrived.
So, amazing start to this session. They've got to double figures, Essex, but they've lost 3 wickets, 3 top wickets in getting there. Going to be runs here down to 3rd man. It's going to get there just. Again, bobbling over the rope.
Total over-enthusiasm. There were 4 men chasing that ball. What's going on? And they're running back now. The entire slip cordon sped after it. It was always going for 4. So a little flurry of runs there. I mean, I think the wicket, the ball that got Allison definitely moved significantly. But you think there's still quite a few runs out there, really. Get past the new ball. There should be. However, 14 for 3. But it's scoreboard pressure they used to talk about.
The answer to your question is that Nichols did replace Kane Williamson.
Right. Oh, that's a little bit of a waist swing there.
This is an exemplary spell from Lewis Gregory. That's understating it, really. It's making it talk.
Well, I think, I mean, this is where Pete understands, but they bowl a lot of wobble swing, so that the away swinger is the surprise ball sometimes. Gregory has become a master of those variations.
Gets on top of that, okay, Matt Critchley. Bit of a mountain for Essex to climb, really, now, after losing their top 3 so quickly.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, 2 experienced players out there, and I think the answer is don't bother looking at the scoreboard, just consider the next ball. Easier said than done, of course.
Must be one of the most rapidly acquired bowling points in Championship history.
Well, yeah, I'll test a few statisticians.
We've got our army of them looking into it.
Well, yeah. Yes. I mean, we were into the 3rd over, weren't we, when Gregory struck. So we... Could be about 13 or 14 balls. She's picked that off a straight delivery, but seems to have middled it quite easily. Be an interesting, not a juggle for Gregory, but we were used to Somerset having a 4-man pace attack. And we'll assume, although he might toss the ball to Lammonby before he goes to his spinners, but he's obviously got Pretorius. And then I suppose he can go to one of his spinners and Pretorius if he gives both himself and ball substantial early spells. Well, what he might do, given that ball is not exactly leaking runs, but he might give ball a brief spell, bring on Pretorius, and in the knowledge that ball could then come and replace Gregory. If you've got 3 seamers only, it does make sense to give one of them a short spell and get your third one on, and therefore you can, if you want to, keep an all-seam attack for a bit longer.
Yep.
And given that Gregory has had the magic touch, I imagine that he's the one who would bowl the longer opening spell, but we'll wait and see.
3 for 11, his figures from 3 overs. Started with a double wicket maiden. Dean Elgar, LBW for a duck. Tom Westley caught behind, also for a duck. Those were the 2 that went, and then Charlie Allison next over, bowled for 1.
So which ball of I wonder which ball it was, because to answer your question, it could be 1 bonus point accrued in 13 balls if he was out first ball of that over. I think it may not have been the first ball.
Elgar went to the second ball of the innings, Wesley to the 4th, and Allison 2.2 overs.
So that's the 14th ball.
Yeah.
Just a bit high, I think.
Jake Ball went up a little bit after the others.
Yeah. If it's hitting Walter above the knee roll, it's probably going over the top. I think he's a big man.
Bring Pete Trugo in at the end of the over.
Yeah.
To add to the extolation of Lewis Gregory's virtues.
Yeah. Well,
maybe the extolment, I'm not sure. I'm confused now.
Well, I think essentially he'll tell us what he's doing. That's what he'll do.
Indeed.
I mean, I was listening into Stuart Broad the other day, I think at the Test match, and just hearing him talking about the whole notion of wobble seam and the percentage of wobble seam balls, how people now look to bowl wobble seam far more than looking to bowl the standard away swinger. But Pete will have a view on that.
Ball in the meantime.
It was sort of in the air, wasn't it, for a while? But it certainly wasn't aimed down to third man, but that's where it's finished.
Yeah, another boundary for Critchley. Goes on to 16. Run of all, 16, in fact, amid the chaos.
Well, as I say, he looks relaxed, actually, Critchley. And you've almost got to divorce yourself from the situation. Just get on with your own game. And you could think, well, hang on a minute. If I get past this new ball, this is nice batting territory here. I'll get some runs. Forget the scoreboard.
That's not quite right. Just offline.
Yeah, I think I might slip Pretorius on now and save Jake Ball to follow Gregory. That's a
shot.
Beautiful shot. Over pitch, but he didn't have to do it very well.
Shot over the boundary.
Yeah.
Into the Trade Nation stand, or just below it.
You could hear that was a good shot. I'd like to see it. Crack in the middle of the bat. Raced away.
Just stand and admire.
Yeah. There's another one.
Yeah.
Right there.
Equally well timed.
Yeah. That's over pitch there, and Critchley's enjoyed it. So, well, it's not been an uneventful start to the Essex innings. Not for 3. Suddenly it's 31 for 3. Jake Ball's gone for 20 off 3. Critchley's playing like Wally Hammond. And the rest have been playing like Alison Hammond, he said desperately. We've got Trigo here to interpret what Lewis Gregory's doing. Walter's been a spectator most of the time. It's all happening rather quickly. But, I mean, even you weren't a big... I mean, wobble seam was happening when you were playing, was it not? Yes?
Yeah, it took over from the in-swinger.
Right.
Because the in-swinger often turned the umpire off because it sort of...
Went too far.
Would look like it was going down. Oh, another play and miss there, Gregory. I mean, what I love seeing today, obviously playing a lot of cricket, knowing Lewis for years, and I think probably the good side of the break, you know, the 100 and the Vitality Blast, whereas, you know, normally back in the day, this time of the year, he'd be into his 350th, 400th over.
So he's still got a bit of fuel there.
He looks fresh, and Lewis is always... He's a brilliant cluster bowler, as we just witnessed there, and he just has it's hard to articulate, but there's a way that he runs in and gets over his front leg that just looks different when he's in rhythm, and he's got that, absolutely has got that right now. The ball skids through, and I know you mentioned, you know, bowlers in and around the 80-mile-an-hour mark. I feel like Lewis has got gears, a little bit like Craig Overton. Craig Overton, through sometimes temper, the blood boiling a little bit, he can go up a gear. Lewis, I think, when he's feeling fit, fresh, and gets that rhythm, and he's a very dangerous bowler when he's in this mode.
But what I want to know, because he can swing, we've seen him swing the odd one away, he beat the right-hander just a little bit of swing. Let's overpitch that one, he's put it away nicely. But is what percent, he will bowl quite a lot of wobble seam, won't he? So he'll be bowling wobble seam as his almost stock ball. Would that be right, do you think? And then not really trying to swing the ball very often. That'll be his sort of surprise delivery almost. Do you think that's how he's going about it?
I would say preferences seaming the ball over swinging it, especially on a pitch that's easy of
But
pace.
when we talk, see, in my era, seaming the ball, you had the ball seam running down with parallel to your fingers, more or less, and you were, you know, Hadley and whereas a ball's just racing to the boundary all the time now, with all parts of the bat. Whereas I've never quite understood how you hold the ball for the wobble seam, and what you wanted it to be sort of rotating as it goes down, but not with the seam staying perpendicular. Is that would that be right?
I think with it bolt upright and the shiny side on either side, you will get a shape.
Yeah,
and
that's how seamers were educated to bowl years ago. Keep that seam up.
I think if you landed the ball perfectly in the middle of the seam, there isn't an edge to it, and it will generally just go straight on. What you ideally want to do is catch the edge of the seam.
Okay.
And that will make the ball deviate one way or the other. And from my understanding, it's actually quite a funny conversation that someone overheard Andy Caddick having with Courtney and Kirtley. And Kirtley Ambrose, I think quite famously, there's a lot of footage of him bowling, and I don't think there was too much footage from the super slow-mo, but he used to quite often, his stock ball was an oscillating ball, wobble seam.
It was.
Yeah, and he would nip the ball either slightly away or back into the batter, and obviously he was a phenomenal bowler. In the sort of very Glenn McGrath-esque, he was a line-length bowler and would just let the pitch do the work and the ball do whatever it was going to do. And the funny part of the story is you've got Kirtley, Ambrose and Courtney Walsh talking about in old language, not using the phrase wobble seam, but not standing the seam up. And they were having this conversation about bowling. It was like, we just put it on a spot and it's going to move either way. Caddy's listening to this, he turned around and he goes, I know which way it's going to go.
yeah.
Kirtley and Courtney don't, but Caddy did.
Yeah.
But he was right, because Caddy, again, the language was different, but Caddy's off cutter was a wobble seam.
So what I want to know is, I mean, you bowled away swing. That was one of your bits of your armory. Especially, you know, you want to get LBW left-handers and all that stuff, all right-handers, away swing. The wobble swing, how would you, therefore, what was different about what you what you do to bowl the wobble swing delivery, which you don't think is going to swing, but it might be more likely to move off the pitch.
I mean, it'd be great if I don't think we've got a ball up here, but I think Lammy might be able to pop next door and get a ball. I could show you the grip side of things.
Yeah, well, I'd like to know that.
Let's revisit that in a minute. But in terms of what the ball's doing, and I think you'll appreciate this being a master of spin and certainly watching Jack Leach, is it's a little bit like the same working out process. You only need one to swing away for the straight one to become dangerous.
Yeah.
And back in the day when I first started bowling seam up, I used to have a big away swinger and a big in swinger. But often the in swinger that deceived the batter would do too much and would look like it's going down leg. So as time and stats and analysis came into the game, we worked out that actually
the in swing is not.
You don't want the ball to swing in, you just want it to hold its line and beat the bat. So at the end of the over, we've got a cricket ball, very kindly delivered DPD Lamb into the commentary box, so I'd be able to show the finger positions of how I would hold it, and I know Lewis very much the same. One thing that you do slightly different with the wobble seam, when you're looking to pitch the ball up and swing in, as we used to say, kiss the surface, you're looking for that particular length. The wobble seam delivery is the one that you bowl as an effort ball, so you're trying to not only deceive the batter with it going straight or nipping in, you want that to be a fraction quicker.
Skidding on a bit.
Skidding on and finding that front pad. So that's one aspect to it. I think we've got a little bit of time. So the away swinger, if I hold it up to the camera there, I think you can see it there. So you would recognise that being an away swing position, shiny side on here. And if I flip my hands around to the camera, that's how you would hold an away swing delivery. And you'd point the seam towards the slip fielders. So the ball will go down the wicket. The air moves quicker across the shiny side of the ball, cuts through the air quicker, and will curve the ball away from the right-hander. The wobble seam.
How are you going to hold that then?
You put your middle finger on the opposite side of the seam, and you hold it. It used to be called like a three-quarter seam. So you'd hold the ball in that position there. So if I do my away swinger and throw it up, hopefully you can see the seam is nice and upright.
Yeah.
And if I hold it across the seam or three-quarter seam with my index finger on the far side of the seam, after Leachy's done his bit of fielding, you will see that when I throw the ball up, the ball just oscillates. And you can see how the seam wobbles. And you want it coming down in that sort of shape there. So when the ball hits the surface, in an ideal world, you want it to catch half of the leather and half of the seam where it's at its sharpest. And that will pinch the ball either way.
But it wasn't until about, 15, 20 years ago that people latched on to this notion, or they talked about wobble seam, was it?
I think
you think it was happening years gone by?
It's just language. It's just a change of language.
You see, I mean, going back to my era, the one that comes to mind, famously, was the Australian Terry Alderman, who bowled away swingers, and then he had one series in the early 90s where he just kept everyone, Gooch in particular, would be LBW bowled over. And it wasn't an in-swinger, but it was the straight ball that you described that might have just nipped back a bit at the end, you know. And he got Gooch LBW countless times in that series. And he was probably doing what you're describing, but of course no one talked about wobble seam. But he didn't. It wasn't an in-swinger, as you describe. It was the straight ball that might have just nipped back a bit, hit the middle of the front pad, and off you go.
I suspect, again, pre-slow-mo cameras where you can zoom in on the ball. He obviously, and many other bowlers had worked out a way of just not standing a true seam up, and that's really all it is. That's you're trying to. You're actually trying.
So you're not actually doing much with your hands. Like, I mean, for the perfect away swing, you almost kind of wanted it to sort of flick it out, wouldn't you? So that it kept its position. almost backspinning it out of your fingers. Is that right?
Yeah, again, probably the best was a Makram. Could do swing the ball, hoop the ball both ways. If you slow mode his ball down, his ball would have a lot of reverse revolutions, which also, for whatever reason, makes the ball swing miles. He swung the ball so far. And I think the real sort of technical difference is why I don't just try and, or bowlers like Lewis don't just try and scramble the seam up. They intentionally grip the far side of the seam and pull down on it. And so instead of letting the ball flick out the fingers, as you rightly describe, you want to really pull down on the pitch and on the back of the seam. And again, I don't really have an explanation for this, but probably 90 times out of 100 when you bowl the wobble seam ball, it goes into the right-hander. Very rarely goes away. It does occasionally, but very rarely. So again, in terms of like a spinner's mentality, early on in a spell, bowling a new batter, I want him to see that I've got the away swinger. So then he starts playing at a few balls he shouldn't do. Drag him across the crease like a spinner would, a left-arm spinner would. And then you try and fire in that wobble seam ball to find the shin.
My next question then. Oh, he doesn't know where that's going. It's all right. Is when we're watching, say, Lewis, who's obviously got... I mean, my observation suggests that he's bowling much more wobble seam, and his surprise ball, if you like, is the away swinger. That's the. So it's sort of 80-90%. He's at this stage of the proceedings. He's still bowling the wobble seam, and then he'll toss in the odd away swinger to keep him honest, or maybe get the outside nick.
It absolutely is what he's doing at the moment. So you are spot on as always. There is a caveat to going wobble seam that frequently.
And what's that?
And the caveat is, because you're by default intentionally trying to miss the seam, you're trying to catch half the leather, half the rope.
You're going to lose the shiny bit.
You're going to lose you will lose the ability to swing the ball away at a point. It takes
more quickly.
You'll deteriorate the ball slightly quicker, so you'll lose the mystery of that away swinger, and that's the one caveat to it. But I think characteristic-wise, this pitch looks like a seam wicket, not one that you're going to swing people out on. Yeah,
and it's not much bounce in it. It's a sort of at the stumps type of wicket, in the sense that we haven't seen many people caught in the slips, have we? I think we might see more LBW, or sort of more aiming. You're aiming for LBW, you're aiming for the stumps more on this pitch, which is sort of not that much bounce in it, really. Just a little bit of movement. And also the type of bowlers we've got. I mean, Lewis, not very tall. He's going to be always, for the umpires and the batsmen, an LBW type of bowler, as well as getting the odd one.
I mean, it's always dangerous to predict as a commentator, but I would say, if you can cast your mind back to the first innings, I would say the wicket, I mean, that's an amazing delivery there.
That's just amazing.
See, I can't believe why you wouldn't bowl probably 4-2. I would want to see more of those personally.
Well, I think when I was listening to Stuart Broad, he was talking about Jimmy Anderson, who of course was a master, like a sort of wrist spinner in the way that he could bowl away swing, in swing, and the batsman would struggle to spot the difference, and they both go. But he was more or less saying that even Jimmy, who had this amazing capacity to swing the ball, towards the end of his career would bowl far more wobble swing than he would swing.
I think
so he wanted seam movement, or movement off the pitch, he thought. And you can understand the logic of that was more valuable to him than movement in the air.
It's like hitting a draw as a golfer. It's so easy on the eye. I mean, even in my decrepit years now, I just love seeing the ball swing towards the slips. It's a personal preference. Whether it's as effective as not, it clearly wasn't, because Lewis takes far more wickets than I ever did. But I think it's about setting the batter up. And again, if I cast my mind forward to a pitch that's arguably going to get slightly flatter before it starts to turn and do a little bit, the Shane Snater dismissal of Lewis Gregory is probably what the bowlers are trying to achieve. That wicket that just nips back and keeps it scuds a little bit low onto the pads.
Which was sort of how Allison was. I mean, Allison we thought was not in a great position, but it was a very good ball. That ball moves almost like an off break through bat and pad. Oh well, thanks for that, because it's not. So what you're sort of saying is that probably it's been happening for years, but it's now been analysed and focused upon, and people work out more obviously what is the best way to go about using that new ball. Well, in the old days, you thought you've got to swing it, but now it's not quite so clear cut.
I think the best way to describe it would be using Andy Caddick as the example, and again, it's just a language thing, and thinking about a spinner. If you had a spinner that spun the ball one way, that's a challenge. If you've got a spinner that can bowl it two ways, you've got to pick it first and foremost, and then play two different types of spin. So the challenge goes up. So, and I think I'd find these conversations fascinating. Hopefully the listeners do as well. But in terms of young bowlers, if you can develop a skill that challenges both sides of the bat, you will have success as a cricketer. And I think that's ultimately what it was. And Caddy, for those who can remember how Caddy used to bowl, probably really good timing for this conversation, because I think a couple of days ago, it was 22 years ago, Caddick took 4 wickets in the over against the West Indies. Yeah. And he absolutely boomeranged the ball. Yeah. So he had that ability, like Jimmy, to swing the ball massively away from right-handers into left-handers. And he used to call his wobble seam his off-cutter. Right. And again, that's
essentially that's what it.
That's 25, 30 years ago. He would have called it an off-cutter.
Yeah, because he didn't bowl an in-swinger. In fact, did he? Caddy really? Did he?
No, it was an off-cutter.
Yeah.
But an off-cutter behaves exactly the same as a wobble seam. It's just a ball where it oscillates and doesn't stand the seam like a tree.
Oh well, all fascinating stuff, because in a way it's. I mean, I remember, I'm so old that I can remember reverse swing being a complete, what's going on? But then it was, and Safraz and the Pakistan, Imran, were kind of leaders in discovering that and developing it. And then you talk to bowlers like Mike Selvey, I remember talking to, who can remember playing, and suddenly the ball was going in to their amazement. So they were doing it, but they didn't know how it was happening or why it was happening. And then it got rationalised and people developed it and they worked on the ball and all that, and reverse swing became a big thing and still is. Although, hasn't that happened so much lately? I don't know, perhaps pitches are getting greener or
Well, I think this time of year with how arid it's been, there's a chance that balls will start to reverse at some stage. But I think the best way to describe reverse swing, and it's more of conventional swing, is when you cherish and look after a ball and get it smooth on one side. Reverse swing is later on in an innings when the ball has deteriorated. So if you could imagine, listeners, you've got one side of the ball that is leather, is smooth, like your best work brogues, and then on the other side it goes a bit swayed. So where the ball hits the rough, dry surface, it starts to fray and creates a lot of drag in the air, and that's what produces the reverse swing. And actually, reverse swing generally goes later, and it's a nightmare to face. So, if you ever come across against a decent bowler with reverse swing, it is mind the toes moment. So that is fascinating. I mean, it's brilliant how these things have always been around, but it's brilliant now that there's footage available. Yeah. Coaches are able to coach it into young professionals early, and it's outstanding.
I mean, I can remember playing against Safraz. Nawaz, who played for Northamptonshire. Not quite as quick as, certainly nowhere near as quick as the Wackars and the people who really exploited it. And you were still in a sort of sense of consternation that the ball is 50 overs old. And suddenly he's bowling these big induckers. And it was all just a source of mystery stroke wonder, thinking, what's going on?
Sharp thumbnail.
Well, I wouldn't have said that, but he was one of the forerunners, and he would have helped educate Imran and that lot. But for us pros at the time, we're talking probably early 80s. You don't know what's going on. what's going on? And then by the end of the 80s, obviously, people worked it out a bit, but the Pakistan were the masters, partly because you mentioned Wasim, fantastic bowler. Waqar, I've missed Waqar, fortunately, in many ways. My big toe is very pleased to hear.
Also, they would have grown up. English bowlers grow up on green surfaces. Really good swinging conditions. They would have grown up on very flat surfaces. Terrible for bowling seam, and they obviously found a way to get the ball moving through the air. But while we have this fascinating conversation, the game's gone terribly boring after that first couple of overs, Vic.
Sorry, we've been
47 for 3 now, and Critchley and Walter are looking $1 million out there, but still, Lewis Gregory bowling. He's now into his 6th over, 6 overs, 3 for 20.
I've just seen Jack. I don't know whether he's been alerted, but he did go through one little bowling action.
That's normally enough for Leach's warm up.
See, I think you can tell me if he's still bowling, but here we are. Jack goes again. So I think Lewis might have alerted Leach, who I would think would want to bowl from the river end. He always does. But he's definitely contemplating a spell. I mean, Pretorius is interesting because my impression is that he bowls predominantly away swingers.
The last over to Walter, he bowled wobble seam.
Okay, well, he comes around the wicket again. Yeah, okay. But when he bowls to right-handers, he seems to bowl away swingers more often than not. But we'll. Oh,
that's a nice delivery.
Yeah, it is. He's going to get 4 for it.
I mean that would only heighten the frustration if Lewis is getting the ball to swing like he is at the moment. For him not to try and target those massive ironing boards of Paul Walter over the wicket, I think would be a shame. He's bowling beautifully, no question. But if you could get the ball hooping back into those pads, I think you'd stand a real good chance.
Yeah, you think so. If you're starting around just off stump, swinging back in to hit middle and leg. Anyway. It's a good punch, isn't it? He is a fluent player, this Critchley.
Very, very clean striker. He's raced on to 33. 6.55 for 3 now. But I think I find it fascinating the language of, we're talking about wobble seam, off cutters and all that kind of stuff. And I remember a tour, was it Australia were touring over here in, the peak years of Shane Warne, and it sort of very intentionally leaked to the press that he had a new delivery.
The Zuta.
The Zuta.
That's right,
yeah.
the Zuta.
And everyone's, you could actually, you could see the England batters just trembling at the thought of, oh no, he's got all the balls he's got, and now he's got this Zuta. We're in real big trouble. But it was just his flipper.
Yeah, yeah.
But he just gave it a new name just to terrify the batters. I mean, it's all part of the psychological games.
Yeah. Well, he was a master at that. But these things, I mean, that famous, wonderful 2005 series, I think what really undermined the Aussies more than anything was Simon Jones bowling his. I mean, people were reverse swinging, but he seemed to get it going. That's what undermined them as much as anything, the fact that he was getting movement where no one else was getting movement by a reverse swing.
I mean, Simon, that's almost like a PTSD moment for me. Simon Jones was just horrible to face. I mean, there was a lot of quick bowlers around in Simon Jones's bracket to a point. And I'm clearly not alone. Simon Jones, whether it be he had quite a languid sort of gait to the wicket, almost
sort of ambled up a bit,
didn't
didn't
get your adrenaline going, and you
yeah.
were expecting something a bit slower, mate. But he used to hit me on the helmet.
Oh, did he?
So I just for some reason, the timing of his action, how strong he was, such a strong guy as well.
Yeah.
He genuinely waddled up to the wicket. He's a superb athlete. He wasn't waddling, but he ambled up to the wicket, and you're not expecting 93, 94 miles an hour. And when he bowled you a bouncer, it was just there was no cue. He was, and in that series he got the Michael Clarke, the famous delivery, that big reverse swinging delivery. I mean, he was unbelievable. Just such a shame he had that nasty injury in Australia that he did his ACL, didn't he? His knee. Terrible shame. But yeah, what a bowler. He'd be a handful on the dry surface, or any surface, certainly this one. Pretorius continuing. Leachy's maybe hinting into the captain's eye while he's bowling. Give us a go, Skip. But I think you're right. Lewis has bowled quite a lengthy spell. Now Ball will probably follow him, keep Miggy fresh enough that he can follow Ball. Leach might get a little bit of work soon enough at the river end.
Well, I think. I mean, they've got the ship sort of sailing again, Essex. Bear in mind, it was 0 for 3? I feel like, or whatever it was for 3. 2 for 3. They've added 50 quite comfortably. I think if you're Leach, the sooner you get into the attack, the happier you are. You want to get in on the action before the batsmen really settle. And I think there's scope. I think I'd be thinking I might put Leach on quite promptly. I don't know how Walter might go after him, but then that creates opportunities as well.
Well, I think there's quite a lot of rough for Leachy to fire it into outside of Walters. Left arm over the wicket. There's a big dark patch of rough outside Walters off stump, which I think would cause him some level of concern.
And then in which case he's got scope to have fuel in the tank of all of his threes. He's got Ball, he's got Pretorius, who started looking quite as ever. He's probing away. I think he bowls mostly. I feel he bowls mostly away swingers to the right-hander, as opposed to those wobble swings. He's an old-fashioned cricketer. He comes in and whacks it and bowls away swing.
We like Miggy. We like Miggy. Yeah, it's all set fair. I think it's easy to see how, the runs rates shot up to 5 runs and over. You easily see after that burst of 3 wickets that the bowlers, I think, fell foul a little bit like Essex did with the excitement of day one. They went a little bit searchy.
Maybe, yeah. And a few edges as well. And actually Critchley has come out and looked totally unperturbed by the situation and determined to play his usual way, which is a positive way.
Well, if I had to guess, Vic, I reckon there is a now tepid full cup of coffee next to Critchley's spot. He definitely would not have been expected to be in second over, third over, or whatever it was.
No, he's settled down. He's number 5. You think you've got an hour or so, don't you? Even on a bad day, you've got 40 minutes.
Yeah, that recurring dream that a lot of cricketers have, that timed out dream.
Yeah. I got my pads on, but not my boots. And who's nicked my bat?
Yes, scary those dreams, and lots of laughter, as you might be able to have when John Bishop visits Taunton, Segway City. Friday, September the 11th at 6 p.m. We've got open-air stand-up comedy at the Cooper Associates County Ground. John Bishop, Sally-Ann Hayward and Andy Askins. I'm sure that is going to be one hell of a night. And I know the tickets are very well sold. And there's also 2 to win if you follow Somerset's social media pages. You'll see that there's a competition to win a couple of tickets for that Friday night. Jake Ball replacing Lewis Gregory after that burst of 3 wickets. Jake Ball has certainly fallen foul of being a little bit on the searchy side of life. It'd be nice to see him honing in on that line and length where he bowls at his best. Looks like Vic's going to take a little break. He's going to take that ball and work on his wrist positions. A great spell from Vic. He's delivered many a fine spell here at Taunton. Walter punching off the back foot towards Lewis Gregory. Superb fight back from Critchley and Walter. Walter was out there opening the batting when the chaos was happening all around him, and Matt Critchley's come in 34 off. It's 36 deliveries, struck some very, very crisp shots. Hasn't really taken a chance. He's just batted very, very nicely. Afternoon, Stephen.
You mentioned his cooling cup of coffee, Matt Critchley. There's a story I once heard from Roger Knight, a former of Surrey and Gloucestershire, president of the MCC, I think, chief executive, certainly. He was captaining Surrey at Chelmsford, and Surrey were bowled out for 14. So it seemed for a moment like Essex might conceivably be heading in that direction. They have got well past that now, but there was pandemonium in the changing room.
Could imagine.
Sylvester
Panic.
Clark had to be pulled out of the bath, and I think he went out to bat without his socks on. 14, that's quite something.
Yeah, you could be batting 7 with a hot cup of coffee and finished it off once you're out, I suppose, with a 14 on the board. Yeah, no such drama just yet. Essex have fought back well, this pair. I don't think they've played any sort of overly aggressive shots. They've just played good cricket shots, and as I said, Somerset bowlers, and you can't blame them, they've just gone a little bit searchy. I think a big message, a great message from that period, the early part of the morning session today, when the Essex bowlers were hammering away on that line and length. Looked like getting Somerset out for sub 400, but that 70-run partnership between James Rue and Miguel Pretorius, I think, really did knock the wind out of the sails of the Essex players, but they've got a bit of time now to regroup. It certainly would have been panic stations for the middle order, pads and gloves and helmets flying everywhere, I can imagine.
Yes, I don't think anybody involved in that game I mentioned would still be playing now. From memory, that's a lovely shot. Going to be at least a couple here. I think it will be pulled in inside the rope, and it is by Miguel Pretorius. A little bit of extra work for him. But yeah, Neil Foster and Norbert Phillip, I think, were the two wicket takers. And the game eventually petered out into a draw after all the drama.
Really?
It can happen, can't it?
Would that be a 3-day fixture?
Yeah. Pitch settled down. Roger Knight, the aforementioned, got a century in the second innings. And a draw was...
I thought it was going to be a story about coffee. You let me down.
Not in the commentary box. It's got to be cricket, hasn't it? No, not every time.
Have a look at that match summary. Josh Thomas, the hero of the first innings, and debutant Nichols with a very well played 96. Cook 4 for 92. Snater, you have to say, almost an unlucky 3 for, bowled magnificently well, but so far so good in this first innings for Essex. Gregory 3 for 29 off 6 overs. All of those wickets coming in the first probably 6 or 7 balls of his spell. Excellent stuff. But Matt Critchley and Paul Walter standing strong.
Took 14 balls, those first 3 wickets. So it's more on an even keel, this match now, than it was just after that lunch interval. Really sensational couple of overs from the Somerset captain. Still no Jack Leach, although he's been going through the motions. Pretorius stays on. This is his 4th over of the spell. Oh, that could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Walter's obviously a fine player and is in probably great spirits and good touch after his spell winning the 100, but he would be quite a key wicket of right-handers in the rest of the lineup, and know how dangerous Jack Leach can be against those, although I have to say that it's quite noticeable, that dark patch that you might be able to see outside the off stump of Paul Walter that will make him facing left arm spin challenging enough. I'm sure we'll see Leachy at some point as Pretorius runs in. Very hard working, what I'd call a very honest bowler. He puts in a good shift day in, day out with the ball, smashes back of a length.
I was interested to hear you mention Shane Warne and the Zooter, which wasn't really worthy of the name, was it?
I think he kept that going for quite a while. There was a lot of media talk about it, and I think he admitted towards after the series it was a load of nonsense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he had enough tricks up his sleeve to get batters out. A lovely shot there from Walter. He knows he's got a good enough piece of that. Doesn't need to run straight down the ground for 4.
Shane Warne is the one cricketer who has offered me a cigarette mid-interview.
What a man.
Quite extraordinary.
Surely you had to, even if you don't smoke, you'd have to say yes.
I have to admit I turned it down.
Oh.
I said it was very kind
what
of
a waste.
him.
I
should have done.
it.
Should have got him to sign it. Yeah, but no, that was all big appeal here. Not out is the response. Looked concerted.
Yeah, that was a full-on appeal. Martin Saggers intimating that he felt that was sliding down the leg side.
Another look. It's
Yes.
quite close.
No, I think I'm agreeing with the umpire that time, just shaping down. I think Vic was absolutely right. If there is swing, Miguel opts to bowl a higher proportion of his deliveries with the seam stood upright. He's got a number just to nip away from Walter though as well.
There's no way he was going to intercept that at backward point.
No,
that was going like lightning.
That was hit like a rocket, an appropriately struck shot that you would have seen a couple of weeks ago off the bat of Paul Walter there. Absolutely nailed. To coin a phrase from Somerset bowling coach, ex-teammate Steve Kirby, I was just still with the ball swinging, can't catch my breath on why someone wouldn't go over the wicket and try and hit those pads of Paul Walter swinging the ball back in. I know we've mentioned it a few times, but I do find it quite remarkable.
So Pretorius is on his way. Last ball of the over. Appeal again. That looked more leg side than the previous one. I'll have another look at it, but I fancied that was probably missing.
Another thing that adds weight to my obvious frustration is if you have a look at Walter now, he's falling over the ball, which is exactly what you want for a left-hander to do when you're swinging the ball back to him. Look how far over the offside he gets his head. And that is close enough, but I think, again, swinging down. But if he could get that same shape from over the wicket, that's stump bound.
I wonder if there was a height issue. This will give us an idea.
Well, anything mid-shin is probably going over with Paul Walter. He's such a big fella.
I think it may just have been going over as well as leg side, but anyway.
Certainly enough doubt.
It's history now.
2 good calls there from Martin Saggers.
But yeah, Shane Warne, he just published his autobiography. That was the reason I was interviewing him. And it was a great experience. He had plenty to say, as we all know. And it's going to be another boundary here, mid-wicket. The runs are flowing nicely from Essex's point of view. They've got a long way to go, though. That Somerset total of 469 still looks impressive. But yeah, it was at Headingley, and there was a press conference beforehand, and there was the inevitable tabloid question that started it all off about his private life.
Of course. Well, he's... I can't imagine anyone making a all-time World 11 him not being in it.
No,
or one of the first names on the team sheet, and a great entertainer, great character.
Yeah.
Sorely missed within the game, for sure.
Yes. I interviewed 3 of the Wisden 5 cricketers of the century. I missed out on, for obvious reasons, I missed out on Jack Hobbs and Don Bradman, but managed Shane Warne, managed Garfield Sobers, and managed right here, Viv Richards.
It's not a bad collection.
No, it's just wonderful. Gary Sobers professed not to know anything about an interview that had been set up, didn't want to do it. But I asked him, I said, well, maybe if you sort of think about it, you might do it in an hour or two's time if you're around. And he said, well, I'll be in the long room. This was at Lord's. And I managed to get in an hour or so later, and he agreed to do it.
Worth the wait,
it was an absolute thrill. I remember Michael Vaughan went through to 100 while we were doing it, because there was a great roar from all the members watching. Here is Jake Ball. It was very, very sad last month. Didn't quite make 90, Sir Gary. But by general consent, well, not total, but certainly in the immediate tributes, I mean, there was really nothing that he couldn't do as an all-rounder.
Yeah, he's a phenomenon, really, wasn't he? Cricket-wise. Unbelievable player. Yeah, I can't trump that. Your journalistic record. I've had a beer with Warney. Does that count?
That does, absolutely.
That do, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I wish I'd done. I'd have loved to do that.
And if he offered me one, I'd have definitely taken the fag as well.
Yeah. Yeah. But no, I mean, I wish I'd seen more of Gary Sobers. I caught the tail end. I think his last innings at Lord's, he made 150 out of a gargantuan total, 650 or something daunting.
Yeah, quite the team.
And it was funny when he, I think Kanhai declared when Sobers had got to 150 and they walked off. And Lance Gibbs, who was the number 11, didn't get into bat. He was the only one who didn't get in. And Sobers looked up to the balcony where he was sat and said, "Sorry, Lance."
Well, Pretoria's continuing from the river end. Somerset just need to camp in a little bit here, not get too impatient. It's been good batting from Walter and Critchley. Their partnership's worth 73 and it's come at quite a rate.
Yeah, this is Pretorius' 5th. Despite Jack Leach's enthusiasm for turning an arm over at that river end, which is where he usually does, it probably makes sense to give Pretorius a proper spell, as it were.
Yeah, I think he's bowling nicely. Certainly the captain would have been encouraged by those 2 LBW shouts, even though they were sliding down. It's not like Pretorius isn't looking threatening.
Nicely played, but won't be a run. It's a man back with point.
One thing that needs to be factored in is making sure Leachy gets ball in hand when it's still nice and hard, and that seems nice and sharp. See if you can get the ball turning. There's definitely turn on offer out there at the right pace. Notably, those slightly more tossed up deliveries from Simon Harmer were giving plenty of spin to the bowler.
16th over with it. Oh, did he get a... That's the kind of situation where you might get something onto it. A glove or pat handle, but nothing. To the relief of Walter.
Yeah, good bounce of that as we have a look at that replay. Just got very close to those gloves. That would have been a superb piece of bowling.
Appeal, but not from the bowler. Tom Abel went up at second slip, but leg side. As I think we'll see.
I feel like it's always pretty useful as a bowler to chuck in the odd bouncer, Lammy, just to let them know you can't take too many liberties. I think Paul Walter was starting to walk down the wicket, that ball that was short.
Yeah.
Pakistan at the moment, Headingley, 111 for 8.
Oh, Lord.
Doesn't look like that's going to be going into day 3. It is going to go into day 3, thanks Vic. It's not going to go into day 4 by the looks of it. Oh,
I'm booked for days 1 and 2 at Lord's, probably just as well by the sound of it.
one thing I've got to do when I get home, Lammy, I've got to get my feather duster up because I think I've got a spider on, you know, those little alarm sensor things.
Oh, yeah.
My house alarm went off at about 3:30 in the morning. So I was out of bed like a shot. I didn't. Luckily for my neighbours, I sleep in shorts. I was downstairs. I reckon I broke a land speed record. Grabbed one of my old cricket bats in the hallway, and I was out because my alarm thing said intruder garage.
Okay.
I was out there, mate.
Yeah.
Ready to go. Noticed a little cobweb, and I reckon the spider. So I think they're set at like what, 10, 15 kilos. So I think the spider had gone across the sensor. All hell was breaking loose. Neighbours out. My 2 sons didn't wake up though. Did you hear that last night? No. What was that, Dad? I was like, you're going to be useful, aren't you? Yeah. If I ever need any help. Anyway, so I'm a little bit jaded. That's my excuse for making that day 3-4 mistake, Vic. Anyway.
It's not a good time to be woken up. An intrusive spider. Here's Jake Ball. His bat has to come a long way down, doesn't it, Walter? He's so tall.
It's just quite funny when I think you could see it more when you're sort of pitch side, how small the stumps look when he stood next to them, and even though I'm sure he's got a long blade, long handle, just looks like he's got a toy cricket bat in his hand. He's an absolute mountain. I don't know. He must be, what, 6'8"? Got to be up there, hasn't he? He has to be. Let's have a goggle, see what it says.
Firmly behind that again. The other makes the stumps look a bit like matchsticks. Lost the sun again for a bit. I think it will come back. A few grey clouds around. Plenty of sunshine over the Quantocks at the moment, if not over Taunton itself.
Am I right to assume Paul Walter doesn't bowl anymore? Because he used to be a pretty handy left-arm seamer early on in his career. Believe it or not, he used to get quite a bit of bounce.
I've not seen him bowl, certainly last season or this. The Essex games I've done here.
Believe me, they're so good. Get my whole knee.
Conference going on between Ball, Pretorius and the captain, looking at the ball. Is it a question of the shape? Or will Lewis Gregory, yes he will, throw it to the umpire, who now will go through the usual examination.
Well, that's probably because they bowled so many wobble seams with it. It's starting to go out of shape. He's 2 metres 1 centimetre. That's a lot, that, isn't it?
It is, suffice to say. I must say it was a wonderfully analytical half hour from you and Vic. All the ball explanation, and I was delighted to be able to assist with a couple of.
Even though it was a kookaburra, not a duke.
Sorry about that.
That red one, no chance of swinging that one.
Okay. Well, I'm afraid there wasn't much variety next door. Just the one red and the one white. So we've got a conference between the 2 umpires now after the ball is examined by Ian Blackwell. It's now a dual inspection. Looks rather intensive.
Well, it looks like
I think it's going to be changed.
Looks like Somerset have won the battle there. I think with a partnership of 74 without a wicket. Looks like it's not going through the little gauge that Martin Saggers is holding, so it's obviously just gone out of shape slightly. Can you... Lewis is probably shouting to the umpire, "Hey Blackie, can you pick one that spins?"
Yeah. The box has arrived and is being assessed. Half a dozen or so do they have in there? Or is it more than that?
That'd be a dozen, I think, in in that big box, somewhere around there. Not combination of differently aged balls.
Jack Leach is going through the motions bowling wise. Batters are having a nice break and a drink. So a little bit of a pause here at Taunton. Essex 76 for 3, having been 2 for 3. So a recovery initiated at least by Critchley and Walter. Walter, who watched the carnage at the non-striker's end.
And there certainly was a bit of that while we have that little break. Very nice young man, saw me at lunchtime and asked for a shout out. I think he's listening on one of our earpieces, so hope you're having a great day, and thanks for saying hi. Jack and Mark Faithful, father and son duo in watching today's play. So if you are listening still at the ground, hope you're having a great day.
Excellent. It's a pretty good crowd in. I was impressed by the crowd on Wednesday. 2,600 in for Lewis Gregory's testimonial. Here's Jake Ball.
Victorious 5 overs under his belt. How many more will he bowl? You think if he comes off now, potentially ball bowled 3 at the start, so he's only into his 2nd over. So I think it'd be a good time for Pretorius to take a break. Leach on, and then Pretorius should be able to follow ball after his spell. Walter goes for the pull. He's top-edged it straight down. Oh my word!
It's a bad miss.
Oh,
down at long leg. That looked like he'd got into perfect position to take that. He had to run back and get into position, but he got all that right.
He did. Yeah. Whew.
Oh, that looks awful.
My favourite phrase of 2026, Lammy, is going to be used, and it is suboptimal. That's
I don't think
that's as easy as it get, really, as a professional cricketer.
I mean,
straight down his throat, really.
Yeah, he had to move, but he moved very well. He had to go back towards the rope, but he got into an optimal position.
All bar the catching.
Dear, oh dear.
These things do happen. You just don't want to be the one to do it. It's one of those moments where you just want the ground to swallow you up. You're going to feel terrible until Walter is out. Yeah, that's a bad miss, and what timing that would have been just before Jack Leach. He could have had 2 right-handers to toil away at. That's a big miss.
Yeah. He possibly would have been able to hear the gasps of horror in the James Hildreth stand, which was immediately behind him. And well populated. Probably want to go and field somewhere else after that.
But generally what happens with, you could go anywhere on the ground, maybe even leave the surface, and the ball will still find you. As soon as you've dropped a catch, you know that you're going to be the busiest fielder for the rest of the day. Generally how it goes. Well, will the prediction come true? That dark patch of rough outside of Walter's off stump. Harmer was bowling wide into it to the lefties and was getting a lot of turn, but obviously not as effective. But with it spinning in towards the lefty, you never know. Josh Thomas is in that short leg. Paul Walter has been slog sweeping his way to 100 trophy, so will he take that aggressive option against Jack Leach early on? Actually played a little bit too quick there from Jack Leach. Don't blame him at all. That first delivery, just trying to find his way into his bowling innings. Yeah, you got a feel for Jake Ball there. Bowled a good high bouncer. Really deceived Paul Walter. His 6 overs have been expensive, and that would have felt a lot better if that would have been taken.
Stylishly played, and will bring a single. It's protection out at deep extra cover. So Walter, the man reprieved, back on strike.
A little bit of spin there, but just a bit too flat at the moment. Leachy just trying to warm up those fingers. Have to see that first over from the spinners are always a little bit flatter than what would be their perfect flight and guile.
Just takes a bit of time to get into the groove. Well on top of that one.
He's definitely got the advantage when it comes to getting a big stride in, hasn't he, Lammy? He can certainly get to the pitch of the ball. Watchful over there by the Essex batters. 79 for 3.
So avert your eyes, Lewis Goldsworthy.
Yeah, a little replay of that drop catch. I think it was a very impressive delivery. Jake Ball round the wicket. Bowls a good bouncer, loses control of it, and oh, I don't think he's laid a mitt on that. That's hit him straight in the jumper. Oh dear.
Yeah, I think you're right. Having moved the feet well, couldn't really get the hands in the right position.
Maybe he should have tried to catch it with his feet. Yeah, these things happen. It's often happens at the worst possible time, and then just a salt to the wound. First ball of the next over gets beautifully short arm jabbed through mid wicket. Beautiful pick up pull shot there from Critchley all the way for 6. That will not help the tea time conversation that Goldsworthy and Ball will be having. Could be a little awkward silence over that cuppa.
One of the more effortless 6s.
Yeah, hell of a striker, Matt Critchley. Really, really clean striker of the ball.
Essex's revival from the perils of 2 for 3 continues. 85 on the board now. There's a bit of sunshine for the crowd here to enjoy. It's fitful. Mixture of sun and cloud. That's nicely timed again. Certain to get 2. And they settle for that. Actually, for all the sunshine we've been having, it's been a bit strange having cloud and rain every now and again the last few days.
Well, in some ways, it's been a nice little respite, isn't it?
It's nice that it's cooler.
Played a number of quite almost uncomfortable rounds of golf. That's Lewis Gregory has dived and he's fallen on the ball. The ball is now plugged in the surface. I think he's landed on that ball with his hip. Looks like he's in a bit of discomfort there.
He's taking some time, isn't he? He's prone at the moment.
Yeah, the ball is under the surface at the moment. Have a look. But you can take relief from a plugged lie without penalty, I believe, Vic. Yeah, that can be, if that's a hip bone or thigh, you could easily get a dead leg. Very nasty.
But hopefully, if it is a dead leg or something like that, it comes back round.
Yeah. He's not one to stay on the deck, Lewis, so he's obviously done himself a bit of a disservice there.
Yeah, he's just taking a moment, Lewis, to settle. And looks like he's about to race himself.
So Rocky 2, Apollo Creed pulling himself up from the canvas. I think he's going to be all right. Yeah, it looked to me like it was hip area on top of the ball, and Ian Blackwell literally had to pick the ball out of the surface. Yeah, it's got him right in that sciatic nerve area that runs around the back of the hip joint that can be really quite tender. Gluteus maximus, Lammy.
And that's a short-term injury, as it were.
I think it would be very painful,
yeah.
And then it, like, getting a kick in the shin or something like that. Impact, you can, they're very, very painful, but I think give it 5 minutes. Magic sponge, freeze spray, Raouljex, run it off, you'll be fine.
Looks like he's staying on anyway, which is good news.
Yeah, it's got him right on the butt cheek. Jake Paul into Walter, drifting into the pads. Nice to see Hawley try and make a breakthrough here. Bowls a lot of good deliveries, but often a lot of searchy balls that get punished for 4. He's been expensive. 1 ball left of his 7th over. He's got for 40 runs.
And he should be in that wickets column.
Yeah, that would have certainly turned his mood and fortunes around. It was a really quite straightforward chance down at long leg from Lewis Goldsworthy. He tries again. Another false pull shot, but no opportunity that time. That ends the 19th over. Essex are 88 for 3. Good fight back from Critchley and Walter. Critchley is on to 46, and this partnership worth 86 of the 88 Essex have got for 3. Thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance for their continued partnership here, and probably if a member of staff can run down and see if Lewis Gregory's hip's all right, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely. Been looking after us for several years, WPA. Many thanks to them.
Yeah, Lewis is just going through a little effort at running. He's definitely, I think that would present a bit like a dead leg, I reckon. It's not much fun diving on top of a rock hard cricket ball.
Yeah.
Probably quite lucky actually. The surface is quite soft, and the ground would have taken up a lot of that impact. Leach to Critchley. Spin. A little bit there. There's enough.
It's a long time since I've had a dead leg. Ages. Possibly given it deliberately at school or something like that.
Or sitting on the toilet for too long. reading the Times.
Single here. Down to third man. Ground is looking a picture at the moment in the sun. Lewis is still limping a bit. Must have been a lovely feeling, Pete, walking out again here a couple of days ago.
Yeah, it was a treat, Lammy. Really was. I mean, equally is a privilege to, still work for the club and spend afternoons with the media team here. It's a great club to be around. I think it was probably 1995, 6, somewhere around there. And there's the Paul Walter slog sweep. He's had so much success with it this summer. He's taken a chance. He didn't quite get all of it, but enough to take it for 4. If he does get hold of it, I don't think even the Trade Nation stand is far enough back. Yeah. Good strike. Yeah, so it's lovely to still be involved in. I think with any ex-player, there's always an inkling. I'm sure even Vic still gets the odd moment where he dreams of going out there and rolling out a few off breaks. Yeah. I think maybe looking at some of the standard of the bowling, I think Vic would have taken 4 for spit. It was a used pitch as well. He would definitely have got a bit of purchase.
So it will presumably be Jake Ball to continue. Yes, he's been handed the ball.
Well, Lewis Gregory's going to leave the field, probably get some treatment. Josh Shaw is coming on as a replacement fielder.
Yeah, he's still walking rather gingerly.
He absolutely is. Yeah, it's sore. Back of the hip. Gluteus maximus or lower back. Yeah, he's definitely suffering a little bit there, Lewis.
So who would be the captain on the field? I wonder whether Tom Abel might be. That would be a possibility.
Rue or Abel? Rue, Abel.
Abel has been clapping his hands enthusiastically at second slip. I don't know whether we should read anything
Leach.
into that.
Henry Nichols, I mean, is
Vic reckons Rue. Yeah, he's being quite firm on that.
I'd subscribe to that. Abel's done his shift as captain.
Yeah, although, as Joe Root has demonstrated, you can always come back.
Yeah, the sequels are never as good, but the way things are going up at Headingley, maybe this little stint will be quite fruitful. Pakistan 131 for 8 at the moment, still trailing by 107 runs. So unlikely England will bat again, unless Pakistan have got their own Miguel Pretorius down the order.
So they'll get a slightly longer break than they would have been expecting between the test at Headingley and the second one, which starts at Lord's next Wednesday.
Well,
Thursday.
If they do win this early, and I'm Trez, I'm going into that dressing room and saying no nightclubs. Yeah. A couple of drinks in the dressing room and home.
Yeah. Jake Ball then. Pulled again down to, well, it's fielded deep backward square in the end, just a single. Yes, a nice start to Trez's role as acting head coach.
Absolutely, 100% record. Hand it over to Stephen Fleming when the time comes and say thank you very much.
Tour to South Africa coming up this winter, which is always interesting. It's going to be given as a leg bye, but it looked leg side-ish again.
Oh, acting captain James Rue and Ball seemed absolutely convinced that this was out. Let's have a look. It could only be height from what I saw. And yeah, I've subscribed to that. It's just a little bit on the high side. Snater to Gregory's the only ball that's nipped back that's kept low. Every other one is, I said, with the dryness of the surface, has almost behaved. I mean, don't like to use phrases that might just be too crickety, but I'm sure our listeners would be familiar with this phrase. With the dry surface that they nip, the ball is getting a tennis ball bounce.
Okay.
Sort of bouncing quite vertically.
Yep.
Snater's is the only one that's kind of shot onto the pad. The rest of them, we've had a lot of LBW appeals turned down for height, and it's just holding in the surface and going upwards.
Yeah, there was one delivery from Jake Ball early on, which I thought was kept lower than average. On its way through to James Rue. 97 for 3 then, Essex. It's been a fascinating day with Somerset looking like they were fading away rather in the first hour and then finding their way to 469.
Catch. Ooh.
And then those three incredibly quick wickets, really. 14 deliveries, all for the skipper. And now the partnership between Critchley and Walter.
Walter happy to take a bit of a chance against Leach. Present an opportunity. Can't help but think about Josh Thomas. You've got a really good sweeper, slog sweeper, and you've just got yourself 100. You're the hero of the first innings. You get plonked in at short leg. I'm sure I'll be happy with that, Lammy. I'm doing pretty much anything for my skipper, but not field short leg. I had no interest in that. Didn't mind silly point, but short leg.
You can get hit very hard, can't you? A comfortable single here, up to long on.
I remember when Somerset signed an Australian off spinner, Dan Cullen, who bowled. But let's just say didn't bowl well. And Neil Edwards was short leg, and I think he played 3 games before we left out of the team, the overseas player, so you get a gist of how things were going. And he literally was bowled so many drag downs, and every time the batsman rocked back and pulled it, it just hit Neil Edwards somewhere on the body. He was covered in bruises. Obviously, we were seriously concerned about him, but it became a little bit of a joke at shower up time. Can Leachy just make a breakthrough here? It's been a brilliant partnership. 96 this is worth between Critchley and Walter. They've scrapped hard and picked off anything loose.
Yeah, Walter missed. Straightforward catch down at long leg off Jake Ball. Otherwise, a faultless partnership, really. And a positive partnership as well. Jake Ball is going to continue. This will be the 7th over of the spell. Started with 2 at the river end. So he must be coming up for a break.
Yep, and he's understandably, I suspect, a bit grumpy. He's gone for a few. He's had the key wicket of Walter escaped, and that is a fantastic straight drive.
And that
that won't cheer him up either. I mean, it is over pitch, but you cannot hit a ball more crisply than that. Unlike Pete, I just think he's so comfortable with the ball coming off his body. In fact, I think he's going to. Or no, he's not. I mean, I understand the prevalence of bowling around the wicket left-handers, but I cannot, along with Pete, I'm standing like well, Pete doesn't sound like Fred Truman used to quite yet, I don't think. But I don't understand what's going on out there. In fact, he is. He's probably got an earpiece.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
He's going to bowl over the wicket. Just to keep a smile on Pete's face, and indeed mine, and indeed Jake Ball's. I hope he gets a little nick the second slip. We'll see.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be amazing? Let's see. Not this time.
No, hasn't gone.
But there will be others.
So I admire Ball for his flexibility. I admire him for lots of things actually, but he's now.
He gets more florid as his bowling spells progress.
Yeah.
Jake Ball.
Yes, yeah.
With the effort.
Oh, he almost got him there too.
That could have gone onto the stumps so easily.
Yeah. And at the start of his career, I can bet you, not that this is relevant, but he would have bowled the vast majority of his, because he's been about so long, he would have bowled the vast majority of his deliveries to left-handers from over the wicket, because a decade ago, essentially that's what you did.
Oh, it's gone.
Where is Pete?
Would you believe it?
Where is Pete? Where is Pete? He's not in here in a minute, but he would have cheered up.
He's been commentated out.
Well,
Lewis Goldsworthy will be relieved.
He will. He will. And so will Jake Ball, who's had a slightly torrid time. But you can't deny that a change of angle might have helped. I mean, it's a soft dismissal. But it is a change of angle, and he has clipped it, not quite off the meat of the bat, straight to mid-wicket. And Ball's got a wicket. Somerset was struggling there, 104 for 3. They put on 100 together. It's 104 for 4 now. He throws his gloves down in disgust. Walter, he batted really well. He gave that one chance to deep long leg there.
Jake Ball fist pumping with joy.
Well, I can understand that.
Nice sharp catch by Jack Leach as well.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's
not one to put down.
Not one to put down to the government. But that is quite a boost. Look at him. Look, I'm looking at Jake Ball. He almost pulled a muscle punching. I mean, he's been wound up. Nothing worse than going for runs, then having opportunities missed, or one opportunity missed. It's a double punch.
Yeah. Terrific.
I mean, I think Jake Ball has won over. Not that he had a lot of winning over to do, but he's been here, what now? I think this is either could be his 3rd season now, I think I'm right in saying. And initially you thought, well, he's quite a senior citizen to sign up, but he has, A, he's bowled his heart out, B, he's got ever more confident, I think. Pete was saying he's talked to some Notts guys who thought, well, he's bowling as well as he's ever had, for us. So he's very much part of the furniture. He looks like he enjoys playing down here. They love having him around. He's got a vast amount of experience that he is able to share with the younger seam bowlers. More importantly, he's just got a wicket.
Here's Noah Thane facing ball. First ball is defended comfortably enough.
I fielded too, actually. I don't think that was. I think it was Lammonby.
Yep.
Who swooped on that one-handed. I think I might have struggled, even in my pomp, to do that. I think I might have kicked it.
So it's a bit like a good wine, Jake Ball, improving with age,
Well, yeah.
season by season.
Yeah, well, he's been terrific in a lot of. He bowls a lot of the hard overs in one-day cricket when the slog is on.
Noah Thane has had an excellent 50-over competition. I think he was the leading run scorer in the whole comp.
Yeah.
So he'll be in pretty good form from that.
Yeah, well, wicket's a wicket though, and I think Leach will be, got a new batsman who's right-handed. We haven't seen much spin, but there's just a little bit there to keep him interested, I think. Having said all that, that's a sweet shot, and that does evade the diving Lammonby, but there'll be a couple. But I think in the absence of Gregory, let's hope he's okay. I'm pretty sure Roo is theoretically captain. They're all captains out there. There's actually a lot of people who could captain out there, a lot of experience. So. But I think Roo is captained before, of course. He captained the championship match last year.
Yes, I think it was at the Oval.
Possibly, or was it against Hampshire as well? He did actually do it more than once. And of course, he's captained the Metro Banks team last year. And I've seen him hold his hands up in a leadership role there. Well, he didn't know where that was going. That was Critchley, who's not the sort of batsman who wants to sort of just sit on Leach. I think he wants to impose himself. But that was off the inside edge.
Yeah, he was aiming for mid-wicket.
Yeah. Well, there's a big gap there, a tempting gap almost. And he was looking for it there too. And that spun.
Worth another look.
Look where he's trying to hit that though. He's trying to, well, I don't know where he's trying to hit that. I initially thought that he was tempted by that big gap at mid-wicket. But it did spin. And that is almost out, isn't it? Didn't quite carry. So, encouraging signs. Inevitably that, I think that's Goldsworthy there, but didn't quite carry to him. But the old Creeling sort of rule that if you're having a bad day at the field, the ball will inevitably follow you. But that didn't quite carry. But he's on red alert. Now then, what does Leach want?
He wants backward point to
move. I like this. He's showing confidence. He's bringing up his boundary fielder on the offside. So he's got no sort of insurance on the offside boundary. But he's got a gully instead now. Slip gully, forward short leg, short extra cover, new batsman. And he's on target. The field they've set suggests it's turning because there's just the 3 men on the leg side, one of whom is at forward short leg. They're just a mid-on and a backward square leg. I like the fact it's a very positive move. I mean, years gone by, you hardly ever bowl with the sweeper on the offside. But now they're almost standard. But he's brought him up with a new batsman, quite right too. I tell you what, that's very close to leg stump, I would have thought, but missing it. And that's it. Hit Roo on the knee. I think he's going to be okay.
That's an interesting over.
Yeah. Well, there's something happening there for him, and you'd want him to keep going. I think Ball, having got that wicket, is going to have another over. It's been expensive, 1 for 50. He was a bit wayward to start with. He got some treatment, but he had the batsman over pitching a bit. And then Walter dropped on the boundary. Life was bleak. He has got Walter now. Got me wicket from bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. What's he doing?
Crisply struck straight to Josh Shaw, the substitute fielder, at mid-on.
He does. He's a beautiful striker, Critchley, isn't he? He's easy on the eye. Been a good signing for him. He's been at Essex quite a while now, but he started life in Derbyshire. But he's become part of the furniture at Chelmsford, I think.
Single for him here. So that'll bring the man who's just come in onto strike. Noah Thane.
I was going to say there's not many Noahs around in first class cricket, but there's a Noah Cornwall, isn't there, who plays, I think, from Middlesex. So Noah's obviously come back in.
There can't be certainly can't be a drought of Noahs. Lovely shot, but straight to cover. So they've got to build a fresh partnership. Critchley still there, but no longer has the company of the opener, Paul Walter.
That's a shape away. Got the third slip in there. I mean, one concern for Somerset, well, is that Gregory, captain's not on the field, but also one of your absolute, well, the guy who took 3 wickets for no runs at the start of the innings is not on the field. So it's quite a difficult balancing act for James Rue. I think that means that Leach will be very busy. Where are we in terms of tea?
I think it's 32 overs left.
So there's quite a
it?
bit. We're a bit behind the clock today. I mean, Essex actually were very quick yesterday, or pretty quick, with their bowling rate. They slowed down a bit towards the end. So there's a while before tea.
4 for that.
Yeah, that's neatly tucked away. Much margin for error on this pitch. He's got a wicket, but he has yielded a few runs. Jake Ball, he might be due a break. So the options open are, and the likeliest is Pretorius, probably. Hang on, who's this coming on? Oh, it's another sub coming on, I think. Jake Ball just leaves the field. So the options are Pretorius, see, possibly Lammonby, and then there is Vaughan.
And Thomas.
And Thomas.
Conceivably.
Yeah. Probably in order of likelihood, Pretorius, Vaughan.
Just turn there.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah. Pretorius is favourite. Thereafter, I think, Vaughan. Thereafter, possibly Lammonby. And then, as always, Thomas. But he's still number 5 on the list, probably Lewis Goldsworthy to atone for that little misjudgment. That's okay.
Hopefully we will see Lewis Gregory reappear after treatment. But he's been off for a little while now.
Well, yeah. I mean, I imagine the idea is that If we don't see him after tea, I think we start to get worried.
Yeah, it may well be that he'd stay off and then take in the tea interval.
Yeah.
That is 8 overs away, 7 after this one. Nicely played, late to back the point.
This leach is pretty good rhythm. Minor misunderstanding.
Well, he wanted one, didn't he?
Yeah.
Noah Thane. And sent back by the senior partner. Would have been Critchley's 50, in fact, if they'd made that single. Critchley in no hurry to take risks. 112 for 4 at the end of the over. So who will we see? I think we're going to have a change.
We
must have a change. Jake Ball's gone off.
Yeah. Is that off your ball?
I think it may be.
No, he was fit enough to field, but he's out there and he's brought someone's cap out. He's just said hello to Ian Blackwell. So we've got everything's right. Oh, it's going to be Pretorius. Yeah. Well, he was our favourite. And he's only bowled 5. Back of a splendid innings. Comfortably season's best.
It is a bit of a surprise to see Alfie Ogborn having been told he's out for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Well, he can do everything but bowl, perhaps. I imagine that's
it must be so.
Yeah, I guess so. It's strange, isn't it? I agree with you. It is strange. But anyway, here's Pretorius.
And Ogborn is in action straight away.
Yeah, and he likes being in action. I bet he's missing not playing. He had a lovely start to the season, full of promise. And then a mixture of problems.
The main one being the stress fracture,
yeah.
the lower back. Let's hope he can get that straight over the winter. Oh,
you struggle to find. He's demanding the ball at any time. If you're a young fast bowler now, I mean, it's almost inevitable that you have a stress fracture along the way, it seems. Bowling is not a natural thing to do, I guess. The body rebels, and of course nowadays stress fractures can be detected in a way that wasn't the case in years gone by. That's 4. It's a very sweet shot. That is the shot of a man in form. Noted how well Noah Thane played in the Metro Bank. Beautiful shot, actually.
Yeah, Thane was the only batter ahead of Tom Lammonby in that tournament.
Right. In terms of numbers of runs.
Number of runs scored, yeah.
So we've got the subs at mid-off and mid-on.
It's Tom Abel at mid-wicket.
Yeah. I think, is that...
Oh, no, it isn't. It's Jack Leach, I beg his pardon. It's the cap colour.
Yeah, well, there are 2 men with very brown caps in this team. And you had a 50% chance of being right.
Yeah. Lewis Gregory's, I think, as well, is a little bit faded, but he's not on the field at the moment.
No, he's not.
You can almost work out seniority by the
colour of the cap, yeah.
Nicely driven, but only as far as the ever-present Alfie Ogborn, suddenly.
Yeah. I think I can spy Jake Ball about to return. You can't have 2 fast bowlers off for too long because you'll need one of them before long. See, if you're off for a certain period, then you have to serve your time. Unless it's an external injury, I think, which is slightly odd, but what's an external? I don't know.
Well, presumably Lewis Gregory's wouldn't qualify
I wouldn't have
that.
thought so. No. Anyway, Jake Ball's coming back. So after a little gem of a performance from Alfie Ogborn, who looks like he'd rather like to stay, and perhaps Luke Shaw would be happy for him to stay, but
there's a bit of discussion going on.
I think they're just.
And
well, someone's. Well, yeah, I think Alfie, with an air of reluctance, he was enjoying himself out there. Is now leaving the field, and Jake Ball was taking up position at deep point for Jack Leach, who has a man out for Critchley, but hasn't for Thane. Nicely into his spell, Leach, just like a wicket, but he knows where it's landing at the moment.
Settled well, characteristically.
Yeah, well, I mean, it helps. It does help to have a total of 469, which can induce a little bit more caution among the batsmen. But having said that, he's still on target. Nice little dab, but it's only one. And that's his 50.
Yeah, well batted, Matt Critchley. Essex back on 2-3. That must have been an awkward moment for him, and taken them to 117 for 4.
Yeah.
He's got him. Thane has gone.
He doesn't want to go, but he's got to go. He was stuck on that back foot. It skidded on. Turned a little bit. He was playing it on the onside. That big gap at mid-wicket. The only question that, well, Thane, it looks grumpy, but dismissed batsmen nearly always do, is whether that ball pitched outside leg or not. But we're going to have a look at it now. Hawkeyes. I think it's hitting the stumps, all right.
It's hitting middle of the leg.
Yeah, I think so. And I don't think it's pitching outside either. But your eyes are probably nearer.
I reckon on seeing that replay for the footwork, watch for the other end now, but we won't get such an impression from there. But I reckon that was Midland leg.
Yeah. Well, if it pitches on Midland leg and straightens, I mean, it's out.
Another look.
Yeah, let's have another look. I think that's probably okay, don't you? That's not. It's not outside leg stump.
You could see the leg stump outside his pad.
And that's. He was tempted. I mean, that is the virtue.
Another here.
Okay. Yeah, we're not quite around the line, but you
there's
can
no
see.
height issue.
Yeah, and look where. It's always quite handy to look where the keeper's gloves are, because
and at the exuberance of his appeal.
Well, that's not so trustworthy, actually. Anyway, a wicket for Jack Leach. We often talk about, that tempting gap at mid-wicket, and sometimes it's totally irrelevant. But not there, I don't think. He was looking to manoeuvre that ball. There's a huge gap wide of mid-on. There's no one saving runs between short fine leg, really, and mid-on. And he was looking for that gap for 1 or 2.
So here's Pepper's first ball from Leach, which he gets away, not necessarily where he intended. He's going to get a couple of runs for it. Down to fine leg, if there was bat involved, and I think there was.
I think there was, yeah.
So Pepper immediately off the mark.
Yeah.
So Essex in trouble again now.
Yeah. Well, it helps. It helps. James Root at the moment is leading team. He's got Leach. In with him.
Warming
so in the immediate future, he's kind of got that end tied up, all things being equal. can usually rely on Leach. Critchley's played him perfectly well, but hasn't sort of taken the attack to him too much. The situation really doesn't allow him to do that. Leach has bowled well at him, so he's got control from that river end and the possibility of the odd wicket. Just get you a little bit of turn, not massive turn, but just enough to keep him honest. And so he's only got to worry about this end, where up until tee, if he wants, he's got Pretorius. He could toss the ball possibly to Archie Vaughan for an over or two just before tee. Where are we now? 36 overs remaining. I think once it gets to 32, it's tea time.
Yep. Here's Pretorius then.
Oh, that's okay. I thought that was just the open face, but he's seeing the ball well. He's been seeing the ball well ever since he came in, Critchley. He's looked relaxed throughout too. Never mind, he doesn't bother looking at the scoreboard, I think, which is often a very good idea. Apart from a very tight one-day game, perhaps, with weather. And that, you think, you've got a chance there, that's straight, that's middling off. But he seems to middle those more often than not.
A slightly wayward throw.
Yeah.
Jack Leach, which James Rew had to take one-handed.
He's all apology, Jack Leach, but he has just got a wicket, and so he's pumped up.
Yes. So 119 for 5, Essex. And by comparison with Somerset's 469, that's a long way behind.
It is, yeah. I don't think the rest of the Essex lineup is obviously Snater, Cook, and Harmer. Harmer's probably next, isn't it? Harmer, Snater, who are both sort of capable lower order batsmen. And then Cook and Porter, a bit more tail-endish.
Yeah. In fact, they're exactly 350 behind that Somerset first innings total at the moment. If you weren't with us earlier, you may not know that Miguel Pretorius found some batting form.
Yeah.
Demoted to number 11. Came in and played the ball attractively for 48.
I mean, I think if Jake Ball had not been White Watchman, he might have come in at number 10.
Yeah.
But we were all sort of thinking, it's like the usual thing that happens when the 9th wicket falls, is that the groundsman gets alert, and he looks out, he shouts out to the fielding captain, what roller do you want?
Yeah.
And then quite often he'll get it started. Well, in this case, they'd have had to wait for about 50 minutes or so while Pretorius and James Rew added 70-odd runs.
Yeah,
70-odd important runs.
And extended the morning session by a quarter of an hour or so.
Yeah. So, and Pretorius played really well in his aggressive manner for the first time this summer, it has to be said.
Yeah, heartening for him and for Somerset.
Yeah. And he's, of course, he's bowled well.
End of that over from him. 0 for 21 from 7. So, yeah, if Archie Vaughan is going to have an over, it needs to be the next one at this end of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion.
We'll see what James Rew decides, really. It's a perfectly legitimate option, but Pretorius is up and running. I think I'd be tempted to toss him the ball, actually. Why not?
Leach, in the meantime, it's been very tidy. 1 for 13 from 6.
Yeah, he's got 3 men round the bat, so he's sort of anticipating something that might happen. It's quite aggressive field. No sweeper on the offside. That's up in the air, but it's safe.
And it's going to go for 4.
Yeah, it wasn't convincing. The top edge.
It won't bother Jack Leach at all, that, will it?
Well, no,
Miss hit.
Well, no, it won't bother him that much. But he is. I mean, like any old pro, he's giving 4 runs away, but he hasn't given it away. He's been slightly robbed. Stretching a bit, he's taken the top edge, but he's got a lot of impetus to it, and it's cleared that fielder there. It's just gone a bit deeper, actually.
There's a bit of turn there, but it
Just a bit.
started off outside, off stump.
Yeah.
So no need to play it.
Sure, they're following the ball, but after that top edge, he's gone a bit deeper there. It's not really taking a single there.
Slightly quicker ball defended.
Once he gets into his rhythm, he doesn't hang around, which is quite handy, really. He likes to whistles through his overs. Well, he wants a cup of tea too.
Yes, Pepper's looking a bit like he's got the tea interval in mind. Defending largely, apart from that slightly miscued sweep.
It's a nice view for Henry Nichols has been at slip, I think, the entire innings. So he's kind of getting to know our bowlers. And it's a nice, he hasn't actually had anything to do yet, but he's looked very comfortable at first slip so far. I don't think we've had a catch at first slip in this match. We've had very few slip catches at all.
Yeah, one for James Rue earlier, one for Jack Leach at mid-wicket. One went down at long leg.
Even in the Somerset innings, I don't remember much in the way of slip catches, which is the standard dismissal for seam bowlers anyway. Anyway, this is...
It's not going to be Archie Vaughan.
No,
Pretorius is going to carry on.
Yeah. It's a sweet shot for nothing.
Bright sunshine out there at the moment. And over most of the part of Somerset that we can see.
In the ideal world, it rains everywhere except over the county ground, which has still got a verdant outfield, so they must be able to water here. I mean, I don't know, you're probably not quite old enough, but God, I can remember 1976. And
I do remember, absolutely.
Both playing, but also watching that Oval Test match,
yeah,
where the outfield was absolutely brown.
Yeah. 2 double centuries in that match.
Well, Dennis Amos against Michael Holding.
Yeah.
And, well, IVA Richards, of course.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And Michael Holding bowled superbly.
He got about 15 wickets in the match, didn't he? It's a memorable test match, well, memorable test series in many ways.
But I do remember that outfield, and I remember Tony Greig, who, you'll remember this, had said before the series started, the West Indies either win or they grovel, and I intend to make them grovel.
Yeah.
And he went to the West Indian section of the crowd towards the end of that game and grovelled.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I mean, he was a great PR man. I think he probably understood that inadvertently he got it wrong at the start of the series. But yes, he got on his knees, didn't he?
He
at
did.
the end of the series. But it motivated the West Indies beyond doubt. And
yeah,
it was. I mean, the England side. It's a fascinating England side that played. It must be one of the most unathletic, mostly due to age, fielding side you've ever seen.
Brian Close was recalled.
Well, Closey wasn't
earlier in the series.
Closey of course played 3 Test matches. At the age of 46 or 45, unbelievable, really. Great courage, inspiration he was, really. and he was convinced that he'd been dropped. He was very disappointed to be dropped, but he felt he'd been dropped because there was a sort of move to make him captain, and Greggy sensed it and thought, I'll have to drop him. No, it may be and then, well, I've told you this, I've mentioned it before, but I think it's true too, but the recollection is that he'd come back and of course he fielded it forward short leg for England, as he did for Yorkshire. And he said, well, you know, I were at short leg and all the fielders kept looking at me, so I put them in right place.
Yeah. Terrific.
Oh, dear. I mean, that was amazing. He came, remember, he got absolutely battered at Old Trafford.
That's right.
And
it was
the
an
day
evening
after that,
session, wasn't it?
The day after that match, Somerset played in I think I might have been 12th man. I don't think I played. But Somerset played in a Gillette Cup semi-final, quarter-final at Edgbaston. We would be soundly beaten, actually. We were bowled out for about 180 or something like that. I don't know the exact figures. Top score, DB Close, who was hit by Willis. Down he went, knees went. Top score Close, 70 or something like that.
Extraordinary. Yeah. The other thing I remember about that Oval Test, I have to mention my boyhood hero as ever.
Notty.
Yeah, he broke Godfrey Evans' wicket-keeping world record.
Right.
Stumped Lawrence Rowe off Derek Underwood.
Right.
Appropriate that it was Underwood.
Yeah. But it wasn't a great fielding side. You had Amos was there, Woolmer was there, Boulderstone was there, Steely was there. They're all well into their 30s. Selve played, Mike Selby, I think.
Yes, David Steele. Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
4 down to third man.
Yeah, he kicks the turf, does Jack Leach. It wasn't that short, but it was short enough, and he put it away well.
Yes, David Steele was sponsored for a steak a run, wasn't he, in that series, by his local butcher.
Yes. Yeah.
And the story was that when he went back there, the butcher said, well done. He said, no, medium rare.
Right.
This is going to be the last over before tea, without question. In fact, the last ball before tea coming up. 127 for 5.
Well, it's been a good session for Somerset. I mean, it was dramatic at the start, and then a 100-run partnership. But the last couple wickets have just swayed it back in Somerset's direction. Oh, that's gone. Where's that got
Off
there?
the edge. They got a single for it. Oh no, they're going to take a second, in fact.
I'm not quite sure how it got there, is it?
I think it was
it's
off
buys.
Okay.
He's given buys. That must have turned quite quickly.
Jack Leach takes his sweater. Have another look at this. I think it turned and lifted.
So, well, an eventful session.
From the other end. That was a good delivery. Surprised Roux as well as the batsman.
It's sort of encouraging for Somerset to pitch to ball got on but Gregory is no longer on the pitch. Dive on the ball. And we await to see.
Yeah, we hope to see him re-emerge after the tea interval. That's not certain, but we will be back. We're going to have a cuppa ourselves now, and hope very much that you can rejoin us for the final session of a fascinating day's play.
very tight and exciting defeat to Penticton. The last two result scores from the games going on around the country, Division 1 today. So we'll start with Hampshire against Yorkshire. Yorkshire almost yesterday, 173. Hampshire 197 Yorkshire second time asking 15 runs, so they're still 9 runs behind all their second wickets left. Leicestershire against Glamorgan. Leicestershire were dismissed yesterday for 151. Glamorgan in that play 124 for 8. Now, the leaders Nottinghamshire, they were held out for 184 yesterday. They take a very small first innings lead, holding Surrey up for 162 and not 7 for 1 in their second innings, so they need 29 runs. And finally, Warwickshire against Sussex. Sussex 156 out, Warwickshire in the play 126 for 8. So wickets are tumbling all around the country. Please welcome back on that show first, Martin Sayers in Ian Blackwell.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the third session. Essex currently 129 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 469. There was a good partnership between Critchley and Walter, but 2 back-to-back wickets at the end of that session has put Essex in quite the predicament. 129 for 5 now. Critchley 50, Pepper 10, Leach getting that last wicket. LBW, Thane, he's gone back to one that just skidded on and hit him on that back shin.
Oh dear, I've been gearing myself to look out for Lewis Gregory, and he is there. He's standing by the umpire.
Hobbling.
I have to say he is hobbling, but he is there. But he's not moving well. He doesn't look like a man who's ready to bowl, and it looks like he's got daps on. But he is there, and there's a bit of a conversation between him and Ian Blackwell.
Loosen up, substitute.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility, isn't it? If he can't bowl, then it would be legitimate. If we're going to have straight away, we're going to have a change of tack. We're going to have Archie Vaughan bowling. But Gregory's out there. I wondered whether he'd come back, but he has. The other thing we've got to mention, because you weren't in the box at the time, we wish you had been, Jake Ball, who got the key wicket of Walter. He was bowling over the wicket, you see, he just moved, didn't he?
And it took how many balls, Vic?
Oh, it took 3.
3, okay.
But the second one nearly dribbled onto the off stump, as it happened. And it was not a classic dismissal. It was off the middle of the bat, but straight to mid-wicket.
It's a game of angles, Vic.
Exactly, a different angle.
If that was round the wicket, it would have gone fine of him
exactly,
and gone for 2.
Exactly. Or, yeah. So there we go. So Jake Ball had the wit to change tack. Now we're going to see what happens with Archie Vaughan. He's got a fairly conventional offside field, but no sweeper. I quite like that, if he can bowl to it. Oh, that's a good start.
Well, you don't know unless you try.
Exactly.
Marks, do you? Archie Vaughan starting nicely there. He's beautifully when had the opportunity for Somerset, especially here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, bowling in tandem with the nut at the other end. Oh, sharp spin back towards the pad.
Well, I think Blackwell will have appreciated that delivery, but I think he would have appreciated it can't quite be out. It's turned too much, really.
Oh, I think
he's either outside the line or it's missing leg.
Yeah, I think he's got outside the line that time, but again, a good sign. Certainly will keep Josh Thomas at short leg interested for a little one off of the inside edge onto the pad. You could stand there for months on end and not get a catch, but on this pitch, he's definitely in the game.
Ah, that's closer. He might give that, and he has. What a good bowling change, and what a good first 4 deliveries.
Batter looks a bit disappointed with that. Did he get outside the line? I think that is the only question.
Yeah, well, let's have a look. I think that hits him in line.
No, that's out. Good decision. Ian Blackwell, that's hit him on a roundabout, middle and off. I think that's fair to say. That's going on towards the stumps.
Yeah, that's a very good change of bowling.
Inspired.
And it's also good bowling in that he's come on and he's found line and length straight away. Big shout beforehand. That's just turned a fraction, but not too much, I don't think. I mean, it's not a good example, but it takes me back that in that there was a previous shout to the forward defensive. Well, in the 1970s and 80s, never out. Once they start sweeping, you're in business. And there was the most wonderful umpire. I think he'd probably given up by the time you were playing, called Sam Cook, who used to play for Gloucester. Left arm spinner. Probably got swept at smithereens times. It doesn't matter where the ball was going. If they swept and they missed it, they were out, because he thought it was a highness shot.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that one wasn't out, mind you. I'm just saying that if you sweep, there were certain umpires in the 70s and 80s, once you swept, you had to go. You could prod forward all day long and get it hit on the pad playing a forward defensive. Never.
Well, there'll be a lot of club cricketers playing now that will absolutely understand what you're saying. If you miss a sweep in the Whipple,
you're gone.
You're on the march.
Harmer's in.
Good period this is for Somerset. 3 wickets after that big stand between Critchley and Wesley.
That's
Brilliant
good
stuff.
for Archie too. He didn't get any runs, you know, but I'm quite excited by this, really. I like it. The other thing I've always thought about spin bowlers, or any bowlers really, is learning to bowl that first over. The first over can really set the pattern for your spell. So if you bowl a bad first over, you go for 8 or 10, you're always kind of playing catch up, and you're always concerned about just kind of getting into the spell and not conceding anymore, and you're not relaxed. If you can get that first, it's a real art bowling that first over, so you're not playing catch up. As it happens, he's right in it. You know, he's got his wicket, but he's right on target from the very start. And I almost used to think they should practice bowling the first over, i.e. bowl one over and then disappear for about 20 minutes and come back 20 minutes later and bowl another one.
Well, that was an exceptional example, actually, because not only was it on the money, it was actually nicely flighted. Leach had mentioned in his first over generally goes quite quick.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah. He's conservative, it fizzes it down, no frills. But that's a great start from Archie Vaughan. He really has potential, you know, as a pure off spinner.
He has all the ingredients as a batter as well.
He does, and obviously you want him to, you know, evolve as a batsman. But you know, he's got a lot to offer, especially if he can get his batting a little bit more effective. But his bowling is, well, getting better and better, I think.
Pepper opting for the broom very early on, just tickling that one round the corner.
Yeah.
Don't think that will put off Jack Leach.
Well, he's got man loitering. He's loitering. He's not saving a single. That's Jake Ball there. But he's where he thinks the top edge might land. Pot luck in a way. Pepper did loft one there inadvertently before tea.
He's got a fly 45.
Oh, look at Gregory at first slip. I don't like watching it. He hobbled to catch that.
Well, I think that little bruise from landing on the ball would have probably had enough time now to have stiffened up.
Gregory's taken over at first slip, and Nichols has had to come out. He's in the gully at the moment. I don't know.
I think Lewis is probably just looking to try and get through to the close of play, have some treatment. That's
skidded on. He must be just outside off stump, or maybe he's just outside the line. Let's have another look. I think
that's really close.
It is close. He might just have been outside line and maybe just missing off, but it's a dangerous way to play.
Very good decision. I've seen those given, but that's a good decision from Martin Saggers, and a good reply there from Simon Harmer. Flat batting that through, extra cover. Slight bit of width offered there by Jack Leach.
James Rue, I think he's having a chat with his slip Gordon. It felt like, how did he not give that out? How did he not give that out? Let's see, get on the back foot. But anyway, that wasn't quite a half volley. He's just smacked through the covers there. Oh, he's gone. Yes. He's gone.
Playing across the line, turn and bounce, leading edge. Goldsworthy makes up for his drop earlier, takes that comfortably, extra cover. Essex now 7 down for 134. Excellent stuff from Somerset.
It's a big leading edge. It goes comfortably to extra cover. He ain't going to drop that one. And he just hardly long enough to be a cameo. That
you can't do that on a turning pitch. Close the face like that. It's just held and straightened on him.
She's 2 batsmen who've got out looking for that huge gap at mid-wicket. Leach gets it right. It's doing enough to make that perilous. Have another look here.
Well, don't tell them, Vic. but that gap at mid-wicket is there for a reason.
We have mentioned it. Well, I mean, what's the lead now? It's currently 330. I mean, you're going to have to enforce the follow-on, aren't you? Surely.
Yeah.
Well, if the lead is... If the lead's 300...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think there's so much time left in the game. I think it'd be forecast dependent. I stopped looking at forecasts in about 2003 because they kept on stitching me up.
I think they're getting better now.
So I think if there's no rain around, I think Somerset could have a bat for a couple of sessions and pile on something enormous. Plenty of time for Lewis Gregory to fix that hip thigh injury.
Well, yeah, that's true. What we don't know, you see, what we're never quite sure about is whether this wicket continues to deteriorate or whether it sort of dies and gets better. Anyway, it's a ticklish problem because Somerset have had problems dominating a game and being unable to finish it off. However, just for the moment, Leach 2 for 26, Vaughan 0 for 1, back for some more.
Yeah, memories of the first game of the season, the Worcester game, the follow-on. That
was last season.
Was it last season?
Yeah. That was agony, wasn't it?
Yes,
and it really had an impact on the team thereafter for some time. I think not winning that game.
Yeah, I think Craig had to probably bowl about 35, 40 overs in that follow-on innings.
Yeah, well, this was the last season. Then they went to Essex and played terribly and lost by a huge margin as a sort of after effect of not winning that first game.
Yeah,
oh, where's that gone?
Good for Somerset if they have the choice.
Well, if I tell you what, Essex have got to go some to prevent them having the choice. Anyway. It looks to me like Pepper, and probably Snater from what I remember, will think the best form of defence is attack. Is that what I mean? Yes. I think. I don't think Snater's going to block for 2 hours, is he? Just trying. You know,
he might try.
He might try. Do you think?
But I think he's a good striker.
Yeah,
I think he's more than capable. I think he has hundreds to his name.
Does he?
Think I'm right in saying.
I think he's aggressive though, isn't he? But we'll see. Well, there is spin though. There's spin for Vaughan from this end, and there's a big gap at extras. In fact, they've got. They're looking like they're anticipating a counter attack. In that there's a man at deep mid-wicket as well as deep backward square and a loitering mid-on who's only 20 or 30 yards in from the boundary.
No hundreds, but 850s, a top score of 83, averages 20, so more than capable. But Somerset will be pretty happy with their position, quite obviously, 137 for 7. Leachy 2 for 26 in the action, and maybe if the option is there, the fact that the wicket has energy and for the spinners might attract Somerset to going for that follow-on.
Well,
but we've still got 3 big wickets to take.
Well, yeah. First. Oh, you'd think if we get one more, you're into. I know Cook can bat a bit, but. Ooh. Well, it's a great start from Vaughan. Nice rhythm, good energy on the ball, and good length. Look at, I'm worried about Gregory. He's hobbling around. I don't know why. I'm quite sure why he's out there, really. Is he going to bowl?
Marshalling the troops.
Well, I think they could. Surely they could have Rue marshalling the troops if he's going to damage himself. Or maybe he's thinking it'll be all right tomorrow, so I've got to be on the field, so I'm eligible to bowl. I don't know.
Not that there's any medical credentials behind this, just purely on experience.
Yeah.
I would say that my 100 metres away diagnosis of what Lewis has done, the worst thing he could do is just go and sit down and not move. I think it's more impacty, bruisey. I think if he sits down, it will stiffen up really badly. He's no doubt in a bit of discomfort, but I think he's doing the right thing, just keeping that hip joint moving.
Okay, but it's not moving very sweetly.
No.
Well.
But great that he wants to be out there. Brilliant. Good stuff from the skipper.
It's a big shot there. He missed off stump. There's a huge gap on the leg side, inviting him to play that shot. That's all right. That's what's. He's a wicketkeeper, obviously, Pepper, and they all like their dibbly-dabbly sweeps and square of the wicket and improvisations.
Somerset have got plenty of runs to play with. There's a risk associated with the sweep shot, as we've seen already, the LBW and the false shot the previous ball, so I don't think Leachy will mind too much.
Yeah, that's
also, I think, Vic, as well, with the leading edge, and I think the leading edge, the last ball of Vaughan's over, there's not only side spin, there's a little bit of hold in the pitch as well for the spinners, which will certainly keep the spinners interested in those close-in catches, catching cover.
He's just slowed that up a little bit, didn't he? And he's misjudged the length, and it's ended up as a wipe that could have gone anywhere. Have a look at this.
What a massive hack at that.
Whoa, he didn't get very close to it in the end, but now Gregory's just going to move someone minutely. No, okay.
That's an exciting amount of sharp turn there from Jack Leach.
Exciting shot too.
Got him edge, and a really good catch there from James Rue. The massive hack the ball before. Leach has gone quicker. Snakes has tried to cut it. Nothing more than a thin edge through to James Rue. A little bit of a juggling completion of the catch. But now Essex 8 down, just slid through a little bit quicker.
It didn't really turn, but it was quicker than he thought. Top edge or upper edge, and it's hit him in the chest, but it's gone up.
Yeah, that's a good bit of wicket keeping there. That's taken quite a deflection off the outside edge.
Yeah. They're very difficult. You don't want to be too critical. Don't be critical of James Rue, but that's a caught Rue bowled Leach, and not an easy catch, because that was a much quicker ball, and it zipped up, hit him in the chest, but he had his good positioning of the chest. I like these footballers who chesting the ball. They're very good at that now.
Yap stamp chest.
Yeah, but upwards. So getting the ball going upwards. So
one thing I can be sure of is the batters that are now at the crease now will be thinking, please don't make us follow on Somerset. I'm knackered. Because they bowled a lot of overs.
Well, yeah, but I think... Well, yeah, but if you're in the Essex dressing room...
Sorry, please bat again. Yeah, I think they'd be quite pro
I
follow-on.
don't think... Well, we'll wait and see. I mean, obviously I have to force the follow-on with 330 ahead. I know it's going to be hard work, and the spinners are going to have to do lots of way things are going, and you won't get such a magical start, and you won't even have Gregory to bowl. But despite all that, I think...
With the amount of turn on show, I think
there is
very attractive opportunity coming up. Sam Cook to the crease. We'll do a short deep dive in a second on Sam Cook's more than capable.
Tell you what, as things stand, this is a terrific cricket pitch. What suits Somerset in this situation. It also suggests that, on balance, batting first was probably quite a good idea on this surface. Essex spurned that opportunity.
Yeah, Don did mention about the toss, and they were. I think the analysis from Sam Cook seemed to suggest that he was surprised the wicket didn't do so much, but my perception of the wicket actually has offered quite a bit for seam and spin, and Essex just didn't bowl very well on day one. can
what-
understand why you don't want to be
Yeah.
too open about how it went. But Somerset, you have to say, batted
They
incredibly
bat-
well.
Yeah, but what is surprising is that it seems like it's turning significantly more than it did on the first day. Which doesn't always happen here. Anyway, they've got slightly odd for they've got a man out at square cover, mainly because they know that Pepper is going to play all sorts of sweeps, and that's the reverse sweep, which he's played nicely and picks up a couple. These keepers, they love a sweep. Well, actually, most players love a sweep.
Yeah, he certainly sets up a little bit unusually. Like, if you had to guess who was the keeper, he's very, very square on, utilising the sweep as much as possible, trying to score. I think the key for Somerset is to bowl as many deliveries at the other end as possible. Sam Cook is
not a mug.
Bit of a congratulations. He's playing in his 100th first-class match in this game, and he's got a top score of 49.
Okay. Considerable field changes for Cook coming in. Is Gregory still out there? I'm not sure he is. Oh, he might be at mid-off. So it doesn't go to mid-off.
Might be a bit of a kidology there. One will get dabbed into cover and he'll gazelle round and run him out. He's trying to lure them in.
Well, he's lured me in. I'd take one to him.
Beware the injured golfer, beware the injured cricketer.
Yeah, not at mid-off though. These keepers. I'm going to tell you about Alan Knott, who came down here once. Alan Knott was really quite an innovative batsman for his time, and he used to sweep lots by the standards of the day. I don't think he reverse swept, but he played all sorts of sweeps, and he played little chips over extra cover in a way that wasn't commonplace in those days against the spinners. He'd get inside out. So he was an idiosyncratic batsman who was prepared to play his own unorthodox way. And just after I retired, but Chris Tavray was captain, and he got Knotty down to do a day's coaching. He did some work with whoever was keeper, but he also did a batting little session, all about sweeping. And he went through a whole range of different sweeps, apparently, hard ones, dabs, and then the one I liked, the defensive sweep. And I think it was probably the one where you went down and you realised, I can't actually score off this, but I've got to hit it somewhere, otherwise I'm going to be LBW.
Like a bunt in
yeah,
baseball.
But he had a section. Where's that gone?
Top edge, and it's going to go for 4. Pepper is looking to
score.
I
think I might defend a bit more against Pepper. I think Jack thinks that too.
I think he'll still play it. I don't think he'll be.
Well, if he still plays it,
off.
let him. But I think we might defend a bit more against it. Where have they found it? They're looking for it. It's under. It's one of the sheets. But yeah, dear Knott, who is a one-off cricketer, but he concentrated for 10 minutes or so on the defensive sweep.
Am I right in saying the reverse sweep was Gatting, Dermot Reeve, sort of late 80s sort of era?
Well, Gatting famously got out playing the reverse sweep to Alan Border's first delivery of the World Cup final when England were quite well placed, and he played it first ball and he was caught backward point. Both played it a bit around that same time. Dermot Reeve, a little bit after that, they started with Bob Woolmer at Warwickshire playing all sorts. There was a guy called Mushtaq Mohammed who was almost a generation before that, sort of early 70s. I think I might have just played against him, I'm not sure. But he from Pakistan. He was the youngest brother. There was Hanif Mohammed. There was a whole Sadiq Mohammed who played for Gloucester. Hanif, who was he was the youngest of a whole stream of brothers. He was a brilliant cricketer. He could bowl beautiful leg spin as well, actually. But he played a reverse sweep by all accounts quite frequently. Pring played it. Derek Pringle a bit later, I remember.
Could imagine Pring playing it with quite a straight front leg.
Well, he can't quite get there that low. But so yeah, it came into vogue around. I would say that when was that? The cup final, the England Cup final that lost was in '86-7. That's out.
Oh, Leachy. Pitching middle, clipping the top of off. What a delivery. Cook goes for naught. Essex now 9 down. Love to see the replay of this one. It looked like an absolute jaffa. Getting a little bit of drift in towards the stumps. Pitch is on.
Oh, it is a jaffa.
Yes.
Yeah, he's missed it quite a long way, but he loves it. He loves it.
The dream delivery for Jack Leach. And I can finally put to rest the fears of 2 days ago when I thought I'd injured him, Lammy. It's confirmed. Leach, he's got 5 runs, he's got 4 wickets. I am absolved of any responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Yeah, he's been fretting all match. Well, that's a cracking delivery. Just perfect. Would have got perhaps better batsman than Cook out, I think that. Perfect length. Just see a bit of dust fly. He's got a good stride in, to be fair to him, but it's still beating that outside edge. Off he goes. Blameless. And comes Porter. He got forced to follow one there, surely. Surely.
With it doing that, yeah, I think you'd have to.
I mean, even if they get 400, you've only got to get 70 to win.
Yeah. I think it's you need to visualise an obvious pathway to the other 10 wickets, and with it spinning like that, you think.
Yeah, I mean, Somerset have had.
He's always going to be in the game.
Yeah,
left and right hand.
They have had a bonus start. They had that ridiculous start where Essex were 2 for 3. So I mean, there's only been 2 significant innings so far. And Jack, I mean, we'll wait and see. But I think the option's going to be there. Although
he's just so dangerous, Leachy. When there is turn, he gets the ball turning away. His confidence goes up. It's just the accuracy, and that ball that he bowls slightly quicker that skids on towards the stumps.
That one
just,
almost. Yeah.
I mean, he's right in the game. He's hunting wickets. He's got 4 of them already. 4 for 32 off 11 overs. Let's not forget that one of the best spinners that have played in England for years, Simon Harmer, wicketless. Testament to how Somerset played him first and foremost, but again, adding something like some gravity to mine and Vic's bemusement of why Leachy is maybe not a little bit further north at the moment, but that's great for us Somerset fans.
They might call him up for the next Test match. I mean, we hope they do, sort of.
He's really good at bowling, is Mr. Leach. Excellent
Actually,
stuff.
they didn't. I mean, the Test match is over. It doesn't really turn at Lords, I don't think. It seemed around all over the shop in the first Test match this summer. So I think they'll probably stick with the same setup, same team. They've got plenty of time to rest the fast bowlers.
Maybe that's what's missing out. Maybe Leachy needs to cause some anarchy off the field. Maybe that might just get him back in the limelight.
I mean, I love the story, and I think it is true, because I think he told me this about the England setup and golf, how he got stranded at the hotel because he wasn't a golfer. And then he thought, well, I'm going to have to get some clubs and have the odd lesson, otherwise I'm left all on my own on tour.
Yeah, he mentioned that the other day. He started playing. He's really starting to enjoy it. I did actually, in the right amounts, it's really good.
Oh yeah, I'm not knocking it
for cricketers, you know,
to get an escape, isn't it?
Well, for a lot of the players, keeps them at the pub first and foremost.
Well, there. What more do you want?
Where's that gone? Yeah, we went we had a pre-season tour years ago, and we played a compulsory golf day, which was great fun. I was partnered with Leachy, and I think we were in Spain, and he's in one shot. He's the only player I've ever played golf with. As Pepper goes on the offensive, didn't quite time that one. He was going for the over the trade nation. He got an under edge on it, but he's still going to pick up 4. He's the only golfer I've ever played with that in one shot went out of bounds left and right on the same hole in the same shot.
In the same shot,
yes,
right?
The same shot.
Ricocheted from one side to the other.
I was a complete non-golfer, driver in hand, first hole. We knew it was going to be funny, so a few of the lads are watching. Pepper again employs the broom, picking up another run. He's going to be desperate to pile on as many as he can for what looks like an inevitable 10th wicket's going to fall here. Essex on 151. Yeah, he sort of took a wild swing at it, towed it off the very end of the club, which went 45 degrees left, pinged into someone's villa while they were having their breakfast on the balcony, went out of bounds, hit the villa, pinged back across the course, went out of bounds right and landed in someone's swimming pool. And you know what Leachy's like. There was a lady. I remember she was having a breakfast with her husband on the patio. And I remember what's the sort of muffin, bit of ham, egg.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Hollandaise sauce, whatever that is. Eggs Benedict. They were both having eggs Benedict, and Leachy went, "Excuse me, can I have my ball back?" She stopped eating her eggs Benedict and fished it out for him. But I'm led to believe his golf's improved, and his bowling certainly has. 151 for 9 now. Somerset on the charge. Will that question that we've been talking about be answered soon? Will Somerset enforce a follow-on if they get that opportunity? Essex miles away from that follow-on target at the moment.
Right, well, what have we got left? 25 overs. They've got to enforce the follow-on. They haven't got very much to bowl tonight, I think. But then that's my vintage. But I'm going to pass on to Stephen after what has been a fascinating day so far.
Isn't it just? What a day. If you're a Somerset fan, obviously. I know that many away supporters enjoy the live stream as well. I hope you're enjoying the coverage as much as you possibly can. One thing that we do love about 4-day cricket, it does ebb and flow, and shots like that will creep Essex further ahead. Pepper's in a very offensive mood, playing some great shots at the moment, just looking for some support. Stephen Lamb rejoining me. It's going to disappear off and have a little rest. Tap away on his computer. It sounds like he's playing Angry Birds, but I can't confirm or deny that. No, it's not Angry Birds, apparently.
This has been tremendous from Jack Leach. And indeed Archie Vaughan settling in so well straight away. Brought on immediately after tea. And it's been a lethal combination for Essex. 1 for 11, Vaughan from 4. Leach altogether 4 for 36 in his 12th. Looking for a 5 for Jack Leach.
Yeah, it's just a key how the bowlers and Lewis Gregory manage bowling as many balls as possible at Porter. Pepper's looking good touch. That's aggressively against the spin, utilising all of his sweeps and reverse sweeps, which can be a nightmare for bowlers to defend against. I don't think they're that worried about the runs at the moment, but we don't want, or Somerset don't want him manipulating the strike too much.
Yeah, that's well defended by Porter. Pepper is exactly a runner ball, his 33. Going along nicely. But watching at the moment, it's not far away from short leg.
Inside edge, Josh Thomas unable to react. Wasn't a chance, it went really sharply off the outside edge. Leach dangerous on both edges of the bat. That one honing in towards the pad. And without you knowing it, one's going to, at some stage, rip across you. Very challenging conditions for the Essex batters. Can Leachy find a way through? Well played by Jamie Porter.
So that gives Pepper another opportunity at the other end, facing Archie Vaughan. I wonder why Lewis Gregory doesn't feel it slip both ends, actually, given the difficulty he's got in moving.
It's too far to walk.
Yeah. Yes. Well, there is that, isn't there? Mid-off to slip. Isn't that bad?
Just a reminder, everyone, John Bishop is in Taunton. Live an open-air comedy show. The tickets have almost sold out, so if you do fancy that, make sure you get on the website and book your ticket. Should be a great night and a very different night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I can't think of a comedy show or act coming before, so it'd be a great night. And check out Somerset's social media page as well. There's an opportunity to win a couple of tickets as well. Archie Vaughan continuing from the Trescothic stand end, who's been in great rhythm. Another rather sizable swipe there from Michael Pepper.
In fact, Lewis Gregory has gone to first slip at the other end.
He zimmered his way down there, did he, without us watching?
I think that's sensible, because there's less run around from there. Less likely, anyway.
He's also a very good slipper against the spin, from what I've witnessed over the years. Nicely played by Pepper out on the offside. Will pick up two.
Nice throw as well.
Well, I expected Somerset to be in quite the commanding position. I think that big partnership for the 10th wicket really did take the air out the lungs of the Essex players. You did see them become quite frustrated towards the back end of that. Always felt like it might have had an impact, but you didn't expect those 3 wickets in 14 balls, and then almost as soon as Leach got into the act, it looked like it was going to be tough work. Archie Vaughan also striking in his first over, picking up that LBW. 9 for 158. Imagine Pepper will take the single if it's on option in the next few balls.
Yeah, it's the quality of the batters, those first 3 wickets as well. Dean Elgar, then the captain, Tom Westley. Bang, bang, bang.
Now, what does Gregory do here? Does he bring one of those fielders in? The dab sweep towards square leg is favourite, looking at the field set at the moment, or will he try and pick up that boundary and expose Porter to Leach?
Watch out, Leach is coming in to a run-saving position from long on.
Good move there from Lewis Gregory, bringing Jake Ball up at square leg. That's removed the little dab sweep option. He's pretty much set a full ring around Michael Pepper here.
He's come out of slip himself, Lewis Gregory. He's going into that ring.
Money on a dab reverse sweep.
5 men in a ring on the leg side.
He's gone for the big one, and brilliant bowling there from Archie Vaughan. Jamie Porter on strike for this next Leach over.
Yeah, Jack Leach will be very happy about that.
Yeah, it was a conversation that I had the other day, doing a little bit of filming with Leachy, and he brought up the fact that, you know, on spinning wickets, he knows that there's pressure, you know, having to take wickets for the team to have success. But he bowls in a way that he doesn't look under pressure, but he clearly is, because he brought it up. So he knows that when there's a pitch return on offer, he knows that he needs to step up and be the man. But the way that he performs and carries on, you wouldn't think that he felt any pressure at all, but clearly does, but handles it superbly well.
There's much deliberation going on about the field at the moment. We're clearly going to have plenty of company for...
Well, it looks like Jamie Porter's involved in the conversation at this end as well.
Yeah.
What are you going to do here, Port? You going to have a go? Do you want to bowl again? It'd be like, please, Karen, please make us follow on, lads. Come on. I think there's another helmet being collected. Yeah, I think that's Alfie Ogborn coming down the stairs with another fielding helmet, another close-in fielder, I'd imagine, would go in at silly point unless Henry Nichols is after one at that close gully position. Tom Abel has drawn the short straw and is going to go in at silly point.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 if you include the keeper round the bat.
Well, it's almost that last game of the season Surrey-esque field that we have at the moment, and we know the outcome of that one. Very challenging conditions here for Jamie Porter.
So Leach is ready.
He does have a first-class 50, standalone one, which is just a shade over 6. So you think that Leach is certainly the favourite in this situation, especially with which he's bowling on. But
with the turn that's available.
I'm sure Jamie Porter will do his level best to try and support Pepper up the other end, who's on 35.
That's played pretty well.
Yeah, he's defended nicely so far. He'll be looking up to the dressing room saying, what's all the bother, lads? He's played it really nicely so far.
Yeah, negotiated again.
Leach, he's got the option here against the number 11 just to take a bit of pace off of the delivery. And you give it the best chance to spin. That's the slower one, and it does turn well played.
One ball left in the over. Sure, Porter will be happy to stay put. Yeah, well negotiated all the way through.
Excellently played.
So he'll get a well done from Michael Pepper, I'm sure. Gregory is still hobbling. He's probably heading for slip. It's quite a long conversation between the two batters. Still more than 300 behind Essex. Just 1 wicket left in this first innings. And plenty of men out deep now. Single could be taken almost anywhere. Looking to sweep. Vic was talking about Alan Knott's defensive sweep earlier. That was almost the same thing.
Q end. That would take some timing, wouldn't it, to hit it with the toe of the bat intentionally. Yeah, I mean, Archie Vaughan's bowled beautifully here, but potentially not as threatening as Leach. Maybe Pepper might take a single a fraction earlier in the over, if he can, of course.
It's fielded by Josh Thomas at cover, halfway through the over.
Oh, and he's out. Come down the wicket. He's tried to get over the top of Henry Nicholls there at mid-off. He's hit it well, but flat. Henry Nicholls takes the catch, and that's Archie Vaughan's second. Essex dismissed for 158. What an afternoon Somerset have had. All started from that momentum partnership between James Rue and Miguel Pretorius. Then enter the fray Lewis Gregory. 3 wickets in the first 14 balls, including that key wicket of Dean Elgar that we know can bat for an age. But what a performance by the spin twins, Vaughan and Leach.
Yeah, absolutely terrific. And when you think how the Somerset first innings seemed to be falling away this morning when those last 2 came together, since that moment it's been Somerset all the way. They really are in firm control. What a vice-like grip of this game now.
Absolutely, and I'm sure this will please Vic Marks. Not one of the Somerset batters is running off to get padded up, so I think it's maybe too early to completely rubber stamp it, but it looks like Somerset are going to ask Essex to follow on. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see if Lewis Gregory and his old man hip can miraculously recover and he can deliver another opening spell. But I'd imagine it's going to be Ball and Miguel Pretorius opening the bowling. We'll see. We'll catch you soon.
Off.
Please welcome back Mr. Crusaders in Ian Bradwell. Led by Captain Lewis Gregory, Somerset. This is Essex, Dean Elgar, and Paul Walter.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground with the news that Essex are following on, rather as we anticipated in the commentary box here. And the two openers, Dean Elgar and Paul Walter, are already out in the middle, and we will see Somerset continue to bowl. Essex trailing by 311, so there's an awful lot of work for them to do to save this match. We don't expect Lewis Gregory to bowl, certainly not today. Let's see how he recovers overnight from that injury he suffered while fielding, falling on the ball. And he's been hobbling around. He is out there at first slip, but it's going to be Miguel Pretorius with the new ball. Bowling to Walter, who immediately picks up a single down to long leg. It was Dean Elgar who took the strike first up after lunch. And he didn't last long, so maybe there was a bit of superstition behind giving the strike to Paul Walter, who made 48. It's a partnership between Walter and Matt Critchley, who came together with the score unbelievably almost on 2 for 3. And here's runs for Elgar. Could well be 4 of them. Will be. Good straight drive. His first runs of the match. Dean Elgar. So 5 without loss. Got into a very awkward position in the first innings against a delivery from Lewis Gregory, which had him LBW. That was the second ball of the innings. Here is Pretorius again. Drive for no run. Then the fourth ball of the innings, Tom Westley played at a delivery he didn't really need to, and was well caught by James Rue in front of first slip. That was also for a duck. And then Charlie Allison bowled by Lewis Gregory for 1. That was what made it 2 for 3. Then a bit of a recovery, but nothing like enough. Going to be 4 for this. Down to fine leg. Just helped on its way. Delivery that was already down the leg side. So
yeah, it's a slightly scrappy first over, if we're honest, from Pretorius. Elgar relieved, I think, to get moving after a bit of a nightmarish, with hardly a knock in the first innings. Got in a terrible tangle. He's already got 8 to his name. And the way Pretorius started, it won't be long before the spinners are back on.
That's timed fluently. But straight to Lammonby at cover. So Lewis Gregory doing what we expected. Now at first slip, 3 slips in altogether. Nicely taken. That was started off outside the off stump and moved further away. So 9 without loss at the end of the first over.
Just having a look at Pretorius' footmarks. I think he's okay with them at the moment, but you're just patting them down. Interesting to see. Inevitably, we've been talking repeats here, but by the time Seaman's bowling around the wicket all the time, well, ball he eventually got Walter out. He's going to start around the wicket again. There are 2 men back, actually. It's quite a short boundary from when he's bowling from the river end. Walter would have to miss-hit it in that direction. He was dropped that long leg in the first innings. He's very strong and off that path, so it's partly a defensive thing to just make sure he doesn't get off to a flyer. But this pair, they seem to struggle to find a line from around the wicket, I think. But we've laboured that point long enough, perhaps. Slight change of field for Elgar. A man comes over from the leg side to the off.
So Jake Ball in again. Oh, that's a good ball.
Yeah. Look at that. Just a little prod from Elgar. No nick. Convincing prod. Withdrew his bat, I think, posthumously.
18 overs left in the day. Can these 2 openers survive? That's their first objective. Get through those 18.
I mean, I think if you're Somerset, you've had this dream start in the first Essex innings. I don't think that will happen again.
You can't expect lightning to strike twice, can
But
you?
if they could get 2 down tonight, they would be thrilled to bits, I think, Somerset. There'll still be a lot of work to do.
It's played comfortably enough. Mentioned those 3 wickets for Lewis Gregory. Of the other 7, all but 1 were taken by the spinners. Jack Leach 4 for 37 from 13, and Archie Vaughan bowled really well brought on straight after tea, 2 for 13 from 5 overs and 4 balls. And this man, Jake Ball, took the other one, looking to add to that.
Yes, Vaughan, it was a good move to bring him straight on. Or you might have thought perhaps he should come on earlier, but he got the key wicket of Critchley, who batted really well, aggressively, timed the ball beautifully. So that first innings, really, it was only Walter, Critchley, and for a little while Pepper, who threatened at all. I'm sure it's not going to be so easy this time around.
Yeah, Michael Pepper, running out of partners, only had Jamie Porter left for company, and was the last man out, caught at mid-wicket, off Archie Vaughan for 35. So 50 for Critchley, 48 for Walter, 35 Pepper, but not really very much else.
No.
From Essex.
Bit of a nightmare. I mean, it's quite a contrast, isn't it? 469 plays 158. I don't think the wicket's deteriorated that much.
I don't think it's going to be long before we see Jack Leach.
No, well, or indeed Vaughan with the 2 left-handers in, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I think they'll both bowl before the close, and they both might bowl about 10 overs if nothing much happens in the first 7 or 8.
Just in the third at the moment. Pretorius, who had the 2 boundaries taken off his first over. And that's going to be another.
Yes, he hasn't. He's batted better than he bowled today, which is the first this season, I think.
Roles reversed.
I suppose he's not that accustomed to actually taking a new ball, but I think, and he's just marking his run out again as if something's not quite right. It was a beautifully struck ball, but it was also a pretty ordinary delivery too. So he smashed it through extra cover. As things stand, as you whisk through the first division, which I'm doing, assuming the weather behaves, which has been behaving far too well for too long, you would think that all the first division matches would have, I was going to say a result, but a draw's a result, a win or a loss.
Yeah, absolutely, because wickets have been falling pretty regularly, haven't they, around the country?
You would think so. Yorkshire are 95 for 1, so overturning, so now lead by 71 runs, 9 wickets remaining. Low scores in the Leicester-Glamorgan game, but Leicester started there.
Fielded.
What great fielding that is. It's Thomas, I think.
Yep, it is. A sprawling stop. Well done.
So Glamorgan managed the first innings lead of 1. And Leicester are now 22 for no wicket. At the Oval, Notts are 66 for 2, which is a lead of 88. So they look to be struggling, but now they are probably in the stronger position. Just Warwickshire playing Sussex. Doesn't he clip it off his legs well? Warwickshire playing Sussex, and again, it's 160 plays 156 in the first innings, and Sussex are 30 for 1 in their second. So in the first division, wickets are plenty and no big scores. No one's got a bat. The only batting points that have been accrued in this round was here.
Really?
Yeah. In the first division. Yeah. No one else has got. Nowhere else has any side got 200.
Oh, that's painful.
That was the sort of position he got into in the first innings.
You can see that he's in a bit of trouble here, Dean Elgar.
He's one of the gutsiest of cricketers. He's not going to go anywhere.
But he's ringing that, I think it was his left hand.
Yeah.
Whether he's going to need any attention from the physio.
He got in a strange position again, opened up and then bang. He was in pain, but he's not even bothering to call a physio. He's not that type.
And it was the last ball of the over. So he's going to recover at the non-striker's end for the time being.
Oh dear, just painful to watch Gregory too, hobbling to first slip. It really is. There's a big single there, but Elgar's not in the mood, having just been banged. He just wasn't really thinking about it. He's rubbing it's just below his elbow, I think he got hit.
He needs some recovery time.
Yeah.
As does Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit early for being on your last legs. There's a lot of cricket left this summer. It just doesn't matter where it goes. It seems to speed off Walter's bat. I mean, that was the sort of educated glide stroke edge. And it's 4 more.
Yeah, the boundary's been pierced 4 times now. Twice by Elgar and now twice by Walter.
I quite just to cheer up Pete, really. But also because I think it's quite a good idea. I'd quite like to see ball over the wicket to him again. Or indeed, Pretorius. I just feel he looks so comfortable, the ball coming into his body. He whips it away on the leg side without seeming any problem at all, even if it's straight. Well, that one's going
a good
through.
example.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. There's no point chasing that. It's a beautiful shot. He is in prime nick. But I think he's sort of coming into his favoured arc from around the wicket. He loves whipping that ball. I mean, that was just a bit over pitch. It was a beautiful shot, actually. But he does like to whip it square sometimes. They acknowledge that, but they got a fielder out there. I would have thought it's more of a risk to do that when the ball's coming from the angle from over the wicket. But we have prattled on about that probably long enough.
Still around for the moment.
Yeah, I can't guarantee that there won't be more prattling. Pete will come back and suggest it too, but I'm with him. You've been very sort of restrained, of course, Stephen.
I don't think these two are going to be on by the time Pete gets back somehow.
So we're just assuming he returns.
Indeed. Yeah, all sorts of imponderables.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this game. You just don't know what's going to happen next. Or indeed this broadcast. We never... There he goes again. I mean, I'd like you to see a rotor, but we never have one. I mean, this is the one difference between working here on this stream and the odd appearance on TMS is there's a very strict rotor on TMS, and you have to obey. You know, you have to be precise. You don't like people overrunning or.
Is it still commentary stints of 20 minutes and summaries of half an hour?
Yeah.
Because that goes back a long, long way.
Absolutely. It's always been that way since I've worked on it. And it is, I mean, in one sense, it's a breeze compared to doing this because there's more personnel knocking around. You're not in front of a microphone for so long. But, you're obliged to stick to the rotor. I mean, I do remember... Well, I'll tell you in a minute.
Well bowled.
He's appealing, but I don't think he knows. I think he knows the bottom of the bat was hit.
Good Yorker.
There was one tour quite a long time ago to the Caribbean where I actually, unusually, I was commentating rather than summarising, and you'll understand there's quite a big difference. And it got to it was the West Indies tour when Brian Lara was honing in on the great Sobers record. And it became obvious. Shot.
That's 4 all the way. Straight drive.
He never looked like he was going to get out. and I'm a novice really in that as far as commentary was concerned. But anyway, we all realise he's going to get it this morning sometime. And so you're all looking at the
The rotor.
the rotor, sort of nervously, and there'll be CMJ there, Aggers, no doubt. I don't know, I can't remember. I remember those two specifically.
Yeah.
And, you know, quietly, each of us are probably looking, well, where's it going to fall? Where is this great historic moment of Brian Lara breaking Sobers' record going to fall? And it's getting tight. And actually, well, the upshot was, I'll tell you in a second, I'll just have a look at this. He's gone over the wicket. That looks dangerous. It fell just, legitimately, fortunately, to CMJ. I was going to follow CMJ, and it was legitimate. It stayed, and in a way I was relieved, because CMJ is a masterful commentator. It's a historic moment. And of course, I'm sure he dealt with it quite brilliantly. I can't remember the precise detail, but you know, we'd all been nervously looking, or I had been anyway. I don't know about the others. Who's going to get this historic moment? Anyway, it fell to CMJ, who of course did I'm sure, absolutely perfect description of a historic moment. And then it was my turn after him. So he gets his 365 or 6, or what it was. Rounds it up beautifully, and there he hands over to me. And then I've got about 12 minutes, you'll understand this, where there's absolutely no cricket whatsoever, because there's mayhem, there's people coming on with I think Sobers came out with a drink.
Yeah, he did.
And there was all sorts of handshaking, which was not quite so newsworthy, fortunately, but that was the bit I got. And actually, thinking back, it wasn't a bad outcome, really, because you want the proper experts dealing with the moment. But I labour all this because just to point out that actually, you know, people get stroppy. If you go over your time, whether you're the commentator or sometimes the summariser, you think, what's going on? You know, it throws everything out kilter. So you've got to be reasonably disciplined. Whereas, well, we candidly admit that by and large here, we just sort of busk it and have actually, it's better when you're here, you have a certain discipline about what is appropriate or how long we've been on.
Not sure about that.
Tomorrow, I'm not quite sure how it's going to work either.
Well, it's quite straightforward tomorrow. It's just you and me.
Well, it is theoretically just
although
you and me.
there will be support.
There's always reinforcements. But but we could make a rota tomorrow, and we'll just put our names on it all the way down, couldn't we? So anyway, I mean, they used to, I don't think he does it now, but the producer at TMS used to post the rota for public consumption. Whether that was because some people like to know when so-and-so was on because they wanted to miss him or make sure they heard him, I don't know. Not sure they do that. Anyway, enough of all that. Here, well, Essex have started pretty positively and the runs have come fairly easily. It looks to me like... I said we can't rabbit on now because Jake Ball is going to bowl over the wicket to Walter.
Yeah.
So what are we going to moan about now?
So it's over the wicket at each end.
Yeah. And I think you'll have a little spell here. There's still quite a pronounced leg side field. 5 on the leg side, including a short mid wicket. Over the wicket he comes. He's clipped that. As he does, neatly, but he has got protection out there.
Lovely that Gary Sobers was there. When Lara broke the record.
Yeah. And it seems so inevitable. He batted so impeccably. And I don't know whether it applied. He obviously got 400 there, didn't he? In another Test match. But I think
that was after Matthew Hayden had broken his record.
Yeah.
He then broke Hayden's record. Oh, is that a missed chance?
I think it is. I think it is. We'll have another look, but it came back very quickly, and just from Jake Ball's reaction.
Double teapot.
Yeah, he's hit it very hard, but surprisingly in the air, straight back at him. It came quickly, just around about shoulder height, and couldn't quite get his hands around it in his follow through. We'll have another look just to confirm that that was a catch. It will be. Strange one, isn't it? I don't know how he's. That would have been 2 strange dismissals today for Elgar. I think been out there. He's survived. So Ball has suffered from 2 drop catches in this day. One of them, he's also the culprit.
The sheller.
I mean, it was coming back with surprising power. It's a hard ball. He's middled it, but somehow he's got underneath it. Vaughan's warming up for the 2 left-handers.
And Elgar will feel inner relief.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he looks. He's not a pretty player. He never has been. But he's a fantastic competitor, and he can get ugly runs, and he can bat for a long time. So his wicket is very important.
Just one more thought on Sobers. You probably read Vic Mike Brearley's piece for the Cricketer.
Yes, yes.
Comparing great all-rounders, and in the end, I agree with him. It has to be Sobers, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, for versatility.
Well, he did everything, of course.
Yeah. There was a tribute that Ian Chappell wrote.
Yes.
Who knows? He saw a lot of Sobers.
Yeah.
And reckoned that he was the best batsman he ever saw.
Let alone
if you take away all the other attributes.
Yeah. Yes, I can remember as a kid watching Sobers on telly during those 1960s series, England and the West Indies. And I'm right-handed, but I used to practice in the backyard trying to bowl left-handed like Sobers. And he had this. I mean, he bowled these wonderful. Well, he started off as an orthodox finger spinner
and a number 9.
And at number 9, that's right. He played his first test because Ulf Valentine was not fit. I don't think he batted number 9 much thereafter. He got a few runs at number 9. But then he started off with these wonderful swinging left arm, quick enough. You know, LBW bowled Sobers, boycott LBW bowled Sobers was quite, happened a few times. Beautiful, swinging back into the right-handed batsman. And then he would bowl these wrist spinners occasionally, wouldn't he? As well as being a brilliant fielder close to the wicket. Brilliant catches off Lance Gibbs, the off spinner, and wondrous batsman. So I think, as Montgomery used to say, I think on balance, Brearley had a good point.
Absolutely. Well, I've never been disposed to argue with him.
Well, he likes an argument, but I think on this particular issue, I think he's probably correct. Is Brearley?
I actually had a brief chat with him yesterday.
Oh, he was there at Cheltenham,
because he was at the Cheltenham Festival. Yeah. We talked a little bit about the 81 series.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, I got to know him much better and enjoyed his company hugely when the Observer very shrewdly summoned him up, and he worked for the Observer for a long time, and we'd have great fun on Test Match Saturdays.
Spin on, Archie Vaughan, rather as we predicted.
And I can remember, for example, some of those oval Test matches, probably against Australia, where England maybe not squaring the series, but they came back to beat Australia once or twice at the Oval in very tight games. And Brears would be so animated. He'd be kind of captaining the side quietly from where we were sitting. He said, you've got to move that one there, and you've got to bring him on now. And it was wonderful to behold. He was sort of captaining. I mean, he wasn't being critical of what was happening, but he was so excited by it, and all of his instincts for captaincy were coming to the fore, and he was standing up and waving. It was great. It was great. He was trying to write a piece at the same time.
Wonderful stuff.
I became delighted in his company on those Saturdays. Or in any other day of the week, as it happens. But
Yes, there was the sort of famous thing at Headingley, wasn't there, when he got Bob Willis going, made him angry, made him bowl uphill to begin with.
Yeah.
And then ends were switched, and the
right.
rest is history.
Yeah. I think Willis had been having a lot of trouble with no balls. He said,
Yes.
just said, don't worry about the no balls. Just don't worry about them. And they all thought they were going to get sacked. I mean, they were Headingley Test. There was rest days in those days, and they almost had a wake at Ian Botham's house, I think, because it looked like everything had gone wrong that could go wrong.
Well, some of them had checked out of the hotel, hadn't they?
Quite possibly, yeah. So there was much gloom because, Willis had had a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah. Rod Marsh and Dennis Lilly had a bet, 500 to 1 on England.
Amazing stuff. Yeah. Well, it's a nice little start from Vaughan, who's impressed immensely, but nothing untoward happening.
Is it going to be a double change? No.
No, Jake Ball's still got the ball in his hand. 12 overs remaining.
Yeah, he's bowled 3, Jake Ball. It's reasonable assumption that there wouldn't be more than a couple more in this spell, unless he takes a wicket, of course.
Well, yeah. I think he's going to bowl round the wicket to Elgar, and he bowled over the wicket to Walter. Well, I don't mind that so much. Quite different fields for the two.
Runs here.
Yeah, it's a sweet shot. It's only a push, really, but the ball's still hard, and he's timed it well, and they'll pick up a couple.
Good placement.
Yeah.
Finding the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Elgar catches up with Walter, 16 apiece now. Beautiful summer evening here in Taunton now. Bright sunshine over Taunton and over all the Quantocks. It was just patches of the Quantocks earlier. Those hills bathed in sunlight.
Played here for 15 years, never saw the Quantocks, You see them from up here, though. I'm not sure the old pavilion.
Well, you could.
You were high enough, were you?
The old commentary box, you could see them, but not as extensively.
No, okay.
Because we're higher up here than we were there. I think we were slightly further over to our left, as it were, in that little box, that wooden box.
Quite precarious, wasn't it? You're on the roof of the old pavilion.
It was. You had to go through half a doorway to get to it.
Yeah.
But it had charm.
It had charm, but it also had black and yellow tape to alert you to possible danger if you fell off the top of the roof. So what more do you want? Or just you had to go up, didn't you, through this cubby hole, I think. So right. It also probably gave you a mild warning not to bang your head.
Yeah, it said, "Mind your head, boy!" Exclamation mark.
Did it? Oh, did it? Yes. I couldn't say that now.
The other thing you could do with that box was that if it was weather like this, you could actually sit outside and commentate.
All right. Well, it was a fantastic view. You were right on top of the players. I mean, we've got a fantastic view. We were actually closer somehow because you were much lower down. You could hear everything that was going on, see everything that was going on. By you, this is a wonderful vantage point too from up here. You see all the players and you see the Quantocks.
Oh, well bowled.
That's a cracker. But he's not. He won't be bothered now. That's the good thing about Elgar is that he plays and misses against a good ball, and he just goes quietly to pat the pitch down and have a word with his mate. However,
that was a Jaffa.
It was, wasn't it? Gregory having a chat with Jack Leach, who's going through some exercises. I should think, I mean, the Leach will bowl from his favourite end. It's just a question, particularly after that last delivery, whether Gregory thinks it might be worth giving ball one more.
Yeah.
Still 11 remaining today. I think I'd be tempted after what was quite a good over. He's looked better when he's over the wicket to Walter, and he's beaten the bat there. I might give him one more.
Firmly struck, and so firmly there was no possibility of a run. Mid-on set back a little.
Leach is going through his warm-up process.
It may be then that he's already been given the nod.
Well, he knows he's going to have a bowl. It's just whether it's next over or the one after that from the river end.
He'll still be pretty loose.
Oh yeah, he'll be hungry. But, I mean, his record against right-handers is superior by quite a margin. I think I couldn't give you chapter and verse. I think you can probably only get it in Test cricket anyway, I'm guessing, but that's not big news. He still can get left-handers out, obviously. There'll be a bit of rough outside there off stump.
Vaughan in the meantime. He's bowled 13 overs in the first innings. 4 for 37, Jack Leach.
Yeah. Vaughan.
So plenty of petrol in the tank.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, he's not work shy. Nor was Vaughan.
It's a good ball. Dug out.
Who's bowled nicely. I mean, he's an invaluable cricketer with scope to improve. With the bat, really. His bowling is improved, I reckon, even though he's successful early on. He's worked on his bowling nicely, and he's
wanted a single, Walter, but it wasn't there.
So let's have a look. We've got Leach. He's going to be another over, I think, from ball. Leach is heading off down to long leg.
Yes, but he's won it.
Oh no! Hang on a minute. No, he's changed direction. He's just changed direction to have a chat with Lewis Gregory.
Who's probably sharing his intentions.
I guess so. Yeah.
Before
hobbling back to first slip. I mean, overrate Lewis, overrate. Oh, it doesn't look good. Does his left leg hardly bend his knee?
Yeah.
Anyway, he's in long conversation with Jack Leach, who's now trotted back to the boundary. It's annoying. I mean, there's a sharp chance of ball has coming quickly. It was surprising too. It was a fullish length ball. You wouldn't expect that to be hit back to you at shoulder height at some pace. But he'll be ruining that, no doubt, just as he ruined the drop of Walter in the first innings by Goldsworthy on the boundary. That he caught him later. It's not that far from the stump, but far enough.
Yes, the runs have dried up a little. The previous over from Vaughan was a maiden.
I mean, they like 2 wickets, but they'd settle for 1, I think, before the close.
Firm drive again for no run.
Good height difference, isn't there, between Walter and it's quite a handy opening pair in terms of what's a good length. There's about a foot between them.
Yeah, Dean Elgar had 2 stints here, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
We know It's quite a long time ago.
It
He
is.
was a young pup. I know that he was, highly regarded, both as a player, but also, great to have around in the dressing room. And I'm trying to think when it was, but it must have been a decade ago. Ooh, he gets into ugly positions. He wasn't quite in the classical position there, but he got the bat on it in the end.
Very full-length ball.
Yeah.
I fancy it was a Yorker. But he hasn't got to go down so far as Walter has to. Being quite low slung already.
Well, Maiden, but Elgar looking a little bit more in control.
I think that may be a rest for Jake Ball now.
Well, yeah, rest that will last until probably tomorrow morning.
Yeah. At which point he'll probably be on at that end again.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, whether Gregory's going to be able to bowl tomorrow or in this match, we just have to wait and see. You watch him now and you think it's unlikely.
Yeah. It's how he wakes up tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
The pain has subsided.
I think Shaw's come on probably for Ball, but I'm not sure. But Shaw's come to mid-on. Oh, that's
a bit of a heave.
That is a bit of a heave. I don't think he didn't get any on it, but it was a heave. Wasn't that far from hitting something.
Not really a stroke for the situation.
Not unless you middle it.
That'll be another dot, just turning it round the corner to Lammonby behind square. Somerset striving for an 11th breakthrough of the day.
I have to say, I'm increasingly impressed by Vaughan as the bowler.
Well stopped.
And I think he almost needs to be looked at differently. Everyone assumed initially that he bats. He looks a bit like Michael Vaughan when he bats.
Yeah.
He's a batsman who bowls, as Michael was a batsman who bowled a bit. But I think we need to look at him differently now. And look at him in the same way that we look at other off-spinners, like Farhan Ahmed at Nottinghamshire, highly regarded, or Carson Lamb at Sussex. And think of him primarily as an off-spinner.
Don Bess.
Yeah, Don Bess, who no one talks about now, Don Bess, but he's turned into a... that's going to be runs. Probably 4. If not, they could run 5. No, they won't run 5.
I don't think it's quite going to get to the road.
No, they'll settle for 3. Don Bess has become a real sort of rock-solid county cricketer now, but no one talks about him as a possible test, or even though he had quite a good record. But my point is that I think to do Vaughan justice, the cricketer, increasingly one should look at him as an off-spinner and compare him with other off-spinners around the country. And I think he compares pretty well. The vast majority, it wasn't that many, but the young off-spinners around the country, I think he's right in their category.
Well, he's certainly.
But we've been sort of deflected because we think of him sometimes as, he's batting, he bats and he bowls, thing. And his batting, when it comes off, looks silky. But
Yeah, and he did start off at the top of the
that's
order.
right. So it would almost help him to be rated initially for his bowling. And yes, the batting will be useful. Could get ever more useful, because I think he's as good as. Well, I think he's not far off being as good as all the other young off spinners that we'll talk about. And I've not been impressed by anything startling, but just today, what impresses me most, he comes on, he's bowled absolutely no rubbish at all. He's
got a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, but not through any magical deliveries, but the fact that he gives them nothing easy, and it was a sweep shot to a straight ball, had to go, because he hadn't offered them anything prior to that. And then, likewise with Pepper, he was looking to sort of expand because he was at the tail, but he gave him nothing easy, and he picked up a couple of wickets. Through being persistently accurate than doing anything particularly magical, which is often the way. Now then, we've got Jack into Walter.
Yeah, and that first wicket, the Critchley wicket, was very important.
Oh yeah, that changed the whole, because Critchley had been terrific actually. He played really well, and was an important wicket that suddenly once he's gone you think, the gate is open now. As in the first inning, Walter has not looked in much bother, hasn't he? He looks in prime nick.
Yeah, no, Vaughan's bowling stock has certainly not fallen today. It's probably risen.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's only bowled about 10 overs, but he's barely bowled a bad ball at all, I don't think. I like the way Walter's played now. He's just calmly sort of watching it, playing late. Judging the length easily so far.
So I guess these two will be in harness for the rest of the day, the two spinners. 8 overs left.
Well,
in all go down to 7 now after that ball.
So we're quite late today, aren't we?
Yeah.
I suppose a lot of wickets have fallen. I mean, 15 wickets have fallen, haven't they? It felt like a terror track. 15 wickets, but 15 wickets have gone today.
Yeah. It started quite slowly overall with Essex keeping the pressure on in that first hour or so. They bowled really well.
Yeah.
But since then, it's been pretty much all Somerset.
Well, yeah, but Essex will take some heart if they can get to the close, no wickets down. They're still way behind in the game, but got something to cling on to. I think he's usually quite proactive against spin, but the situation, I'm not so sure whether you can do that.
Does this little rub of the fingers in the dust just before every delivery, Archie Vaughan. Pretty well.
Yeah, I mean that was actually, he got away with one there really. Well, he could have gone for one. They're bringing the insurance of the big deep cover has been dispensed with, so there is that gap there, or that enticement to look for the boundary on the offside. Very tempting, but a bit more pressure on Vaughan to make sure his length is right, and in fact it's going to be a single by mid-off, but it's almost an inducement to players to be a bit more adventurous. What they're going to do with Walter on strike. They're going to have the protection, the deep cover for Walter. been more forthright, but they've also got that silly point. The intrepid Josh Thomas. Lets that one go bounce over his head.
No job too close.
He's spent a lot of time at forward short leg. I haven't seen him drop one, but I haven't seen him catch one either. Batsman plays slightly different, you know, but he's there. Oh, that's a bonus. Little inside edge that's going to get him at least, well, at least one.
Yes, Dean Elgar was wondering that also was sure one was enough. So keeps the strike. Jack Leach returns his cap to Martin Saggers.
It's been a weird day, hasn't it? It's been sort of periods of serenity, and I think we're in a period of sort of serenity where everything seems to be behaving. The batsmen are playing nicely.
And looking to see the day through.
Yeah, yeah. And there's been bits of sort of mayhem, really.
Well, most particularly the very start.
Absolutely, yeah.
The Essex first innings. Will be a single here.
Yeah. It hasn't spun so much, and this is where my expertise dwindles even further. But is that to do with the roller?
It hasn't done much, has it?
I didn't actually spot what roller they had. But all I'm noting is that it doesn't seem to have turned so much. I mean, we've got left-handed batsmen in. Maybe the rough isn't around there, but where's Ray Illingworth when you need him? He knew all about rollers and pitches, and in the days of uncovered pitches, he'd know exactly when it would really start to turn. Then he'd bring himself on, give Jack Bergenshaw a rest. It's a sweet shot. That'd be 2-2, I'd say.
Gone into the shadows cast by the combination of the Somerset stand and the apartments, which always get long at this time of day.
Just having a look at the apartments. I'm only watching from up there.
There are a few.
Yeah.
Someone up in the roof garden, which I think is on that top floor.
Well,
we're going to have a change in the box here. Vic is going to make way for
Pete's asked me about my trains. It seems to be totally random, really. It's when they turn up at the moment. They've always got the excuse they're checking the railway lines. That was one last night, I think. Anyway, sorry. But I don't want to sound grumpy, though. So before I get too grumpy, I'm going to disappear.
See you tomorrow, Vic. Vic will head in the direction of Taunton Station. As Vaughan starts a new over. Driven, beautiful looking stroke, but straight to Jack Leach at mid-off. Lovely timing from the bat of Walter. Evening, Treeks.
Good evening, Stephen. I mean, it's almost like a normal start to an innings, bar the double spin, I suppose. 40 without loss.
Total contrast to earlier.
Well, you just sense that getting in, and this is obviously quite an obvious statement, but once you're in, you can get customised to the spin and the dangers out there. The trick is starting, so absolutely crucial that Somerset try and make a breakthrough. And you always think on a pitch like this, you, like we saw in the first innings, you get one and you could open the door to a little burst. But who's going to be that man for Somerset? Dean Elgar, who's had an unbelievably good career and a lot of scores of 3 figures that take an age. He's very happy to bat time, so he's certainly an absolute key wicket. Dean Elgar, quality player and brilliant mind for being out there for long periods of time.
Going to be a couple here at least. Hasn't got the legs to go all the way.
I mean, in some ways you don't want to be too generous, but runs aren't really that relevant at the moment, hence why Somerset have all the catches in. You won't be too worried. They'll probably just try and target a breakthrough tonight if they can. Try and get Lewis Gregory fit for a spell in the morning, see if he can create a little bit of magic.
End of another Archie Vaughan over. 9 off 5. So it's all been pretty quiet this last half hour or so. They've missed the one opportunity that's come their way. Somerset, a sharp return catch from Dean Elgar to Jake Ball, which he just couldn't hold on to.
When I came in, you were talking about rollers. Is often a case here that the spin can slow down for a period after a heavy roll. I would imagine the batting side would have felt, if they had the option, they have to do something. So it wouldn't surprise me if the pitch had its 7 minutes of rolling, just to try and calm down that spin. It's definitely not spinning as sharply as it was an hour or two ago.
And is that generally a temporary thing, that it sort of reverts to how it had been before after a little while?
Well, I think even with the inverted commas danger area, you're still going to get studs on it that will just pick up little sharp edges, a little bit of an abrasive surface that the spin can grip on. Obviously having the 2, 3, 4 ton whatever roller on top of it would just, you know, compact that down a little bit.
Outside edge down to fine third man.
You know, even batters sort of, that sounds silly, but you know, playing the last ball of an over, walking down to their teammate, they'll probably put a foot or two on that danger area, and like I said, it just over time gets slightly rougher, which brings the spinner into play. Definitely looks like that sharp spinner's not quite there. Maybe the ball's a little bit too new at the moment. It's just about persevering, which we know these two will do. I suppose the godsend is that regardless of how this session goes, Somerset have got an opportunity to rest up tonight, get some food on board and reset themselves for tomorrow.
Knowing they've still got a hefty lead.
Yeah, they'll still be in pretty good spirits, you'd imagine. It's been a fantastic first innings for Somerset. Completely in control of the game.
Yeah, they're still 266 runs ahead, Somerset. It's a long, long way for Essex to go.
Yeah, I think one of the factors, or the deciding factor, will be that if the seamers can contribute a number of wickets to this second 10 that they've got to get, even in the first innings where Leach was obviously the star of the show, and the game really did change when Vaughan and Leach were bowling together, but that burst from Lewis Gregory, the wicket by Jake Ball, still 4 of the 10 went to seam, so it's really important that the seamers, you know, rock up tomorrow morning realising they need to contribute a wicket or two apiece. I think that'll just open the door to the middle order for Leach and Vaughan. But no mean feat. Paul Walters obviously having a cracking summer, full of confidence, and Dean Elgar's just a quality player.
There's the sunlit Cooper Associates County Ground, the shadow of the Somerset stand I was talking about. You can see that over to the left, and those old Quantocks in the distance. It's a very attractive sight. As Vaughan starts a new over, just 3 left in the day now. Doing a little bit of overtime. 6:30 on the clock. But it's one of the most pleasant overtime stints I can imagine.
We'll have to stamp our cards on the way out, Lammy. I had my overtime bonus, and a little bit of carrot cake left over.
Oh, I missed that.
I was going to bring it up and share it, but it was too nice.
Well, I was very grateful at lunchtime to Spencer for preserving a pasty for me when we went overtime on, because it was the 9th wicket stand. Lunch taken quarter of an hour later than usual.
Yeah, it was a big period of the day, really, especially with the way that the season has gone with the bat. Brilliant performance from him to put on 70 with James Root. Nice little bit of touch there from Dean Elgar. Played that on line, saw that drifting down the leg side, and has just tapped it on the head down to fine leg for 4. Searching for that magic pitch leg, hit the top of off delivery. Well, beautifully in his first innings, picking up that last wicket. 2 for him, struck in his first over. It's very accurate, Archie Vaughan. Has the ability to spin the ball sharply, but I think one of the features is it's always in the game. Very accurate. Nice use of flight. That one there, that previous ball just flighted up a little bit slower than the balls before.
That's defended comfortably to complete the over. Rattling through them at the moment, Somerset. Over 8, very healthy. 3 over on the scoreboard.
I think that'll be double figures by this time tomorrow. If you are also looking for more entertainment here at Taunton, we have Soul to Soul, the brand new heavies, Norman J, MBE, and the Beatles Dub Club. A awesome night of music, Saturday, September the 12th. Tickets are on sale now. Doors open at 5 p.m. If the weather's like it is at the moment, what a great night that'll be. Leach to Walter.
Comfortable single here. Right back to point.
Just looking for something to spit out of that foothold. One thing I do notice actually, maybe the effect of the roller, that sort of dark foothold patch outside the left-hander's off stump seems to have changed shade, so it does look like the roller's done a good job for the batters at the moment. Somerset just need to stay patient these remaining overs and remember all the good things that have happened today.
Yeah, it's certainly been their day, even though Essex will take comfort from the fact that they have almost got through. I mean, if they get to stumps without any damage, that will be heartening for them. Another single for Walter.
Yeah, Walter played really well in the first innings. His runs when the chaos was happening around him down the other end, he kept his temperament. Had a good partnership with Matt Critchley before the wicket madness. So he's obviously in good touch, and a dangerous Dean Elgar after being dismissed second ball. You always expect good players to come back strong, and they both have. They're fighting hard at the moment for their team.
There was a little bit of turn there, I think. It's turned on to Dean Elgar a fraction.
7 balls left of the day's play. Can Somerset just open the door here for tomorrow? Not this time. That's Jack Leach's final ball for the day, but a good one for him, picking up those first innings, 4 wickets. Oh, beautifully. He'll be getting plenty of opportunities to turn the arm over tomorrow, no doubt, Stephen.
Absolutely. 4 for 37 in 13 in that first innings. And Archie Vaughan 2 for 13 in 5 and a bit. And that was backing up those amazing 3 wickets for the skipper, which got things underway.
Well, the skipper I've just been watching while you were describing that is still not moving overly well. Looks like John Wayne after a long horse ride at the moment. What do you think about that?
I think he's moving a little bit better than he was when he came out. I think it's just a tad more fluid now.
He's definitely carrying a knock. For those who didn't see, Lewis Gregory made a brilliant stop at mid-on, but in stopping the ball, dived on top of it with such force they actually embedded the ball into the ground, so he landed on it with some force.
Got an over from Josh Thomas before the end. Come on in place of Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, Josh Thomas bowls notably quicker than Leach and Vaughan through the air. He bowls maybe with a little bit more sort of overspin. He sort of comes onto the bat, hits you normally higher on the bat than conventional spinner. Yeah, certainly very capable bowler. And again, another Somerset player in confident form on the back of his 110, his second championship 100 of the season. Played extremely well.
Yes, there's that expression of cementing a position, isn't there? And with 200s to his name now this season, he's made some strides.
Yeah, he's definitely blue circled in. Other cement brands are available, but I can't name any of them. Yeah, he's had a really good summer, Josh Thomas. Could cap off the first innings, well, day 2 with a wicket here. It would be over the moon. Two balls left. Dragged down and belted for 4 by Dean Elgar, and one relieved man in the ground is Tom Abel at short leg. He would have felt the wind from the ball as that passed him at quite a rate of knots. Let's have a look at the replay, Lammy. Oh, this is a cringe moment. Oh, I think
it can really hurt if it hits you.
I think Dino, the former Somerset teammates, looked after Abel there. He's played that well in front of square for 4. Yeah, you wouldn't want that on the inside thigh.
Last ball of the day. And just elegantly played the backward point by Elgar. And that concludes what's been considerable entertainment.
Well, the day's been bookended by real strong responses from Essex with their bowling early in this morning. The first hour, they were exceptional. Picked up a number of wickets. Looked like they were going to get Somerset sub 400. That last wicket partnership just boosted Somerset up to 469, but
and dented the Essex confidence.
Yeah, you could tell the sort of emotional momentum was all Somerset's, and then that blast from Lewis Gregory taking those 3 quick wickets, followed by Leach's 4. Matt Critchley, Paul Walter played well, but not much support. Second innings much better this time round. Elgar 30 not out. Walter 29. No wickets have fallen in the second innings, and Essex showing signs that they're up for the fight. And it'll be a fascinating day 3 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We hope you've enjoyed today's coverage. Thanks, Lammy.
Pleasure.
Thanks to Mr. Marks, who's probably just taken his seat on the choo-choo.
And Vic and I will both be back tomorrow.
Well, I won't, and I'm very sad for that fact.
But I'll see you very soon.
You'll have a great day. Cheers, guys.
Good
Have
stuff.
a great evening.
Cheers, Treeks.